Zhou Hao now knows why the people around him reacted this way. In his perception, except for those thieves who occupy the mountain as king in the TV series, in reality, the only person who calls his leader as master is an army. That's it. And this 7 kills appeared in the chairman's house again. So Zhou Hao immediately concluded that this 7 kills was the second master of the first army, and was also the person responsible for the chairman and their defense work, as Zhao Rixin said before. It's just that Zhou Hao didn't expect that the second head of the first army would be such a thin 14-5-year-old boy, completely different from the mature and stable image he had originally imagined. I believe no one would have imagined that the defense work of the president, assistant, Zhao Rixin, and other state officials would be such a young man. The chairman, they can safely entrust their safety to the 7 kills, which shows his strength. From the perspective of astrology, the 7 kills are evil stars. It's just that Zhou Haoguan, this weak young man, really has no connection with the fierce. Are you that Zhou Hao? The 7 kills looked at Zhou Hao with a twinkling eye. Zhou Hao pointed to himself. Do you know me? The master often mentions you. 7 kills smiled. He said that your martial arts is very powerful, and even Feng Mo Xiaotaro was beaten away by you. Moreover, our first army is now imprisoned by the 2 Feng Mo clan tribes. Zhong was only caught with your help. Besides, you are still the godson of Committee Zhao, and my subordinates who are responsible for guarding Zhao's house have also met you. Haha, it turns out that way. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. It turned out that he had fallen into the sight of others a long time ago. Remembering that he thought he was a lonely little brother just now, Zhou Hao couldn't help feeling a little hot. Over there, the chairman smiled at Zhao Rixin. Look at Xiao Hao and 7 kills. They can talk very well. 7 kills don't like to talk on weekdays. Oh, letting such a child be responsible for the safety of our old guys would be overwhelming for anyone else. Zhao Rixin sighed. It is also thanks to Aaron giving him such a big responsibility, so that the 7 kills don't even have much personal time left. Now let Xiao Hao make friends with him, so as not to be so lonely as the 7 kills. The 7 kills here smiled at Zhou Hao. There are too many people here. I don't like the excitement. Let's go to the backyard to chat. Zhou Hao didn't understand why this 7 killer was so interested in him, but it was nothing to talk to him, so he nodded and followed him out of the front hall to the courtyard. There are several guards in the yard, who seem to be members of the first army. Sure enough, seeing the 7 kills coming, the few people immediately straightened their posture and made a military salute. Second master. You don't need to guard here anymore. Go take a rest. 7 kill said lightly. Yes. The few people left the yard without any hesitation. Seeing those cold-faced members of the first army so obedient to the 7 kills, one can imagine that his status in the first army is absolutely high. Moreover, since he can act as the second in command of the first army, he certainly cannot treat the 7 kills as an ordinary teenager. You know, even the devil who is as cruel as Li Shuihan kills people without blinking is just the 4th master of the first army. Just walking by the 7 kills, looking at this young man who was 2 heads shorter than himself, it was always difficult for Zhou Hao to regard him as the second in command of a huge organization. But at this moment, Zhou Hao's heart was suddenly alarmed, and then he saw the 7 killers beside him suddenly raised his right hand towards him. A ray of silver light flew out of his right sleeve and flew straight towards Zhou Hao's abdomen, even faster than ordinary bullets. Zhou Hao immediately turned to his side, and the silver light could pass by him, and went straight into the trunk of a cedar tree over the yard. After the poof, a hole the size of a little finger appeared in the trunk of the cedar tree, which penetrated the trunk of the 2 hogs and was deeply embedded in the blue brick wall behind the cedar tree. With Zhou Hao's superhuman eyesight that can see the bullet's trajectory clearly, he just barely saw that the silver light was a smaller bullet than usual. However, he clearly saw that the 7 kills did not hold a gun on both hands, nor did he hear the gunshot. Originally thought it was the hidden arrow hidden in the sleeve described in the martial arts novel, but now it seems that it is clearly through a gun. Bullets fired. Not only is it silent, but the speed is much faster than ordinary bullets, and the power is almost comparable to a sniper rifle. If Zhou Hao's body could not keep up with the speed of bullets and possessed the superhuman ability to avoid bullets in the Matrix, he would not be able to avoid the calculation just now. If it is someone else, Even someone with high martial arts skills, I am afraid that he will fall into the hands of the seven killers. Compared to Zhou Hao, Seven Kills was even more surprised, because he didn't expect Zhou Hao to avoid his sneak attack. However, seeing Zhou Hao's brows and an angry look, his right palm was already pressed on the chest of the seven killers. Seven Kills were shocked. He was able to achieve the position of the second master of the first army, and martial arts were naturally not weak. At first glance, he knew that Zhou Hao's palm was no small thing. If he was beaten, he would have to get rid of him if he didn't die. Layer of skin. He stepped on both feet, and people quickly retreated, and the direction was not straight, but sometimes retreated and turned back. The bending and twists were very tricky, and it was a very clever set of light steps. However, the seven kills found that even if he retreated, Zhou Hao would still stay away from him like a bone gangrene, and his palm was always attached to his chest 2 inches away. If he hesitated, Zhou Hao would give him it. India, China. In desperation, Seven Kills had to raise his right hand to block his chest. Seeing Zhou Hao's palm pressed against Qi Sha's arm like Mount Tai, Qi Sha felt the whole person suddenly shook, and his right hand fell more like a severe pain as if it was broken, and it fell softly and could no longer lift it up. However, even though the pain was in the bone marrow, the Seven Kills never grunted, gritted his teeth, and his face became paler. Zhou Hao was a little surprised, because his palm was similar to Zhang Dainiyu's fighting bull fist. He could directly penetrate the human body, even deep into the bone marrow. Fortunately, Zhou Hao was not real. Want to hurt him? Otherwise the right arm of the Seven Kills will be destroyed. Even so, the feeling that really hurts in the bones is unbearable for ordinary people. Although surprised in his heart, Zhou Hao's face is still very cold. After all, the bullet that this guy fired just now is so powerful that his invulnerable body is fine. Even if it is shot, it will not be a big problem. But if it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that I will be beaten through the body, and I will suffer serious injuries if I die. He grabbed the lowered right hand of the seven killers and lifted his sleeves up, and saw that he was wearing a metallic object on his wrist as expected. This thing is a bit like the transforming device of masked Superman on TV, but it is thinner, and there is a hole in the front end, which should be the exit for firing bullets. However, this thing was obviously deformed. The metal shell was severely dented. It should have been hit by Zhou Hao's palm just now. What is this? Zhou Hao asked the seven kills. The pain in the hands of Seven Kills ninja smiled slightly. This is a personal weapon I designed, called a secret gun. It has a smaller caliber than a pistol and requires special bullets, but its power is better than all the current weapons. Pistols are big, and the bullets fired can penetrate 2-inch steel plates. Zhou Hao took a breath, and the bullet that could pierce through the 2-inch steel plate would not be able to stop it even with his own body if there was no Jinchi body. He squeezed the wrist of the seven kills hard. You bastard, you want to take my life, right? I have no grudges against you. Why are you doing this? If it's so easy to die, you don't deserve our praise from the master. Seven Kills was squeezed by Zhou Hao. The muscles of the corners of the mouth twitched, but there was no pain, and he still smiled. And I used the same. It's not a mother and child bullet. It's just a special penetrating bullet. Even if it penetrates your body, its damage will not be great. And I didn't aim at your vitals. You won't die so easily. Hearing the words of the seven kills, Zhou Hao didn't mean to relax. He felt that this guy had more intentions of pranking. It's just that this guy's prank is too and cruel. With a cold snort, Zhou Hao let go of his hand and said coldly, I will let you go this time. It's better not to have the next time. Otherwise, even if you are the second master of the first army, I will still kill you. Qi Sha rubbed his aching wrist and smiled at Zhou Hao. I didn't expect your martial arts to be so high. You can avoid my bullets. You are really powerful. You know, even Xiahou who refuses to accept such a master can't hide. Past. Xiahou refused. Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows. Xiahou refused to accept it because Dong Qishan instigated him to kill his Dongluo school leader. It was also the first martial arts master Zhou Hao encountered to transform meaning into form. Zhou Hao's transformation of meaning into form was also inspired by the fight with him. So Xiahou refused to accept it as Zhou Hao's enlightenment teacher. But that time, Xiahou refused to accept and was severely injured by Zhou Hao, leaving only 2/10 of his total skill. Just listen to Qisha laughed and said, I used the child mother bullet to deal with Xiaoho's dissatisfaction. So his bodyguard was broken by me, and his life was taken by me. What? You killed Xiaoho and refused? Zhou Hao was really surprised. When Qisha said this, the expression on his face was very calm, as if he was only killing cats and dogs. Zhou Hao felt that this 7 kills was really a fierce star. If it weren't for hostility, Zhou Hao would still respect Xiaoho's dissatisfaction. After all, it would be too difficult to cultivate martial arts to that level. The only masters Zhou Hao knew that could transform meaning into form were the masters of the First Army, the Fengma Kotaro of the Fengma clan, Li Tsungyun of the Tang sect, and Xiaoho of the Eastern Luo school who refused to accept. And Zhou Hao himself, to be honest, if it weren't for repeated adventures, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the current martial arts cultivation. Just listen to the 7 kills with a faint smile. Actually, I wanted to kill the old man a long time ago. That old man often clamored to defeat the master and be the first person in Chinese martial arts. But at that time, his martial arts was too much. Gao Chong, it is absolutely impossible for me to kill him. Haha, I have to thank you for talking about this. If he was not seriously injured by you, I would not have this chance. Then his 2 apprentices. Zhou Hao remembered that Xiaoho refused to accept that there were 2 other apprentices, Shilong and Shihu, who protected him by Dong Qishan's side. Qisha shook his head. I didn't move them, and they didn't know that Xiaoho was dead in my hands for not accepting it. Zhou Hao originally wanted to ask 7 kills. He killed Xiaoho and refused to accept it. Did Zhao Rixin and a master know? But thinking about it, he didn't say anything, because Zhou Hao knew it, even if they knew it. The master might also blame the 7 kills. After all, they are martial arts practitioners of the same level, and there is always a sense of sympathy. As for Zhao Rixin and the chairman, even though Xiaoho is unconvinced, like a master, he is an unstoppable master, but with Xiaoho's unconvincing personality, he will never be used by the country, and he even fought Zhou Hao for Dong Qishan's emergence. It was only because Xiaoho was dissatisfied with the personal relationship with Dong Qishan's grandfather. Therefore, in the eyes of Zhao Rixin and the chairman, Xiaoho is most likely to be a member of the martial arts if he refuses to accept it. Compared with the 7 kills that are responsible for the immediate safety of the leaders of these countries, it is obvious which is more important. What's more, if Xiaoho refuses to accept such martial arts high-powered people, I am afraid it will also cause Zhao Rixin and the others to be jealous. After all, the use of martial arts to ban them is a taboo against them. 7 kills took his life, they might still agree with it in their hearts. At this time, Zhou Hao also thought of Dong Qishan. I heard Zhao Yuqin say that Dong Qishan seemed to have gone to New Zealand. At first, Zhou Hao was surprised. With Dong Qishan's character, even if he suffered multiple losses and humiliation in his own hands, he should not hide as far as New Zealand. Now it seems that Dong Qishan should have been scared away. He might think that Xiaoho was dissatisfied by sending someone to kill him, so he simply fled abroad in fear. Looking at this secret spear on the wrist of the 7 killers that was deformed by him, Zhou Hao asked, "Does the First Army have this thing? If this powerful and silent killing weapon is deployed on a large scale, China's military will definitely increase it by several grades, and at least it will be safe to perform some secret assassination operations." Qisha shook his head. The production cost of the secret gun is too high, with an average of more than 1 million yuan. Apart from me, the only people who have this secret gun are the chairman, the prime minister, and the standing committee of Zhao, as well as Sister Xuehan. Are you talking about Li Xuehan? Zhou Hao asked. Seeing Qisha nod his head, there was a chill on the soles of his feet. He and Li Xuehan don't look at each other, and sometimes they are tit for tat. If Li Xuehan shoots himself a few shots, it's not a joke. This secret spear, can you make some for me too? Zhou Hao asked. He wanted to give this secret spear to Li Ruolin and Yin Qing and the others, so they would be able to protect themselves if they encounter a gangster. In fact, Zhou Hao used the special forces retired from Zhao Dingzhou to form a private bodyguard team. In addition to protecting his own industry, his most important purpose was to secretly protect his family and women. In the past 6 months, with the addition of special forces retired from Zhao Dingzhou and Zhu Yongquan, Zhou Hao's private bodyguard team has increased from the original dozens of people to more than 100 now. Zhou Hao also deliberately selected some outstanding retired female soldiers. After all, women like Li Rulin and Yin Qingchun, some things are still inconvenient for men to see. Since there are relatively few female soldiers in the special forces, Zhou Hao can only choose from other forces. However, these female soldiers may be inferior to male soldiers in terms of skill and strength, but they are all excellent personnel proficient in various firearms and military skills. Zhou Hao also gave his personal bodyguards a gun license based on his relationship with the Zhao family, so each of them had at least one pistol in their hands. Of course, in order not to worry the family and Li Rulin and others, Zhou Hao did not tell them, so they did not know that they were being secretly protected. And because those bodyguards are all from special forces or other units, they are strictly disciplined, and they are accustomed to doing protection tasks when serving, so they are also handy. Although Zhou Hao and Zhao Dingzhou had told them beforehand, even if they had to sacrifice oneself, they had to protect themselves. In fact, this is also the responsibility of bodyguards. They must be prepared to block bullets for the protected objects, and the protection tasks they perform when they are in service also have such requirements, so they are not surprised. What's more, despite the danger, it is much better to be a bodyguard for Zhou Hao than to transfer to a state-owned enterprise or unit. The monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars is not even available to civil servants, and there are housing and medical allowances. After retirement, they can also get a high pension, which means that Zhou Hao will support them for a lifetime. The most important thing is that many of them have already taken their lives. The soldiers are especially strong. If they are asked to return to ordinary people, they may not be able to adapt. Although these bodyguards have received strict military training, if they encounter some martial arts high strength, I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with. So Zhou Hao wanted to prepare these protection weapons for women such as Wang Shijuan and Li Rulin. Money is not a problem, as long as it works. Zhou Hao said to Qisha in the tone of a nouveau riche. 7 Kills laughed. It's not enough to have money. You have to agree with the chairman and standing committee Zhao, because these are also classified technologies that are protected by the state. Okay. Zhou Hao nodded, relying on his relationship with Zhao Rixin to do a lot of things for the country. This is just a small problem. I believe the chairman and they will agree. The result was not beyond Zhou Hao's expectations. The chairman agreed without hesitation because Zhou Hao would never leak these technologies to foreign countries. It's just that Zhao Rixin looked at Zhou Hao in confusion. What do you want so many secret guns for? You wouldn't be used to give gifts, right? Of course, Zhou Hao didn't dare to tell Zhao Rixin the truth. If Zhao Rixin knew that there were so many girls around him, he wouldn't be mad, and he might even praise Zhou Hao for his romantic youth. However, Zhou Hao will eventually confess his relationship with Zhao Yuqin to him in the future. This involves his daughter, and it is estimated that Zhao Rixin will not agree to their relationship no matter how enlightened. However, the production of this dark gun took a lot of time, so Zhou Hao couldn't get it right away. He could only send someone to send it after the 7 kills were made. After spending the first day of the new year in Beijing, Zhou Hao was about to return to Xiangqing. As Zhao Yuqin had to accompany Zhao Rixin and Yin Xining, naturally, he could not go with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao found a chance to be alone with her and asked her, "Sister, are you really not going to Xiangqing with me?" Zhao Yuqin snorted. "Why are you going back with you? Do you want to be intimate with other girls?" "Sister." Zhou Hao touched Zhao Yuqin's towering breast. "Oh, my brother is not here. If I go with you, won't my parents be too lonely?" "Okay." Zhou Hao had to sigh and accept Zhao Yuqin's decision. Zhao Yuqin held Zhou Hao's face affectionately. "Don't do this. My sister feels distressed when she sees it." "Then tonight, sister, please comfort me." Zhou Hao laughed, making Zhao Yuqin annoyed. Finally, Zhou Hao left Beijing by plane and headed to Xiangqing on the morning of the second day of the Lunar New Year. Counting the days, Zhou Hao hasn't returned for a few months. In the first semester of high school, he only took classes for a few days, and he didn't even take the final exam. However, Yin Tong and Li Rulin were numb to this. They all knew that it would be a waste of Zhou Hao's ability to trap him in school. If Zhou Hao wanted to, he could get a college degree at any time. Zhou Hao didn't tell Yin Tong that they would come back today. He wanted to surprise them because they thought he would come back after the Lantern Festival in Beijing. And the one who came to pick up Zhou Hao was Zhou Hao's bodyguard leader, who was also the strongest person in the first batch of retired special forces, Thunder Tiger. It's just that now he is different from when Zhou Hao saw him for the first time. Instead of wearing the brave military uniform, he changed into a very decent suit. However, because of his tall body shape and his awe-inspiring temperament, he doesn't look like a white-collar class, but a bit like a triad. Thunder Tiger, my family, and them are all well. Zhou Hao asked while looking at the scenery along the way when he was in the car. Boss, they are all very nice. Lei Hu drove the car intently. During your absence from Xiangqing, there was a group of gangsters who wanted to kidnap your mother, but we found out before they had time to act. All went to jail. Your mother didn't know about it either, so you don't have to worry about her being frightened, boss. Zhou Hao squinted his eyes. Those kidnappers should have become ill-intentioned when they saw Yin Tong's Tongguan Catering Company's business boom. I heard Lei Hu say. Also, the person protecting Teacher Li reported to me that during this time, Teacher Li encountered some problems and was bullied. In fact, these retired special forces, headed by Thunder Tiger, are all suspended in a security company specially established by Zhou Hao, and their salaries, allowances, and benefits are also paid through this security company. Zhou Hao's security company is called Pluto Security Company, and Thunder Tiger is the general manager of Pluto Preservation Company. Of course, Thunder Tiger is only responsible for the job distribution of the various security personnel in the company and assigns various tasks according to Zhou Hao's instructions. Although Thunder Tiger has received strict commander training during service, he has very rich experience in task assignment and command assignment. But Pluto is operated in the form of an enterprise after all, which is different from the management of special forces. For example, the company's financial work can torture Lei Hu, this big man, into pain. Therefore, Zhou Hao, under the bridge of Zhaodingzhou, recruited a few people proficient in business in some military-industrial enterprises to help manage the Pluto Security Company. Therefore, Thunder Tiger is actually just hanging on the name of the general manager, but not the manager's affairs. But from time to time, he personally performs tasks on the front line. In the Pluto Preservation Company, in addition to more than 100 retired special forces headed by Thunder Tiger who are the backbone personnel, there are also nearly 1,000 veterans of ordinary troops as ordinary employees, including Zhou Hao's Tianhe Beverage Group, Polaris Media Group, and Yintong's Tongguan Catering Company takes on the security work. This security company probably spends nearly 100 million yuan in Zhou Hao's money every year, and there is no profit. But Zhou Hao didn't feel a pity at all. Instead, he kept absorbing retired special forces. As I thought at the beginning, with the rapid development of the various companies under him, it will definitely be coveted. Although Zhou Hao has the Zhao family as the backstage, some unseen things still need some professionals to do it. Most of the people in the special forces have experience in performing secret missions and are naturally excellent candidates. As for the woman next to Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin is the daughter of the Zhao family and is specially protected by the logistics staff of the Ministry of National Security. Yang Jiabao's own martial arts is not weak, and he has sufficient self-protection ability. In addition to the two women, Li Ruolin and Yin Qingqing, and other women have 3 female soldiers secretly protecting them. The 3 female soldiers protect them in shifts 24 hours a day, and if there is an emergency, they will be protected at the same time as they will be immediately notified to the Pluto headquarters so that nearby companions can come to support them. And some female soldiers will even integrate into the life around them to better protect them. For example, one of the female soldiers responsible for protecting Li Ruolin entered Yuning Middle School as one of the physical education teachers not long ago. Naturally, Li Ruolin and the others didn't know about these things. Zhou Hao didn't want them to mistakenly think that they were monitoring them, and on the other hand, he didn't want them to worry. It was the female soldier who reported to Lei Hu that Li Ruolin had been bullied by others. What the is going on? Why is she being bullied? Zhou Hao sat in the back seat and asked Lei Hu. The keen Thunder Tiger could feel Zhou Hao's faint anger. He knew that his boss was an unfathomable master, and he had tried his best to survive 2 moves in front of Zhou Hao. Therefore, Thunder Tiger, who usually only makes people feel terrible, actually feels that Zhou Hao is the most terrifying. He said, "Boss, this is how things are. Teacher Li is kind-hearted. In the past 6 months, she has donated nearly 10 million yuan to Xiangqing Children's Welfare Institute. But recently she discovered that the money she donated is fundamental. Not much is put into the orphanage, and the children in the orphanage have not received much benefit. The money has been corrupted by the Civil Affairs Bureau in various names. Lei Hu's tone was also indignant. When he was serving in the past, he was in the system, and he knew something about some things. In many cases, some donations in the society have been severely stripped, and in the end, there are not many that can be truly implemented, which discourages those who intend to do good. Zhou Hao is not surprised by this situation. Even during the national disaster in the previous life, some people dared to embezzle the money donated by all walks of life to the disaster area. You can see that the greed of some people is really monstrous. What surprised Zhou Hao was that Li Ruolin actually donated so much money. In fact, it is not only Li Ruolin, but Zhao Yuqin and Su Lin who helped Zhou Hao manage the company, let alone. Even women such as Yin Qingqing, Wang Shijuan, and Situ Jinying have a secret account opened by Zhou Hao for them. There are huge deposits of tens of millions. Although none of these girls fall in love with Zhou Hao because of money, Zhou Hao believes that since he has the ability, of course, he must make the people he cares better. And their parents didn't know the money, so as not to frighten them. Li Ruolin's father, Li Chufan, is the head of the Technology Development Department of Tianhe Beverage Group. With the popular iced tea series beverages in the market, Li Chufan has won several million in bonuses this year. Li Ruolin's own salary was enough for her to spend, so she didn't use much of the tens of millions that Zhou Hao saved for her. Lei Hu continued. Mr. Li was very angry when he knew that, so he went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to make the argument, but was driven out by the Civil Affairs Bureau. I heard Xiaqing's report that the head of the Civil Affairs Bureau spoke rudely to Teacher Li. Teacher Li, an ordinary middle school teacher, can donate nearly tens of millions of huge sums of money to the orphanage. Those are obviously black money. He also said that if Mr. Li dares to mess around anymore, he will send Mr. Li to prison. The Xiaqing, he said, should be the female soldier protecting Li Ruolin. Although Zhou Hao didn't speak, Thunder Tiger felt that the oppressive feeling exuded from him became stronger, as if a tiger was sitting behind and staring at him. Later, Mr. Li went to the city government to complain again, but the director of civil affairs seems to have a backstage, so people in the city government will not accept it. Xiaqing said that because of this matter, Mr. Li has been very depressed these days. Thunder Tiger said. Zhou Hao was very emotional. When he talked with Li Ruolin on the phone before, Li Ruolin hadn't mentioned this matter at all, and her tone was not sad at all. Now it seems that she should not want to worry about herself. Lei Hu said, Xiaqing and the others wanted to teach the Secretary of Civil Affairs severely. But I think that guy is hateful, but after all, he is a member of the government. If he doesn't handle it well, he might even hurt Teacher Li. So I just want to tell the boss about this first. Zhou Hao nodded. Since the director dared to evade donations, he must not be an upright official. Please check it out for me and bring back all the evidence of his illegal activities. You were not investigating before. Good hand. This should be easy. Boss, even if our techniques are excellent, we are not active soldiers anymore. The other party is an official again, with a bad name. This is not good, right? Lei Hu hesitated. Abba, don't pretend to me. Zhou Hao glared at him fiercely. Not an active soldier. Then how did you kill that gangster last time? Before, a gangster who didn't know what to do with a dancer from Polaris was found out by the security staff of Pluto. After reporting to Lei Hu, who happened to be on a business trip there, Lei Hu immediately let his staff kill the bastard. They are all professionals in that area, and they just leave no traces after doing things. The death of that is still an unsettled case in the local area, and after a long investigation by the local Public Security Bureau, it has disappeared. Check me fiercely. That guy, how many mistresses he has, and how much money he has received, are all found out for me, and I will be responsible for what happens. Zhou Hao sneered. Lei Hu straightened up and said respectfully, No, Chief. Even the chairman and the prime minister have met, and the director of a civil affairs bureau in Zhou Hao's eyes is really a trivial thing. Soon Zhou Hao returned to Guanhu Villa's home, but, unexpectedly, Yin Tong, Yin Qing, and Wang Shijuan's family were not here, and both rooms were empty. In doubt, Zhou Hao called Yin Tong's mobile phone and heard Yin Tong say on the phone, Xiao Hao, why did you go back to Xiangqing? We thought you were going to come back after the Lantern Festival. Shijuan and his family went to her. It's the new year in my hometown, and Qing and I have also returned to Huayu Village. It is estimated that we will not return until the 6th day of the year. Zhou Hao was really helpless. Zhao Yuqin did not come back with herself in Beijing. Yang Jiabao returned to Guangxi. Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing were both in Hong Kong. Situ Jianying went to her mother's hometown of Shanghai. Gao Jingyi was also in the United States. Only he was left alone in Shanqing. I knew that I might as well stay in Beijing with my sister. Zhou Hao wanted to cry without tears. Then he called Li Ruolin again. Sister Lan, where are you? Me? I'm in Shanqing. I'm with my parents, right here in the Manhwa community. Li Ruolin said on the phone. Manhwa community is the house Zhou Hao bought for Li Chufan and his wife. However, Li Chufan usually does research and development at the Tiana factory in Huayu village. He wanted to come back here to reunite with Li Ruolin's mother and daughter during the spring festival. Then I will go over immediately. I haven't seen my father-in-law and mother-in-law for a long time. Zhou Hao smiled. Who is your father-in-law and mother-in-law? I don't know how to be ashamed. Li Ruolin said ashamed on the phone, but there was excitement in her voice. After all, she also missed Zhou Hao very much. The cars let Yin Tong and Lu Shiping drive away, so Zhou Hao could only let Lei Hu carry himself to Wanluo community. This is the company's car, a black Benz, very atmospheric. Thunder Tiger, many people in the company are on holiday. Why don't you go back and gather with your family? Zhou Hao asked in the car. Lei Hu scratched his head. Boss, I'm an orphan, raised by the country. Oh, sorry. It's okay. I'm used to it alone. Zhou Hao smiled. But I think you are not too young anymore. You can't be alone for the rest of your life. The Thunder Tiger, who has always been a tough guy, had a red face at this time. In the past, the most encountered in the army was the gun, or it was other bombs and weapons, and they performed tasks all day. Where can girls look at me? Seeing his words flicker, Zhou Hao asked, So now you are also a high-paid family anyway. Ahem. Now, I have a girl, but she has been home for the Chinese New Year these few days. She said she was not ready to let me see her parents, so I've been alone these days. Zhou Haolong smiled and said, Then you have to work hard. Hey, this relationship, just like you are usually on the battlefield, requires courage. I think you can simply take the girl down. It has also made her belly bigger. Even if you don't want it, her parents will come to you. Boss, you are too rascal. Lei Hu had a strong and upright temperament, whereas Zhou Hao's so many colorful intestines. Soon they came to Wanluo community. Although Wanluo community is considered a high-end residential community in Shanqing, most of the residents here are only well-off or middle-class people. Seeing Zhou Hao's magnificent Mercedes-Benz cars driving into the community, all cast their curious and envy eyes. After putting the car away, Lei Hu took out the gift Zhou Hao wanted to give to Li Chufan and his wife from the trunk and went up with Zhou Hao. Very festive spring festival couplets are posted in front of Li's house, and there are red confetti of firecrackers on the open space at the door, which has a very spring festival atmosphere. Zhou Hao knocked on the door, only to see a strange middle-aged man opening the door, and there seemed to be many people in the house, which was very lively. Are you? The middle-aged man, wearing a red wool coat, looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously. I'm looking for Mr. Li Chufan Li. Zhou Hao smiled politely. The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Hao, then at the Thunder Tiger behind Zhou Hao, then turned around and shouted in the room. Old Li, a young man is looking for you. Isn't it in your work? Come on. Seeing Li Chufan wearing reading glasses came out, he smiled in surprise when he saw Zhou Hao. Xiao Hao, are you here? Come in quickly. If Lan just told us that you will come, I didn't expect you are so fast. So Zhou Hao and Lei Hu followed Li Chufan into the house, which was a 3-bedroom and 2-living unit with a very spacious area. At this time, in the large living room, there are more than 10 people, old and young, chatting, watching TV, or playing mahjong, and the atmosphere is very lively. Li Ruolin, wearing a pink turtleneck sweater, was sitting on the sofa over there, watching TV and chatting with 2 braided little girls beside her. Her beautiful beauty was like a peach blossom. Seeing Zhou Hao coming in, she immediately stood up, with infinite tenderness in her beautiful cut eyes. Li Chufan introduced Zhou Hao to everyone in the house at this time. This is the object of my family Ruolin and my boss. Xiao Hao, these are our neighbors. The people in the hall immediately became bustling when they heard his words. They all knew that Li Chufan worked in a big company, and the handsome young man in front of him was the boss of his company, which surprised them. Originally, after meeting Li Ruolin before, some of the 3 aunts and 6 poems who tend to be older in the month all wanted to lead Li Ruolin, introducing her own boy to her. Now that they saw Zhou Hao, who was handsome and young and promising, their thoughts were almost dead. People are talented men and women, and those men are young and rich. Where can their nephews have opportunities? Xiao Hao, who is this? Li Chufan looked curiously at the thunder tiger behind Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "This is a colleague in my company. His name is Lei Hu." "Who knows?" Lei Hu immediately said, "You are polite, Mr. Li. I am Mr. Zhou's driver and bodyguard." "Oh, yes, this is a gift from our boss. I wish you a happy Chinese New Year." Zhou Hao couldn't help but feel that Lei Hu was going too straightforward. But seeing that Zhou Hao had such a tall and mighty bodyguard, the gazes at Zhou Hao and Li Chufan became even more enviable. Li Chufan took the gift from Lei Hu to his wife Xie Zhiqiu and asked Lei Hu to sit down and taste the rice cake made by Xie Zhiqiu. Thunder Tiger was not restrained either. After eating rice cakes, he played poker with a few lads in the hall. Zhou Hao liked his unpretentious character. Zhou Hao walked straight to Li Ruolin. In front of so many people, Li Ruolin couldn't be so intimate with Zhou Hao, so she asked softly, "Are you back?" This simple sentence contained her deep love for Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao nodded and smiled. "Well, I'm back." The two sat down, and the 2 little girls who had been pestering Li Ruolin just now were also taken away by the wise adult. In a corner that no one can see, Zhou Hao took Li Ruolin's jade hand, passing her fingers through her fingers and interlocking with her fingers, feeling the warmth from their hands. Li Ruolin's face was flushed, and her eyes were slightly avoiding to look at Zhou Hao. She looked very cute. "All these days are going well?" Zhou Hao asked gently. Li Ruolin nodded lightly. "Well, it's a good time." "You lied to me." Zhou Hao scratched the back of her hand. "Why didn't you tell me?" Li Ruolin was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Zhou Hao in amazement, and then lowered her head again. "You know?" It looked like a child who had done something wrong and was discovered by an adult, without realizing that he was Zhou Hao's teacher. Zhou Hao said in a reproachful tone, "Sister Lan, you are good. Everything else is good. Just like to keep things in your heart. Even if you are wronged, you don't tell me. Let me help you share it." Although Li Ruolin never mentioned it, Zhou Hao understood that she had already known that there were other women around her, but she never said, just silently put it in her heart, and still treated Zhou Hao so tenderly. "Boy, how long have you known Ruolin?" Just as Zhou Hao was whispering to Li Ruolin, a woman with a pretty smile approached Zhou Hao and asked, "Many years." Zhou Hao said with a smile. If you add the previous life, Zhou Hao has known Li Ruolin for more than 10 years. Then a few more gossip housewives kept asking about Zhou Hao's situation. Zhou Hao all answered one by one with a smile, and dealt with it gracefully. These housewives are all matchmakers who originally wanted to draw red lines to Li Ruolin. But now after talking with Zhou Hao, I see that this young man is extraordinary, mature and stable, and has a strong relationship with Li Ruolin. No, I had to give up in the end. Li Ruolin by his side looked at Zhou Hao silently, and saw that he was able to advance and retreat well among these 3 aunts and 6 wives, whom she also felt bored in her heart. She couldn't help feeling proud and happy to have such a lover. After annoying for a day, these neighbors all went home, and Li Chufan also left Thunder Tiger here for dinner, which touched Thunder Tiger very much. After dinner, Lei Hu made an appointment to pick up Zhou Hao tomorrow and left. Xie Zhiqiu and Li Ruolin cleaned up their bowls and chopsticks, while Zhou Hao had a great chat with Li Chufan. Until late at night, Li Chufan and Xie Zhiqiu knew that Zhou Hao had spent the night here, but they didn't know whether he would sleep in the guest room or where. And just as the couple was considering whether to ask Zhou Hao, they saw Li Ruolin lowering her head and pulling Zhou Hao into her room with a flushed face. Hearing Li Ruolin's door closing, the couple came back to their senses. Looking at each other, Li Chufan shook his head and smiled. "Forget it. The children are all grown up, not to mention that Ruolin can't marry someone else. Just leave them alone." In Li Ruolin's room, looking at Li Ruolin, whose face was especially hot, Zhou Hao deliberately showed a grieved expression and said, "Sister Lan, what are you doing? Uncle and Auntie are watching. You come like this, people's reputation is not are they all ruined." Originally, because he missed Zhou Hao too much, He put aside his face and ignored the presence of Li Chufan and his wife, and pulled Zhou Hao in. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Li Ruolin immediately became angry and pushed Zhou Hao to the door. Then, well, you go to the guest room to sleep. Lest you say that I ruin your reputation, you go. It's all like this. Even if I go out now, my uncle and aunt will not believe it. Zhou Hao smiled happily. It's better not to do two things. After that, he grabbed Li Ruolin's soft and plump body, fell on the bed, and pressed his mouth against Li Ruolin's delicate lips. Li Ruolin struggled twice at the beginning, and then completely gave up resistance and even launched a counterattack against Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also loves his beautiful teacher in his heart, tasting the beautiful lips and tongue of the beautiful woman in his arms with his heart rippling. His hands are not polite. He slips in from the hem of Li Ruolin's pink sweater and slides past Li Ruolin's smooth. He touched the two jade rabbits that were a little bigger than before. Sister Lan, why are you bigger here? Did you massage every day when I wasn't here? Zhou Hao kneaded the attractive stunners on Li Ruolin's chest one by one. Li Ruolin's pink sweater also appeared out of Zhou Hao's undulating palm fingers. Li Ruolin was lying on the bed softly and panting because of Zhou Hao's frivolity. Her two beautiful legs were also rubbing lightly, just listening to her. Well, how can I massage it? Really, really big. Well, let me see. It's at least half a cup bigger than before. Zhou Hao said while groping. No wonder I feel that the bra is a little tight. Li Ruolin said suddenly. Li Ruolin's upper circumference is not too full, hovering between the B cup and the L cup. It is about the same size as Yin Qing. Although it is not as good as Zhao Yuqin or Situ Jianying, it is also very tempting. Especially Li Ruolin's skin is as gelatinous, touching it went up slippery, as if they were really two big white rabbits about to jump out of Zhou Hao's hands. Xiao Hao, help me take it off. I'm hot. Li Ruolin whispered. I see, teacher. Zhou Hao smiled and took off her pink sweater, and he saw a large patch of white skin and the pair of attractive stunners constantly deforming in his hands. Li Ruolin's figure is very slim, especially the waist, which looks like a water snake. Zhou Hao often imagined in his heart that if Li Ruolin learned belly dancing, it would really kill people without seeing blood. Although her body is slim, she is also skinny and very healthy. Unlike other women with weight loss syndrome, she is skinny and fat. Li Ruolin thought he would take off his trousers, but unexpectedly, the bad guy had been wandering in the lower abdomen area. He just refused to go down. She raised her eyes from time to time and looked at herself with that ambiguous gaze, which was clearly teasing herself. Xiao Hao, you're bad. Li Ruolin, with her pink cheeks red, her eyes and voice were very resentful, just like a long-lost lonely woman. Teacher, why am I broken? Didn't the teacher always teach us that we can't learn badly? Zhou Hao smiled. Li Ruolin twisted her body. I have said it many times. When there is no one, don't call me teacher. In the past, whenever the two of them were doing the husband and wife affairs, Zhou Hao would call her a teacher in a very disgusting way, which made Li Ruolin ashamed, but faintly felt a strange excitement and pleasure, a kind of joy to break through the shackles of ethics. Zhou Hao climbed up again, biting Li Ruolin's lips and smiling. But you are indeed my teacher. His hand reached into Li Ruolin's cotton trousers and touched her most intimate and delicate part, with a smile on his face at the same time. Teacher, are you uncomfortable? Why are the undersides wet? Li Ruolin was so embarrassed that she covered her face with her hands. You villain! You are necrotic. Seeing Li Ruolin's neck is red from shame, Zhou Hao will feel great satisfaction. He likes to see the shy and cute appearance of his teacher, especially when he was in her class before, watching her seriously on the podium. While giving lectures, her mind was full of her shyness on the bed. How can a wonderful word describe that feeling? Finally, Zhou Hao finally took off her pants under Li Ruolin's full expectation and then separated her legs. Under Zhou Hao's impact, not only did the sound of the big bed become louder, but even Li Ruolin felt as if there was a sound about to rush out from the depths of her throat, and she couldn't suppress it, so she quickly bent her index finger and bit it in her mouth, making a humming sound like a cat. Seeing Li Ruolin's posture, Zhou Hao became even more excited, and the impact became even stronger. Finally, Li Ruolin raised her body and bit on Zhou Hao's shoulder, leaving 2 rows of shallow teeth marks. and then she fell back softly on the bed, as if she had lost her last bit of strength. Zhou Hao was also greatly satisfied. He lay on his side next to Li Ruolin, lovingly plucked her hair soaked in fragrant sweat behind his ears, and said with a smile, "Teacher, are you okay?" Li Ruolin glanced at Zhou Hao, but couldn't even speak. After resting in Zhou Hao's arms for a long time, Li Ruolin regained some strength, raised her pink fist, and punched him on his chest a few times. "You bastard, you don't respect others at all. You think they are not bloody enough. Tomorrow how can I see my parents?" "Oh, my good teacher, your parents won't blame us." No, it should be our parents." "Who are your parents? Don't be ashamed. My parents won't let you villains be them. Where's the son-in-law?" "If you don't let me do it, who else can do it?" Zhou Hao pinched Li Ruolin's pink cherry with 2 fingers. "Wait for me to enlarge their daughter's belly, and see who else they can find as their son-in-law." Li Ruolin squeezed his ears and smiled and cursed. "I really didn't say you wrong. You are such a big badass. You are not behaved. Why didn't you tell me when you were wronged and hungry outside?" Zhou Hao held her face and said with a grunt, "Do you still treat me as an outsider? You bad woman, you hide everything. In my heart, he doesn't respect me at all." Listening to Zhou Hao speaking in her own tone, Li Ruolin was funny and angry, and at the same time was very moved. She nestled in Zhou Hao's arms and said quietly, "I don't want you to worry about it. What if you make things worse as you did last time?" In order to rescue her from Liang Fengshan last time, Zhou Hao, even the army was alarmed, and Li Ruolin was terrified. But Zhou Hao laughed and said, "How much can a bureau chief of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhimam Mungbin officer, make things bigger? He is too bold to say that he is greedy for our teacher's money and still dare to say that it is black money." Li Ruolin also said angrily, "That person is really hateful. The children in the orphanage have poor accommodation and food conditions, and most of them are poor children with no father and no mother. He is also ruthless to embezzle donations. I'm not afraid of being struck by lightning. Don't be afraid. Sooner or later, I will ask that guy to give me the money he swallowed and vomited out." Zhou Hao said viciously. Li Ruolin nodded happily. With Zhou Hao protecting herself and showing herself up, she was really sweet. "By the way, those children in the orphanage can't be reunited with their families during the new year. I want to see them tomorrow, so come with me." Li Ruolin raised her head and asked Zhou Hao, "Well, I will accompany you tomorrow." "Xiao Hao, I donated 10 million to the orphanage. You won't blame me." Li Ruolin was lying in Zhou Hao's arms, with her head resting on his arms. Her brows were slightly disturbed. After all, it was not 1,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan, but 10 million yuan. Many people may not earn it in 10 lifetimes. Zhou Hao saw her nervous look, but he smiled softly. "Why? Since the money is for you, how to spend it is your freedom. I won't interfere. Besides, you are taking the money. To do good deeds is not to splurge. My sister Lan is much better than those prodigal daughters." Li Ruolin smiled sweetly on her face when she heard the words, and drew circles on Zhou Hao's chest, and said, "You gave me so much money back then, and I don't know how to spend it. After all, although my salary is not as high, but it's enough for my daily expenses, and my dad often gives me money this year. At the beginning, I bought some expensive clothes, cosmetics, and so on, but then I heard about the children's welfare institution. The children here are living very badly, and even the staff of the orphanage sometimes cannot get their wages, so I decided to donate to them." With so much money in hand, Li Ruolin is really not so comfortable. Every woman loves beauty, and she is no exception. So at the beginning she also bought some high-end clothes and cosmetics, which fulfilled her previous dreams. But later, she found that donating money to the orphanage was more joyful than buying designer clothes. Of course, she doesn't have to be like before, seeing the clothes she likes but can't afford it. She can only long for it in her heart. As long as she sees what she likes, she doesn't have to look forward and backward like before, but she won't indulge in that material desire. Zhou Hao also appreciates Li Ruolin's kindness. After all, no one wants his woman to be the kind of prodigal girl who only likes to spend money. Moreover, after Zhou Hao made so much money, he was also willing to give back to the society, but he hadn't had any ideas all the time. Now that Li Ruolin has this kindness, he said, "Sister Lan, if I set up a charity fund, how about letting you manage this fund? Li Ruolin was pleased with Zhou Hao's kindness, but she shook her head and said, I agree with you for setting up a charity fund, but if you let me manage it, I can't do it. I don't understand those. Zhou Hao thought about it. Indeed, Li Ruolin is not a talent in that field, and the principles in charity funds are also very complicated. Even many large domestic charity funds often have various problems, let alone domestic ones. Even if Zhou Hao is tough backstage, it will inevitably be controversial. Just as Zhou Hao had heard of something in his previous life, a rich man wanted to set up a charity fund and injected hundreds of millions of capital. However, the local government told the rich man that you have so much money for charity, why not use the money for investment to increase taxation for the local area? Later, because that fund was coveted by many people, the money in it was embezzled and swallowed. As the saying goes, the Chinese people always pay attention to not revealing their wealth, so even if they have a lot of money, they will not use it to do good deeds. In particular, there is a saying that is very ironic: kill people and set fire to gold belts, repair bridges. No corpse on the road. So Zhou Hao wondered, if we really do good deeds, can we change the way? Thinking of Li Ruolin's best and most passionate education, Zhou Hao said to Li Ruolin, Sister Lan, or let's run a school. Run a school? A private school? Li Ruolin asked. Well, have you noticed that more and more migrant workers are coming to Xianqing now, but many of their children have difficulty enrolling in school, and most of them can only wander around outside. Safety is a problem. It may also cause public security problems. Zhou Hao knows that at this time, children of migrant workers who want to study in the city also need to pay expensive borrowing fees. In the previous life, the children of migrant workers who could not go to school could only wander in society, causing various social problems. What do you mean is that we run a private school for the children of migrant workers? Li Ruolin immediately said, You have a good idea. If the children of migrant workers want to study in the city, they have to pay a lot of sponsorship fees. Our Yuning Middle School accepts more than 10,000 yuan. How can these migrant workers afford it? Moreover, I found that many migrant workers' children have a somewhat inferiority complex. If they can get together and get along with each other, this problem is due to equal status. It can be solved. Zhou Hao really thinks this idea is very good. If it is held in the name of Polaris or Tianhe, it can also establish a very tall corporate image. He knew that, in fact, the cost of education in China is not high. It is just because many unpredictable people want to make a profit from it, which makes the cost of education higher and higher. If the school run by oneself does not charge borrowing fees and sponsorship fees, and at the same time avoid all kinds of unnecessary tuition and miscellaneous fees, I believe many migrant workers can afford it. Sister Lan, how about letting you be the principal after you are done? Zhou Hao asked with a smile. I can consider this. Li Ruolin nodded. To set up a private school, there are of course a lot of preparatory work that needs to be done, and Zhou Hao does not have so much free time, and he is not an expert in that area, so he can only leave it to the people below. What Zhou Hao wants to solve is only funding and official matters. The next day, after the two got up and came out, Xie Zhiqiu was already cooking breakfast in the kitchen, while Li Chufan was reading the newspaper in the hall. Zhou Hao went to the toilet as if nothing had happened, but Li Ruolin was flushed with red, and she dared not raise her head in front of Xie Zhiqiu. Although you are young, you have to take care of your body, Xie Zhiqiu said while making breakfast, without turning his head back. Last night when you took the bed in your room, it rang all through the middle of the night. How's body and bones? What should you do if it is broken by you? Why are you willing to kill chickens and get eggs? Mom. Unexpectedly, her mother even said, killing chickens to get eggs. Li Ruolin was too embarrassed to look up. She wanted to explain to Xie Zhiqiu that it was not she tossing Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao tossing her to death. When eating breakfast, Xie Zhiqiu also specially made Zhou Hao a bowl of pepper egg soup. Let him make a good supplement. See, Li Ruolin is ashamed and angry. Zhou Hao secretly laughed. After breakfast, Zhou Hao called Zhao Rixin and told him what he wanted to run a private school. This is a good thing. Lao Zhu told me before that the problem of migrant workers' children entering school is becoming more and more obvious. Xiao Hao, your idea is very good, and we all support you, Zhao Rixin said without hesitation. Attitude. Zhou Hao was very happy. With the support of Zhao Rixin and the others, this private school would be able to run unimpeded in official terms. Afterwards, Zhou Hao accompanied Li Rulin and drove from Leihu to the children's welfare home in Xiangqing. After coming to this children's orphanage, Zhou Hao finally understood why Li Rulin was willing to donate so much money to it. The environment of this orphanage was really bad. The children's orphanage itself was rebuilt from an old factory building, with a total of 2 floors. It occupies the size of 2 basketball courts. The area is not small, but the hardware facilities are very scarce. There are more than 200 children in the orphanage. Many of them are too squeeze a canvas bed. Sister Lon, in fact, the 10 million you donated is enough to flatten this place and build a new one. Looking at it now, I'm afraid your 10 million and tens of thousands of dollars are lucky to be used here. Zhou Hao said. Li Rulin was also very angry. As Zhou Hao said, 10 million yuan is enough to build a new orphanage with a good environment. The youngest children in the orphanage are only 1 or 2 years old, and the oldest is 16. Many of them are orphans whose parents have died and are unaccompanied, and some are children abandoned by their parents. Their life experiences are very pitiful. According to the rules of the orphanage, children have to leave the orphanage after they reach the age of 16. The drama Li Rulin said that many children who go out to work from the orphanage do not have a rich life, but many donate to the orphanage, although not much. It is also a kind of heart, which has helped a lot of welfare institutions. There are also more than a dozen teachers, most of them are women, who take care of these children very carefully. Li Rulin is obviously not the first time to come to the orphanage here, plus she is beautiful and kind, so the children in the orphanage are very happy to see her. Each of them called sister, elder sister. Li Rulin is full of sweet smiles. Thunder Tiger gave the red envelopes and candies prepared by Zhou Hao and Li Rulin to these children. Those children were a little afraid to see the tall Thunder Tiger resembling a black bear, but now they all smiled after receiving his candies and red envelopes. Zhou Hao found that Lei, who was a little jealous, thinking that he was also an orphan, but he was very moved when he saw these poor children. The environment of the orphanage is indeed not good. Although the children here are not thin and skinny, they are also thin and have slight malnutrition. Li Rulin looked at these children distressedly, and then looked back at Zhou Hao. But Zhou Hao shook his head. Can't donate any more money. Before Li Rulin changed her color, Zhou Hao smiled and said, I'll just ask someone to buy back the things needed by the orphanage. Only then did Li Rulin smile, and stared at Zhou Hao for teasing herself. Ms. Song, where is Yuner? Li Rulin asked a female teacher next to her. Then Teacher Song said, Yuner is still in her room. You haven't come these few days. She shut herself in the room and doesn't talk to other children. Well, let's go and see her now. She might be happy when you come. Yuner. Zhou Hao looked at Li Rulin suspiciously. Li Rulin smiled at him. It's a girl named Tong Yun. It was sent by the police half a month ago. She seems to have been separated from her mother at the train station. She still can't contact her mother. As the two followed the teacher's song to the 2nd floor, Li Rulin said to Zhou Hao, Yuner's personality is relatively introverted, and she may not be used to life here, so she is reluctant to talk. I saw her for the first time. At the time, she was sitting alone in the corner watching other children playing. It took a lot of effort for me to make friends with me. Looking at Li Rulin's expression, it seemed as if it was a very remarkable thing to be able to make friends with Yuner. When he came to the corridor on the 2nd floor with Li Rulin, Zhou Hao saw that there were a row of small single rooms, probably the dormitories of the old factory. Looking down, Zhou Hao saw that Lei, who was playing the human-powered roller coaster, with 2 children in one hand. From time to time, there were bursts of crisp laughter from the children, and the face of Lei, whose Iron Man was full of innocence. Happy. In front of the door at the end of the room, Teacher Song knocked on the door and shouted inside. Yuner, Yuner, are you in there? There was no response in the room. Teacher Song shook his head and smiled at Li Rulin, and then shouted into the room. Yuner, Teacher Li is here. She will be leaving if you don't come out. Suddenly, there was the sound of kicking footsteps inside, and then the door of the room slowly opened, revealing only a small crack in the door. The first thing Zhou Hao saw was the big, bright, and clear eye behind the crack in the door, like an opal, full of aura, but also with strong vigilance, as if he was afraid that Mr. Song would cheat in the name of Li Rulin. She opened the door. When she saw Li Rulin outside, she suddenly opened the door and rushed out into Li Rulin's arms, screaming in her very sweet voice, Sister. This is a petite and exquisite girl, wearing a white dress, about 1.4 meters tall, about 11 or 12 years old, with two small twist braids on her head. Looking at her profile face in Li Rulan's arms, she has exquisite features, and her face is very cute with a pink face, and she has an embryo of a little beauty carved in pink jade, which makes people feel tender and loving. Li Rulan squatted down to support Yuner and said with a smile, "Yuner, you are not good. Didn't my sister ask you to chat and play with other children more last time? Why are you disobedient? My sister is going to beat you up." After that, Li Rulan patted Yuner's little twice, and she saw Yuner pouting her cute little mouth, rubbing her, and saying, "Sister, you are horny," Mom said. "Girls fart, the fart cannot be touched by others." Regarding Yuner's words, Li Rulan couldn't laugh or cry, and Xiao Qiong pinched Yuner's nose with a smile and cursed, "You girl, you are really a little ghost." "Oh, sister, don't always pinch Yuner's nose. If you pinch it flat, you can't marry." Yuner shrank her head back. Zhou Hao next to him felt that he really couldn't stand it anymore, because this little girl named Yuner was really too cute. Her delicate features, her big sharp eyes, and her greasy sweet voice made Zhou Hao so cute. My heart is crunching, especially with her blushing face. Zhou Hao took a lot of effort to suppress the urge to pinch her twice. According to future standards, Yuner is a typical lowly, or the best kind. Looking at the rhyme like a small porcelain person, Zhou Hao couldn't help thinking, if such a girl falls into Lorican's hands, the consequences will be disastrous. At this time, Yuner's gaze also fell on Zhou Hao, who was standing behind Li Rulan. But her gaze was completely different from when she looked at Li Rulan, with strong vigilance and guard, just like a little beast guarding against danger. "Yuner, this is Brother Zhou Hao. Say hello to Brother Zhou Hao." Li Rulan stood up and introduced Zhou Hao to Yuner. But seeing Yuner pursing her lips and lowering her head, she refused to call Zhou Hao. "Rhyme." Li Rulan frowned lightly. Yuner's cute face still has stubbornness and a bit of grievance, which makes people feel that it is a great sin to force her to do so. Zhou Hao pulled Li Rulan's hand. "Sister Lan, forget it. After all, she is a child." Li Rulan sighed. After all, she didn't force her rhyme anymore. I saw Yuner took Li Rulan's hand and walked into her room. After entering, she instinctively wanted to close the door, but she hesitated and didn't close it. Teacher Song smiled bitterly at Zhou Hao. Yuner obviously didn't want people other than Li Rulan to enter her room, but she was afraid that she would make Li Rulan angry again, so she reluctantly didn't close the door. Zhou Hao smiled without caring and walked into the room, and Teacher Song followed in. This is a room of more than 10 square meters, with a wardrobe and desk, and there is a high and low bed near the wall, and the bottom bed is neatly stacked with mattresses and sheets. There is also a wooden single bed on this side of the room, which looks very new, but there is no bedding sheet, which is very empty. Teacher Song saw Zhou Hao's puzzled look and explained, "Yuner was sleeping in another room with two other girls, but a new girl came the day before yesterday, and Yuner didn't like to be with you. My child played, so our dean transferred her to this room and bought her a new bed. But why Yuner doesn't sleep in that new bed, but instead likes to sleep in that high and low bed?" Yuner was sitting on the lower bunk of the high-low bed with Li Rulan at this time, whispering in Li Rulan's ear. Seeing that Yuner ignored Zhou Hao and Teacher Song, Li Rulan cast an apologetic look at them. Zhou Hao and Teacher Song were sitting next to the new bed. Teacher Song said to Zhou Hao, "Mr. Zhou, thank you very much for you and Teacher Li, especially Teacher Li. She donated so much money to our orphanage, but..." She herself shook her head sadly. Naturally, she knew everything in this welfare house, but she was just an ordinary person, so how could she beat the big men above? "By the way, Mr. Zhou," Teacher Song suddenly lowered his voice, "if it is convenient for you and Teacher Li, can you take Yuner out for some time?" Huh. Zhou Hao wondered why Mr. Song made such a request. "Mr. Zhou, I know this request is a bit too much, but..." The expression on Teacher Song's face was very embarrassed. He wanted to say nothing. "Hee hee. I heard that Teacher Li has come to celebrate the new year with the children." At this time, a man in his 50s and 60s walked in with a smile on his back. Seeing this man, Teacher Song's face changed slightly. He immediately swallowed what he wanted to say to Zhou Hao. He stood up and smiled at Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou, this is the Dean Fong of our orphanage. Yo, Mr. Zhou, hello? Hello? Thank you for buying so many things for our orphanage. Now there are not many caring people like you. Dean Fong hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Hao's hand. With Dean Fong, hello. Zhou Hao nodded slightly. Seeing Yuner and Li Rulin over there, Dean Fong smiled and said, Yuner, what are you whispering to Teacher Li? As soon as Yuner saw Dean Fong, she hugged Li Rulin's arm. The vigilance in her eyes became stronger, and she was a little bit afraid. When Li Rulin saw this Dean Fong, she didn't have a good face, but she just kept her mouth closed and said nothing. And Zhou Hao also noticed that Dean Fong's gaze was constantly hovering over Li Rulin and Yuner. His eyes were very wrong. Zhou Hao frowned immediately, but did not speak. Dean Fong said a few words of gratitude to Zhou Hao, saying that there was still work to be done, and then left. Not long after he left, an 8 or 9-year-old girl came in with tears on her face. Teacher Song hurriedly went to comfort her. And then, what's wrong? Who bullied you? The little girl named it and sniffed and cried. Teacher Song, Dean Fong has taken away all the red envelopes that Teacher Li gave us. Teacher Song was taken aback, and anger flashed on his face, and he muttered to himself, that old guy, even the child's red envelope, is greedy. Zhou Hao's brow furrowed deeper, and Dean Fong's impression in his heart became worse and worse. After that, Teacher Song did not talk to Zhou Hao about picking up Yuner. Zhou Hao looked at her as if there was something unspeakable, but Teacher Song didn't take the initiative to speak, and Zhou Hao couldn't go into it. After staying in the orphanage for a long time, Zhou Hao and Li Rulin are about to leave. The children in the orphanage are very reluctant to Li Rulin, especially Yuner, who looks like a choo-choo with 2 eyes, which makes Zhou Hao really want to see this. The little porcelain man rubbed in his arms for a good comfort. It's just that Yuner kept a deep vigilance towards people other than Li Rulin, and was even more unsmiling with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao tried to make her talk a few times, and she turned gray. When leaving the orphanage, Zhou Hao asked Li Rulin, Who is Dean Fong? Sister Lan, you seem to dislike him very much? That old guy, the money I donated to the orphanage, he also has a share of embezzlement. As you saw just now, he didn't even let go of the children's red envelopes. I have never seen such a shameless guy. Li Rulin angrily said. When I went to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a theory before, he also advised me not to be stubborn anymore. It was clear that he was the same as the director. It's not very appropriate to let such a person be the dean of the orphanage, Zhou Hao said. Also, I always feel like Yuner will have an accident. Just now the Teacher Song asked us to take Yuner. Go out and live for a few days. Li Rulin was shocked when he heard Zhou Hao's words. Li Rulin knew more about Zhou Hao than Zhou Hao's mother, and naturally knew that Zhou Hao's intuition was much more accurate than a woman's sixth sense. She shook Zhou Hao's hand and said anxiously, Then let's go back and pick up Yuner. Zhou Hao patted his hand. Don't worry, I don't know what's going on right now, and even if we connect Yuner, it will only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. It is a blessing or a curse. However, it would be better to take advantage of this time to clarify things and cut out all the troubles by the way. Although Li Rulin felt that Zhou Hao's words made sense, she was still very worried about Yuner. Zhou Hao hugged her fragrant shoulders and comforted. Don't worry, we will sneak back to the orphanage in the evening to see what happens. Well, all right. Li Rulin nodded. In the evening, Zhou Hao, Li Rulin, and Lei Hu all quietly returned to the children's orphanage and sneaked around behind the orphanage. Originally, Zhou Hao did not let Li Rulin come, but Li Rulin was worried about Yuner and insisted on coming with Zhou Hao. At this time, most of the children in the orphanage watch TV in the lobby, and some read books and do their homework in their own rooms, even more well-behaved than children with complete families. Thunder Tiger was hiding on a tall coniferous cypress across the corridor, facing the door of Yuner's room. He was originally an elite of the Special Forces, and he was very good at hiding. This hiding in a tree is like the whole tree, and it is not easy for even the inner masters. Zhou Hao and Li Rulin hid in a lush, big banyan tree in the courtyard outside the window of Yuner's room. They sat on a thick tree. Zhou Hao was still holding Li Rulin with their backs on their backs, making them very comfortable. Looking from the window of the room, the two saw Yuner sitting at the desk and writing seriously, as if writing something like a diary. Since the winter cold had not gone at this time, the temperature was very low, Yuner did not open the window, and there was no sound outside. Although Li Ruolin didn't have many clothes, she leaned against Zhou Hao's arms, and she felt as warm and comfortable as lying in the afternoon sun. And Zhou Hao, who was pregnant with the jade, naturally did not dare to compare herself to Lu Xiaohui. A pair of magic hands from time to time climbed on Li Ruolin's crisp chest and rubbed or fumbled on her willow waist. "Stop it. It would be bad if you let Yuner see it." Li Ruolin twisted her body in Zhou Hao's arms. "Who will see this black flame?" Zhou Hao smiled. "Speaking of which, teacher, we haven't tried a field battle yet." When Zhou Hao suddenly called herself teacher again, Li Ruolin knew it was not good, because Zhou Hao called herself teacher only in two situations. The first is in school, and the second is when you have fun with yourself. Sure enough, Zhou Hao's hand had already been inserted from the hem of Li Ruolin's clothes, and he quickly touched the cotton-like jade breast. At the same time, ignoring Li Ruolin's struggle, he turned her face around and kissed him. Li Ruolin didn't dare to make any noise so as not to be discovered, so she could only silently endure Zhou Hao's assault. Feeling Zhou Hao's hand was unbuttoning his pants, Li Ruolin bit his lips and said, "It's fine if you touch the top. How can it be so bad? If you mess up again, then don't go to someone's bed." Seeing that Li Ruolin was serious, and the two of them were in the tree at this time, it would be very difficult for them to really fight in the field, so Zhou Hao could only fulfill his desire for brotherhood. At 10 o'clock, it was time to turn off the lights in the orphanage. Yuner also closed the notebook, turned off the lights, and went to bed. The orphanage was quickly plunged into darkness, leaving only the whistling of the cold wind outside. Zhou Hao's internal strength is unfathomable. Not only does he not invade the cold and heat, but also makes Li Ruolin in his arms feel like spring breeze. Seeing that there was no movement in the orphanage, Li Ruolin, who was lying in Zhou Hao's arms, whispered, "Xiao Hao, Yuner shouldn't have an accident. You see, the lights in the orphanage are all off." Zhou Hao gently gnawed her nose. "I have known me for so long. Has my instinct missed it?" Li Ruolin thinks about it, too, for so long. Zhou Hao's instinct really hasn't missed once. Sure enough, not long after, Zhou Hao heard a crow cry of "Acridine, Acridine," and he knew it was Thunder Tiger's signal. Then there was the sound of the engine of a car, and then a figure came out from the building of the orphanage to greet the car that slowly came in. With Zhou Hao's eyesight, she could clearly see that figure. "That is Dean Fong I met during the day." And what came out of that car was a middle-aged man who was somewhat fat and looked over 50 years old. "Director Zheng, are you here?" Dean Fong greeted the middle-aged man respectfully. Although the distance is far apart, Zhou Hao can basically hear Dean Fong's words. He said, "Director Zheng? Sister Lan, is the head of the Civil Affairs Bureau named Zheng?" Li Ruolin nodded. "Yes, it's the surname Zheng, like Zheng Yanggan." "Lao Fong, things are done." Zheng Yanggan asked the other dean. "Director Zheng, don't worry, it's in the room." Dean Fong smiled. Then I saw Dean Fong took out the flashlight, took Zheng Yanggan to the second floor, and went straight to Yuner's room. When entering Yuner's room, Zheng Yanggan suddenly speeded up and rushed in front of Dean Fong. When he went to the door, he eagerly twisted the doorknob of the door, but found that the door was locked. Looking back to see Dean Fong, he saw Dean Fong smiled and took out a key. "Quick, quick!" Zheng Yanggan rubbed his hands. His face was full of excitement. Seeing, Dean Fong inserted the key into the doorknob and twisted the door open. "Director Zheng, enjoy yourself. I'm here to give you some advice." Dean Fong smiled. Zheng Yanggan patted Dean Fong on the shoulder. "Old Fong, you have done a good job. There is an old director in the bureau that is about to retire. I will transfer you to that position if I see." "Thank you, Jingju. Thank Jingju." Dean Fong nodded busy. "Well, it will be hard for you." Zheng Yanggan turned around and walked into the room, closing the door while excitedly said, "Little beauty, I'm here." The two old pigs. Zhou Hao jumped from the tree to the ground with Li Ruolin in his arms. "Sister Lan, stay here." Li Ruolin nodded and said, "Well, go quickly." When Zhou Hao kicked his feet, he jumped up into the air, jumped directly into the corridor on the second floor, and appeared in front of Yuner in an instant. Then Thunder Tiger jumped down from the cypress tree with the same skill and climbed a pillar to the corridor on the second floor. Dean Fong, who was watching the wind in front of Yuner's room, didn't expect two ghosts to appear in the middle of the night. As the surroundings were dark and there were no moons and stars in the sky, Dean Fong only saw two dark shadows. When I jumped into the corridor in the air, I couldn't see the faces of Zhou Hao and Lei Hu at all. He was not allowed to raise his hand to take a photo with a flashlight. Zhou Hao just punched the old guy and fainted the old guy. The bridge of his nose was also deeply recessed, and it was instantly bloody. Dean Fong was lucky to be knocked out, otherwise the pain would kill him. Zhou Hao also ignored Dean Fong, because he had heard Yun'er scream in the room. As soon as he reached out and pushed, Zhou Hao unloaded the door of the room directly from the wall. Without turning on the light, Zhou Hao saw that the petite Yun'er was being pressed by Zheng Yong'an on the new wooden bed, and his two little feet were constantly kicking and struggling, but they couldn't hold back Zheng Yong'an, who was much bigger than her. Zheng Yong'an's lustful face was leaning down as if to forcefully kiss Yun'er's lovely face, while Yun'er kept turning her head as if to avoid Zheng Yong'an, yelling in horror, "No, you badass. Let go me. Let go of me." After hearing the movement behind him, Zheng Yong'an stopped without touching Yun'er's face with his mouth. Before he had time to look back and see what was going on, Zheng Yong'an's collar was caught by Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao pulled back, and Zheng Yong'an, who was over 180 kilograms, rose from the ground, flew out of the door, and fell heavily on the corridor outside. Zhou Hao anxiously went to see Yun'er on the bed. Fortunately, she came in time. Yun'er's clothes were intact and had not been violated by Zheng Yong'an, but her face was full of horror, her helpless eyes looked pitiful, and her face full of tears. It is even more heartbreaking. Yun'er, it's okay. Zhou Hao tried his best to keep his voice down so as not to irritate Yun'er. Yun'er turned her gaze to Zhou Hao, her face blank, as if she still didn't know what had happened. After several seconds, Yun'er screamed, pushed Zhou Hao vigorously, and quickly retreated to the head of the bed, curled up, sobbing and staring at Zhou Hao bitterly, seeming to misunderstand Zhou Hao as Zheng Yong'an wants to violate his own people like that. Zhou Hao shook his head helplessly and hated Zheng Yong'an and Dean Fong's two beasts even more. At this moment, Zheng Yong'an's heart-piercing scream came from outside. Looking back, I saw that the furious Thunder Tiger was punching and kicking Zheng Yong'an on the ground, and Zheng Yong'an had no strength to fight back, so he could only scream continuously while holding his head and bending his legs. Lei Huyo was puzzled, spotted Zheng Yong'an, and put his foot on his crotch. Zhou Hao could clearly hear a shuddering sound similar to a broken egg. Then Zheng Yong'an screamed, and then passed out completely. Zhou Hao knew that the job of that guy was completely abandoned by Thunder Tiger. Zheng Yong'an's screams were very harsh in this silent late night. Teacher Song and several other teachers heard the sound and rushed over. The children in other rooms thought they were haunted in the middle of the night, and they all curled up on the bed. Dare to turn on the lights. Seeing Zheng Yong'an and Dean Fong lying on the corridor unconscious, Mr. Song's expression changed. Looking at Yun'er's room again, she saw Li Ruolin sitting on the bed holding a crying pear flower with rain. Yun'er kept comforting. Yun'er now only believes in Li Ruolin and regards her as the only safe haven. Just listen to Teacher Song gritted his teeth and muttered, "These two old beasts." Hearing Teacher Song's words, Zhou Hao thought she knew what was going on. "Mr. Zhou Yu." Teacher Song looked at Zhou Hao and Lei Hu in confusion, wondering why they were here most of the night. Zhou Hao calmly said, "Sister Lan and I remembered that you told us to take Yun'er out for a few days during the day, and the teacher was uneasy, so I wanted to come over and ask, who would have encountered such a foul matter? Huh. Fortunately, we came in time, otherwise we won't let these two succeed. Thunder Tiger, call the police." "Yeah." Lei Hu's face was still angry, and he immediately picked up the phone. "Mr. Zhou, don't call the police now. Yun'er is fine anyway." Teacher Song hesitated and said. Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes. "Teacher Song, what do you mean by this? They are an attempted rape. Even if it is attempted, it is a crime. Is it because government officials can get away with it? Or are you deliberately shielding them?" I am not." Teacher Song's face was ugly. At the same time, a teacher turned on the lights in the corridor, and then Teacher Song saw Zheng Yong'an, who was unconscious, with blood constantly spilling from his crotch, and a small stall on the ground. His face changed greatly. "Mr. Zhou, you heard him?" "So what?" Lei Hu said coldly. "This kind of guy who is inferior to beasts, even if you kill it." "Mr. Zhou, you guys, you don't understand. Teacher Song was extremely anxious. Zhou Hao realized that there might be something hidden in it, and said to Teacher Song sternly, "Teacher Song, tell me everything you know, so that we can have a way to deal with it. You can rest assured, just a little bit." "Little Chief, I'm not paying attention yet." Teacher Song hesitated to look at Zhou Hao and Lei Hu, and then at a few other teachers with the same face. After gritting her teeth, she said to Zhou Hao, "Mr. Zhou, in fact, we already knew that these two old would be bad for Yuner." "Sure enough," Zhou Hao said. "So you want me and Sister Lan to pick Yuner out for a few days?" "Well, I originally hoped that you would adopt Yuner directly, but Yuner was only separated from her mother. He is not an orphan and does not meet the adoption regulations, so I just—" Zhou Hao glanced at the two people on the ground and sneered. "No wonder Dean Fong will transfer Yuner to this room alone and buy her a new bed. It turns out to be for the convenience of our Director General. Humph. It seems that our Chief Director is very interested in young girls. In fact, he himself admitted that he had some lowly complexes, but he would never do that animal thing." Then I heard Teacher Song said, "Actually, this is not the first time for them." "What?" Zhou Hao shook, wondering if Yuner has been ruined by these two beasts. Could this be the reason why Yuner only believed in Li Ruolin and remained wary of everyone else? Thinking that such pitiful Yuner had been poisoned by these two old bastards, a monstrous anger quickly rose in Zhou Hao's heart, and the concrete floor under his feet was also cracked because of his internal power flow. But I heard Teacher Song's heartbroken. "They have already ruined the three girls in our yard before. The youngest is only 10 years old. They are really beasts." It turned out that it wasn't Yuner. Zhou Hao was relieved, but when he heard these two guys ruining the three girls, his anger rose again. Every time before they do that conscientious thing, they will transfer the girl to a room alone, and then come over at night. Teacher Song also shed tears. "At first we didn't find it until they only noticed when they attacked the second girl. Some of our teachers wanted to stop them, but the Zhengyangan said that if we dared to stop them or tell the matter, he would demolish the orphanage." When Zhou Hao heard this, he thought that Teacher Song and the others were afraid of Zheng Yong'an's power, but now it seems that they were originally to protect the orphanage. It turns out that although Zheng Yong'an is more than 50 years old, he has a soft spot for those underage girls. Because he was afraid that his abnormal psychology would be discovered, he has always been unbearable and has not been known by anyone. Until one time when he came to the orphanage to inspect, he saw the innocent and lively girls, and the animal desire in his heart was no longer suppressed. I don't know how Fong Yubin, the director of the orphanage, realized that Zheng Yong'an had extra interest in younger girls. One night, he invited Zheng Yong'an to the orphanage and asked Zheng Yong'an to walk into the one he had arranged in advance. In the room, there was a beautiful 12-year-old girl in that room. That night, Zheng Yong'an, who was unbearable, ruined the girl, and Fong Yubin was also formally drawn to Zheng Yong'an. The first time there is a second time, Zheng Yong'an and Fong Yubin are also happy, and sometimes they even ravage a girl at the same time. There were 3 girls in the orphanage who were killed by them. The youngest was only 10 years old. After Yuner came to the orphanage, Fong Yubin, who met her, immediately called Fong Yong'an. Zheng Yong'an lost his soul a bit after seeing Yuner, calling for the best. When Fong Yubin saw Zheng Yong'an's look, he knew that Yuner could only be monopolized by him, and the two could not share together like before. At the same time, Zheng Yong'an, who has already had experience, doesn't want to use Yuner hard, but wants to make Yuner willing to play with himself. Who knows that no matter how much he pleases, Yuner never buys it. In the end, after Zheng Yong'an's patience was consumed, he finally couldn't help being Yuner tonight. These two beasts will never be redeemed for death, Thunder Tiger. No. I saw Leihu walk up to Fong Yobin's side in a few steps, and stepped on his lower body when he raised his foot. Geller. After the creepy voice, Fong Yobin's crotch was already bloody, and the unconscious Fong Yubin twitched a few times, but he didn't know anything about his situation. Teacher Song was so shocked that they covered their mouths. They didn't expect Zhou Hao and Leihu to be so cruel, but they also had a faint joy in their hearts. They really couldn't do anything to these two beastly beasts. At this time, there was the sound of police cars outside, and more than a dozen policemen hurried over. Pluto is a security company, and it has friendships with the Public Security Bureau and the people on the underworld, So when Thunder Tiger called just now, the police who were still sleeping in the bed were called. Brother Tiger, don't let the brothers rest at this late hour. The leading police officer, who was a bit scornful, smiled as soon as he came. And when he saw Zhou Hao, who was also standing in the corridor, he said in surprise, "Huh? Isn't this Zhou Daxiao? I haven't seen your old man in Shanxing for a long time. Haha, but every time I see you, it's not a good thing." I said, "Brother Hu, you didn't provoke Zhou Daxiao, right? We can't help you if you do." This police officer was Situ Li's subordinate. Before Zhou Hao had been in the Municipal Public Security Bureau, many people in the bureau recognized him, and they knew that he had never been able to end up provoking this young man in Shanxing. Lei Hu glared at the police officer. "What are you talking about? This is my boss." Several policemen took a sigh of relief. They all knew who Lei Hu was. Once Lei Hu went to the Municipal Public Security Bureau with a few colleagues, and several armed police officers with good skills in the Municipal Bureau wanted to discuss with them. Lei Hu didn't make a move either, so he had an ordinary retired special force, and he just beat the armed police to get up. And they also know that most of the people in Pluto have gun licenses, and they are highly skilled retired soldiers. If there are really people in conflict with Pluto, let alone the mobs on the underworld, just the Municipal Public Security Bureau is not an opponent either. I am afraid that even if the army is dispatched, Pluto will be able to catch a fish and break the net. Moreover, even though the people in Pluto have retired, they are also the people who came out of the army. In their eyes, the troops are like their maidens. They provoke the Pluto, that is, provoke the troops. Therefore, everyone in Shanxing City knows that Pluto is Longton Tiger's lair. People from the Municipal Public Security Bureau respectfully respect it. Zhou Hao turned out to be the owner of the Pluto Longton Tiger lair, and he couldn't help thinking, Zhou Daxiao deserves to be Zhou Daxiao. I saw Zhou Hao pointing to two people on the ground and said, "These two guys raped the underage girl. You take it back and review it." Although the people in the Public Security Bureau are not good men and believers, many people still have justice in their hearts, especially those rapists. Once they enter the Bureau, they often end up with a complete body, let alone of underage girls. But when the police officer let go of Zheng Yong'an's body and wanted someone to take him back, he exclaimed, "Hey, isn't this Chief Zheng?" This incident finally shocked the mayor and secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Shanxing, because Zheng Yong'an's official position in the municipal government is not low, and he is considered a member of the municipal government's leadership. Shanxing's municipal party secretary is still Xiao Yu. Zhou Hao's relationship with him is not too close, and there has been an intersection between Zhou Hao and Japan's Sumitomo Metal Company in the land sale business. As for Gao Holu, who was originally mayor, he was promoted to the province earlier. The current mayor of Shanxing is the original director of the city's Public Security Bureau and also Situ Li, Zhou Hao's quasi-cemetery. With Zhou Hao's help and Situ Li's own operation, he finally got the position of mayor as he wished. Therefore, he was grateful and awed to Zhou Hao because he was also competing with him for the market. Long opponents are not weak. They are all related to the province. If there is no Zhao family behind Zhou Hao, he might not have any chance. But Situ Li's ambitions were not big, and he knew that he would be able to become the mayor with his own ability. He just wanted to honestly take care of his own 1/3 of the land. With Zhou Hao and the Zhao family behind, and if they don't do those things that are angry and grieving, no one will move themselves. Now, Situ Li and Xiao Yu have both come to the Municipal People's Hospital, and they are in the reception room of the hospital with Zhou Hao, because Zheng Yong'an and Fang Yubin are seriously injured. If they are not treated in time, they will be dead. Seeing that the two leaders of the city government came, the dean quickly emptied the reception room for them. "Xiao Hao, you are really this time. Oh, can't you just hand it over to the police?" Situ Li looked at Zhou Hao, who was sitting on the sofa with Erlang's legs tilted, with a wry smile on his face. "Uncle Situ, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Where did I go? I just wanted to talk to the people in the orphanage about adopting some orphans. I didn't hurt those two guys. I didn't even touch them. I met them," Zhou Haohua said nonchalantly. Those teachers in the Welfare Institute can testify. "Uncle Situ, you are the mayor now, so you can't just wrong people." Lei Hu, standing behind Zhou Hao, also said, "That is, it was just a coincidence that our boss went to the orphanage." The injuries of the two old beasts were caused by a hero who happened to pass by, Secretary Xiao, Mayor Situ. You can't wrong our boss. When they were in the orphanage, Teacher Song and others had already made a confession. Teacher Song and the others were already resenting Zheng Yanggan and Fang Youbin's behavior, so they were willing to help Zhou Hao. Anyway, Zheng Yong'an and Fang Youbin didn't see Zhou Hao and Lei Hu clearly in the dark, so no one could take Zhou Hao and Lei Hu. Xiao Yu and Situ Li looked at each other, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. Situ Li thought to himself that the soles of Lei Hu's shoes were still stained with the blood of Zheng Yanggan. If the forensic personnel were to check, at least Lei Hu would not be able to leave. But Situ Li also knew that this was just thinking about it. Mo said he wouldn't really go to Thunder Tiger. Even if he did find conclusive evidence, Zhou Hao still had a way to get Thunder Tiger out. Seeing the same helpless look on Xiao Yu's face, Situ Li was also very emotional. When I first met Zhou Hao, he was just an ordinary middle school student, and he was very in awe of himself. Unexpectedly, in just over a year, even the mayor of himself was made by him. Then Zhou Hao said, "Let's not talk about the hero who happened to pass by." Zhou Hao wanted to laugh when he said that, but he stabilized the expression on his face and said solemnly, "That fellow Zheng Yanggan." First, he cleverly embezzled money donated by social enthusiasts to the children's welfare home and raped many young girls, Secretary Xiao and Uncle Sidu. For these charges, Zheng Yanggan would be shot 10 times. These things the police are still investigating. Before Xiao Yu finished speaking, Zhou Hao took a paper bag from Lei Hu and put it on the coffee table. At the same time, he said, "Here is a piece of information, which is from a secret account opened by Zheng Yanggan in the name of his wife and parents. The funds in it totaled more than 30 million yuan. There is also a book made by him to accept bribes, as well as proof of his properties in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. As for the young girl, the victims and the welfare institution teachers are willing to testify." After that, Zhou Hao looked at Xiao Yu. "Secretary Xiao, are these evidences enough? I'll let people check if they are not enough." Xiao Yu also smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that Zhou Hao was going to beat Zheng Yanggan to the end. In fact, Zheng Yanggan has a big backstage in the province. Otherwise, he would not be able to hold on to the Civil Affairs Bureau for so long with the things he did. He deliberately left some leeway for Zheng Yanggan just now, because of the backstage in his province. Now that Zhou Hao's heart is determined, Xiao Yu doesn't say anything. Anyway, he can help. If the person in the province wants to be held accountable, let him go to the Zhao family. However, it is estimated that if the person in the province knows that Zheng Yanggan is a person from the Zhao family, he may immediately clear his relationship with Zheng Yanggan and make a stand, let alone protect Zheng Yanggan. That's it, Zheng Yanggan and Fang Youbin. You can deal with them as they should be handled. Uncle Situ, take these data as they were obtained by the Municipal Public Security Bureau. I won't mix it up. By the way, Zheng Yong'an's corruption, I don't want to ask about the other money, but the 10 million donation he had embezzled before must be returned to the orphanage. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Right, Jinying is okay. I went to Shanghai with her mother to visit her grandfather and grandmother a few days ago. She is fine, but she often talks about you." Listening to the conversation between the two, Xiao Yu was very depressed. He knew more or less that Zhou Hao had a close relationship with Situ Li's daughter. To put it harder, Situ Li can climb to the position of the mayor. It can be said that his daughter's credit. So Xiao Yu often thought, why don't I have a good daughter? That stinky kid at home has caused me trouble. At this time, the door of the reception room was knocked. Xiao Yu withdrew his thoughts and said, "Come in." I saw a police officer walking in. It was the scornful police officer who had rushed to the welfare home after receiving a call from Thunder Tiger. Zhou Hao remembered him as if his surname was wrong. "Secretary Xiao, Mayor Situ, Zhou. Oh no, Mr. Zhou." In front of Situ Li and the others, Officer Rong naturally did not dare to show the slightest anger. His face was also very serious, as if he was for the people. Good police image for service. Squinting to see Zhou Hao sitting leisurely on the sofa, while Xiao Yu and Situ Li, the big leaders, stood there, Officer Rong admired Zhou Hao in his heart. Remembering that in the orphanage before, he confessed to the teachers in front of his own police officers. That was really no scruples at all. "Captain Rong, is there something wrong with Zheng Yanggan and Fang Youbin?" Situ Li asked. "Yes, Mayor Situ. Officer Rong was more respectful to the old leader of Situ Li than to Xiao Yu. He said, "The operation is almost done," and the doctors said, "Zhengju, oh no, Zheng Yangan and Fang Yubin." The testicles shattered and the was broken, and the pelvic bones also had comminuted fractures. Although it is no longer life-threatening, but I am afraid I can no longer take care of myself. Listening to Officer Rong's words, both Xiao Yu and Situ Li suddenly felt chilly in their crotch. Zhou Hao also smiled with Lei Hu behind him. That hero is really cruel, and the hero can't be so vicious, right? It makes people unable to take care of themselves. That's right. We used to be in the Special Forces meeting, and the training required a good sense of measure. If you want to kill you, you must not give him a breath, and you must not kill him. How can you make people half dead? Yes, those heroes who come and go just lack discipline. Thunder Tiger said very seriously, and wiped the blood from the soles of his shoes on the carpet. Situ Li and Xiao Yu thought at the same time, and they must tell their relatives when they go back, and absolutely must not provoke Zhou Hao, the little ancestor. By the way, Secretary Xiao, Zhou Hao said to Xiao Yu, it is best to block the news about Zheng Yong'an's of the young girl. After all, the victims have suffered too much damage. Besides, if the news leaks out, it will treat us. The image of the city government is also a big blow. That is. Xiao Yu nodded and smiled hurriedly. After communicating well with Situ Li and Xiao Yu, Zhou Hao didn't bother to look at the two beasts who were unable to take care of themselves and were sure to be shot, and left the municipal people's hospital with Lei Hu. Back in the orphanage, Li Ruolin was still with her in Yun'er's room. After Li Ruolin's comfort, Yun'er's mood has calmed down. At that time, Zheng Yangan only hugged her from the high and low bed to the new wooden bed, and Zhou Hao arrived in time before he could touch her, so he was only shocked. At this time, he was asleep in Li Ruolin's arms, just the corner of his eyes. There are still shallow tears, and lips are pressed tightly. Two fleshy little hands are still clutching the corners of Li Ruolin's clothes, looking very affectionate. "Mr. Zhou, how is the matter?" Teacher Song asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao said, "Don't worry, Zheng Yangan and Fang Yubin are dead. After the original 10 million is paid back to the orphanage, you can let someone rebuild the orphanage and buy some necessary equipment. If the funds are not enough, please contact me." "Mr. Zhou, thank you so much," Teacher Song said gratefully. "By the way, those girls, you must give them some psychological counseling, alas." At this time, Li Ruolin walked out with Yun'er in her arms and said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, I want to take Yun'er back to live for a few days, so that she can relax." Indeed, after experiencing such a thing, even though Yun'er is much luckier than the three girls before and was not attacked by Zheng Yangan, it is inevitable that she will leave some shadow in her young mind and make her leave this place temporarily good policy. Besides, Zhou Hao was unwilling to brush Li Ruolin's kindness, so he agreed. At the same time, Zhou Hao also said to Teacher Song, "I think you can organize the children in the orphanage in batches to go out for activities, especially the three girls. Let them relax." "I think so too. I want to take them to the nearby Lion Ridge for a picnic." Teacher Song laughed. Zhou Hao nodded. Teacher Song was really thoughtful to these lonely children. Teacher Song seems to be in her 40s and 50s, and Zhou Hao once heard Li Ruolin say that she has worked in the orphanage for more than 20 years. In order to take care of the children here, she is always alone and unmarried. All his youth was dedicated to the orphanage. Compared to Fang Yobin's guy with a face and a beastly heart, Teacher Song is obviously more suitable to be the dean of the orphanage. Anyway, Fang Yubin could not come back, and Teacher Song was very familiar with the affairs of the orphanage, so Zhou Hao decided to tell Situ Li and let Teacher Song take over as the dean. The dean of the orphanage is not high level, which is just a sentence to Situ Li. The noise was disturbing, and the sky was about to dawn. When Li Ruolin left the orphanage holding her petite and weak Yun'er, Yun'er was still asleep in Li Ruolin's arms. She was curled up in Li Ruolin's arms, but she was very dependent on Li Ruolin. Although Li Ruolin is a woman, and Yun'er has a weight of more than 70 kilograms, it is not known whether she has been moisturized by Zhou Hao, and her physique has also undergone some changes. A pair of jade arms that look like a lotus root is better than ordinary people. Must have strength. Sitting in the car, watching Li Ruolin holding her sleeping sound with affection on her face, Zhou Hao felt sweet in her heart. Li Ruolin is so caring and loves children so much. See how the children in the orphanage love her. Knowing how good she is in taking care of children, Zhou Hao thought with great satisfaction that if she had her own child in the future, Li Ruolin would definitely be a good mother. What are you thinking about again, smiling so badly? Li Ruolin noticed the smile on Zhou Hao's face and couldn't help asking. Where it's broken, I'm just thinking, if you have our child in your arms now, it would be great. Li Ruolin blushed and said, Who is going to have a baby with you? I am not an unmarried mother. Zhou Hao laughed very ambiguously. If it weren't for the contraceptive prescriptions I prescribed, our children would have been abstaining from breastfeeding now. Li Ruolin also knew in her heart that what Zhou Hao was talking about was the truth. If it weren't for the prescription that was recorded in Shun Nong Bai Chao, that could not only prevent contraception but also replenish the body, with Zhou Hao's formidable ability, plus she is now in the best position. At an age suitable for pregnancy, what she is holding in her arms at this time is really the crystallization of the two. In fact, she also hopes to have children for Zhou Hao in her heart. After all, every woman is eager to have children for her beloved man. However, if you really want to have children, at least at this stage there will be a lot of trouble. So Li Ruolin planned to give Zhou Hao a baby, at least after Zhou Hao graduated from high school. When they returned to Li's house, Li Chufan and Xie Zhiqiu just got up. Seeing Li Ruolin coming back with a girl with a pink jade carving, they couldn't help being very surprised. When Zhou Hao told the two elders, Xie Zhiqiu bitterly cursed. The two old perverts are really not things, they should be castrated. Zhou Hao wanted to tell himself, the expectant mother-in-law, that the eggs of those two guys had been kicked. But in order not to make Xie Zhiqiu feel uneasy, Zhou Hao held back and did not say anything. Yuner was shocked last night. She was very tired, and Li Ruolin's embrace was so warm and safe, so she didn't want to wake up at all. And Li Ruolin waited with Zhou Hao in the middle of the night last night, and didn't sleep all night. So she was already sleepy, so she hugged Yuner and lay on the bed to make up for sleep. With Yuner, Zhou Hao naturally couldn't sleep with Li Ruolin, so he could only go to the guest room to sleep. In fact, with Zhou Hao's physique, it would be fine even if he didn't sleep for 10 days and 10 nights. But Zhou Hao mentally wanted to be like a normal person, and there was a biological clock in his body, so Zhou Hao rarely stayed overnight. Li Chufan and Xie Zhiqiu did not bother them, and went to the neighborhood. Now those neighbors know that they have a great son-in-law, which makes them very proud and gratified. Zhou Hao woke up naturally at about 11 o'clock. He woke up and went to the living room to see that Li Chufan and Xie Zhiqiu had not returned yet, and Li Ruolin's door was closed, and she and Yuner were not awake. When I sat on the sofa and turned on the TV, I saw some Lunar New Year movies on the TV. When I was bored, the mobile suit rang, and Zhou Hao saw that it was the phone of Uncle Huayokin's house. Xiao Hao. Yin Qing's gentle voice came over the phone. Cousin gently. As soon as he heard this cousin who had already had an affair with him, Zhou Hao's heart rippled. Are you home alone? Zhou Hao immediately pretended to be very aggrieved. Who said no? You and your aunt are better off, patted the and left me alone at home, without considering my feelings at all. You don't know? At night no one is holding me to sleep. I don't know how scared I am. Just blow it, you little villain. Yin Qing was amused by Zhou Hao, and said, By the way, Aunt, she will stay here in Huayu village until the 7th day of the year before returning. Then I still have to endure 4 or 5 days of loneliness. Just listen to Yin gently whispering. I just said that my aunt will stay until the 7th day of the new year. I will go back to Shanqing tomorrow. Really? Zhou Hao was also very excited when he heard this. After all, he was also very concerned about Yin Qing. He smiled ambiguously. Cousin Gentle, you came back early because you missed me? If it were Yang Jiabao, he would definitely say, Who thinks of you as a villain? When Zhou Hao asks. But the gentle-tempered Yin Qing said like a gnat at this time. Well, Xiao Hao, I miss you. Hearing that Yin Qing, who has always been reserved and shy, couldn't help showing his true feelings at this moment. Zhou Hao was also full of comfort and sweetness, feeling that his bones were a little lighter. Then Zhou Hao spoke sweet words to Yin Qing, making Yin Qing shy and reluctant to hang up the phone. For a long time, when Zhou Hao decided to wait for her to return tomorrow, the two people ended the call. As soon as I put down the phone, I saw Li Ruolin's door open. Zhou Hao thought it was Li Ruolin who had come out, but saw a figure much smaller than Li Rulin open the door and walked out. It was Yuner. I saw the little girl's original 2 braided braids were loosened, slightly loosely draped behind her head. She was still wearing the white dress from yesterday, and a pair of fleshy little feet were naked on the ground, like 2 piles of shining white jade. Moreover, her big eyes, which were full of aura, are now dim because they just woke up. Because of her thin clothes, she gave it choking after she walked out of the room, holding her hands trembling. The expressions and actions were so cute. Zhou Hao looked at it and couldn't help shouting in his heart, "So cute." Yuner seemed to be looking for something in the corridor. At the same time, her legs were clamped and rubbed lightly. Her 2 thin lips like cherry blossoms were pressed tightly, and her eyebrows were also slightly frowned. Obviously, it was enduring something. Zhou Hao guessed what she was looking for at a glance, and kindly raised his hand and said, "The toilet is there." "What?" Hearing Zhou Hao's sudden voice, Yuner screamed in surprise. After Tata stepped back 2 steps, she looked at Zhou Hao in the hall in horror. The expression on her face was as frightened, like a little white rabbit. Zhou Hao was very helpless, wondering if I was so terrible. Then Yuner, who was slowly calming down, stared at Zhou Hao fiercely, then snorted and walked into the toilet barefoot. "You can be regarded as your savior anyway. Don't do this to me." Zhou Hao smiled bitterly in his heart. Sun Si Yuner's prejudice against her is not ordinary. Zhou Hao ignored her and just sat here watching TV. However, after 5 minutes, Yuner did not come out. Zhou Hao thought she had a stomachache, but more than 10 minutes passed, but there was still no movement in the toilet. Is it falling in the toilet? Zhou Hao thought maliciously, standing up and walking over. I wanted to ask Li Rulin to get up and take a look. After all, Yuner was hostile to herself. However, seeing from the open door, Li Rulin was asleep in bed very well. Zhou Hao couldn't bear to wake her up. In no way, Zhou Hao knocked on the door of the toilet lightly and asked, "Yuner, are you uncomfortable?" "I'm fine, you go away." Yuner's voice was trembling, but very stubborn. Zhou Hao was about to walk away when Yuner said it was all right. But just after 2 steps, he heard Yuner's voice again coming from the toilet. "Back. Come back." Yuner's voice is very low. If it weren't for Zhou Hao's excellent hearing, I'm afraid it would be impossible to hear. He went back to the toilet door. "Yuner, is there any problem?" Aye. Yuner made a little crying sound and looked helpless. Just listening to the voice made Zhou Hao feel sad. "Yuner, what's the matter with you? Brother help you?" Zhou Hao asked anxiously. I saw the toilet door slowly opened, and then I saw Yuner standing there with her knees slightly bent, her thighs clamped tightly, and her big eyes were filled with water mist. Xiaoqiong's nose twitched. Pointing to the toilet, said very aggrieved, How does this work?" Zhou Hao was really surprised at this time, but after another thought, he felt that there was no need to make a fuss. Perhaps Yuner had used it since she was a child and only seen a squat toilet, but the toilet was a new thing to him. In fact, many foreigners were at a loss when they first saw a squatting toilet in China. Yuner has been in the toilet for so long just now. I am afraid that she has already tried some things. When she imagined that Yuner had nothing to do in front of the toilet, Zhou Hao wanted to laugh. However, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Under the intense shame and urination, Yuner felt very aggrieved. The 2 thin lips were immediately flattened, and the bright eyes were also very crystal clear. Tears, as if they were about to fall by accident. Seeing Xiao Xiren so pitiful, Zhou Hao couldn't even laugh, so he quickly coaxed. Okay, brother doesn't laugh. Brother doesn't laugh." Seeing Yuner's small hands pressed on her lower abdomen, her thighs were tightly clamped, her delicate body shivered, her cheeks were red like a cloud, her lips were pursed, and she whispered, I want to pee urine. Hold. Can't hold it anymore." Seeing her like this, Zhou Hao told her that as long as she sits on it, she has it. However, an evil thought arose in my inexplicable heart, especially when I saw Yuner's cute face. This thought was even more overwhelming. "Yuner, this toilet cannot be used by you alone," Zhou Hao said solemnly. "Then, what should I do?" Yuner's expression was pitiful. "If I change another child, I'm afraid I would have squatted down and spilled the urine on the ground. Anyway, there is a drain in the toilet." But Yuner is a very polite girl, especially when she knows that Li Rulin treats herself very well, and now she is bothering at Li Rulin's house. She is even more reluctant to mess up other people's places. Well, Yunner, if you don't mind, let your brother help you. Zhou Hao tried his best to make his smile look kinder and friendly, and he also felt in his heart that he really looks like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Sure enough, Yunner bit her lower lip and looked up at Zhou Hao. How? How can I help? When you were a kid, did your mother help you pee? Zhou Hao's smile was still so sincere, but he thought to himself, I'm so evil, so evil. Yunner's cheek became even redder when she heard the word piss, and the roots of her ears were as red as strawberries, which made people really want to kiss her. She said to Zhou Hao, but, I'm not a kid anymore, no. Can't pee. Moreover, you're still a boy. Then, let Sister Lan help you. I don't know if she woke up or not, Zhou Hao said. He thought in his heart, if Yunner wants Li Ruolin to help, then forget it. After all, Zhou Hao feels very guilty for treating such a cute little girl like this. However, such a case requires Li Ruolin to lie to him. But when she saw Yunner pursing her mouth and not speaking, she whispered for a long time, Don't wake up, Sister Ruolin. Please help me. Hearing this, Zhou Hao was really enraged and kept saying from the bottom of his heart, Hey, it really doesn't matter to me. You don't want to wake Sister Lan, and I was also forced. And he said, Then take off your underwear first. You turn around first, don't watch. Yunner said solemnly. Also, close the door. Zhou Hao was slightly surprised. He really forgot to close the toilet door. If Li Ruolin or Li Chufan were allowed to come back and see, then he would really have jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't clean it. He turned around and closed the door and heard a very slight, rustling sound coming from behind. It should be Yunner taking off his underwear. Zhou Hao wanted to turn his head to look, but was afraid that Yunner would discover her evil side. But he suddenly found the mirror on the wall in front of him, just in time to see Yunner. Thank God, Zhou Hao said silently in his heart. I saw Yunner take off at the bottom of the skirt very quickly. It was a very small pure white panties. There was nothing, at all, but Yunner was not suitable for wearing. Panties is the most suitable for her. After taking off the panties, Zhou Hao was surprised to see her looking left and right. He turned slightly to cover the mirror on the wall so that Yunner would not find it. Fortunately, Yunner did not notice that there was a mirror on the wall here. In harmony, it's been a long time since I heard Yunner's voice, and he didn't dare to open his eyes for fear of being misunderstood by her. Zhou Haogong wanted to ask, but suddenly heard a little sob. He broke away his eyes unconsciously and saw Yunner standing there. There were already 2 tear marks on his little cheek, and the little Qiong's nose twitched, which made people feel heartbroken. Feel? What's wrong, Yunner? Zhou Hao asked quickly. Woo-woo. Yunner did not speak. Her sobbing sound turned into a soft cry. Zhou Hao immediately thought that she must have cried because she was so ashamed to pee in front of her. At this moment, Zhou Hao really regretted it. He shouldn't treat Yunner like this, especially the evil thoughts in his heart. Yunner, it's my brother's fault. Don't you cry? Zhou Hao gently wiped away her tears with his thumb. Yunner was taken aback by Zhou Hao's gentle behavior, but then she cried more pitifully. It's just that Zhou Hao seemed to feel that Yunner's cry this time was a little different from the previous ones, as if she was a little more happy. Just as he was at a loss as to what to do, Yunner embraced him with open arms, buried her small face in his neck, crying, as if seeking protection. Zhou Hao gently stroked her back and said softly in his mouth, Don't cry, don't cry. Brother is here, brother is here. He faintly felt that Yunner's crying now was also a kind of vent to the feelings that happened last night. Zhou Hao feels that she can be her confidant, and that Yunner should also trust her. After a long time, Yunner raised her head again, but her face was already like a small cat. Zhou Hao took a hurried handkerchief and lovingly wiped the tears and nose from her face. Yunner did not resist. You are not allowed to tell Sister Ruolin what happened just now. Yunner said to Zhou Hao. Well, I must not tell. Zhou Hao said, thinking how can I tell Sister Lan about such a thing? Isn't this a court death? We pull the hook. Yunner stretched out her little finger. Zhou Hao also smiled and hooked her little finger, but what Yunner said was not the children's habitual retractor will remain unchanged for 50 years, but Zhou Hao was stunned. Retractor? Who took this matter? Tell others, there are no chicks when you have a son. Yunner, who taught you this? Zhou Hao felt a bit of a chill when he heard the words, there is no chick for a son, that came from such a beautiful and cute little girl. If it were the social environment of the previous life, it would not be surprising even if it was Zhou Hao, a 3-year-old child. But today, at least in second-tier cities like Xiangqing, the social atmosphere is still relatively conservative, and Yuner is not like that non-mainstream person. It was said by the former frog master. Yuner has a very innocent expression on her face. Head of the frog? Zhou Hao immediately thought of Feng Yubin, thinking of his mung bean eyes and triangular mouth, which really resembled a frog. Zhou Hao held Yuner's shoulder and said seriously, "Yuner, you won't say anything like this in the future, especially in front of your sister Rulin. Otherwise she will be angry." Oh, Yuner felt that the thing that could make Li Rulin angry was a great sin, so she agreed to Zhou Hao very obediently. "By the way, brother Zhou Hao." Huh. Zhou Hao was very happy when she heard Yuner calling herself brother Zhou Hao sweetly, especially Yuner's tender voice, which was better than any other music, and made Zhou Hao a kind of eagerness. Feeling immortal, just listened to Yuner's blushing face and asked, "If Rulin's sister goes to the toilet, do you have to help her pee?" Zhou Hao's body stiffened, and then he laughed quickly. "Of course not, because your sister Rulin is an adult. When Yuner grows up, there is no need for others to pee." "Oh, get out, don't catch a cold," Zhou Hao said concerned. "Yeah." Yuner nodded, then opened the toilet door and kicked and ran back to Li Rulin's room. Zhou Hao hid behind the door and stretched out his head to take a look. He was relieved to see that Li Rulin was still sleeping soundly in bed, and he quickly walked out of the toilet, sat on the sofa in the hall, and watched TV as if nothing had happened. And Li Chufan also called back at this time, saying that they were staying at the neighbor's house at noon and would not come back for dinner, and let Zhou Hao and Li Rulin cook their own meals, or simply go out to the restaurant to solve it. Zhou Hao looked at the clock. It was almost 12 o'clock now. Even if he went shopping immediately, there were only some goods left in the market, so he decided to go out to eat. It happened that Li Rulin also got up at this time, and Zhou Hao was secretly surprised. If she wakes up early for a while, he will find out about her obscene year. "My parents haven't come back yet." Li Rulin put on a coat and walked out with a lazy look on her face. Zhou Hao stepped forward and hugged her lightly, kissed her face, and smiled. "They say they can't come back for dinner. Let us solve it by ourselves. There are no more vegetables for sale now, so let's just go out and eat." "I think so too." Seeing Li Rulin's open pajamas reveal a shallow cleavage, Zhou Hao couldn't help but lowered his head and kissed her neck a few times. His hands also covered Li Rulin's beautiful buttocks. "Stop making trouble. It won't be good to let Yuner see it." Li Rulin's face was beautiful, and she grabbed Zhou Hao's hands to prevent him from raging. Zhou Hao looked sideways and saw a petite figure flickering behind the door of Li Rulin's room. It was clearly the two of Yuner, that girl in the Peking hall. Zhou Hao smiled inwardly without telling the truth, and Li Rulin took advantage of this moment to break free of him and went back to the room to change clothes with Yuner. With Li Rulin and Yuner, Zhou Hao went to a nearby restaurant with a good grade. Yuner seems to have been to such a restaurant for the first time and is very curious about the things in the restaurant. However, despite her curiosity, Yuner also quietly led Li Rulin, unlike other children who often shouted. The decoration of this restaurant is rather unique. Even in the lobby, each dining table is separated by a screen, giving guests a relatively private environment. As it was the Spring Festival, all the boxes were full. Zhou Hao had to ask for a seat in the hall. "Yuner, what kind of food do you want to eat?" Zhou Hao handed the dish card from the waiter to Yuner. Yuner took the dish, read it back and forth several times, but shook her head. "I haven't eaten these, you decide." Zhou Hao knew what the restaurant's signature dishes were, so he said to the waiter, "Then give me a water-soaked crispy meat carp, another plate of omelette, a steamed chicken with, and green onion, and there is a bone roast soup." "Sir, how many caddies do you want for your crispy meat carp? We just got a car here, each weighing 7 or 8 caddies." "Then come one," Zhou Hao said. After the waiter left, Li Rulin said to Zhou Hao, 7 or 8 caddies of crispy meat. Too much, right?" "Hee hee, Sister Lon. Don't you know that the water-soaked crispy meat carp here is delicious?" Zhou Hao said. They wrapped a whole piece of crispy meat carp with tinfoil and put it in a well at 90 degrees Celsius. Soak the fish slowly in the water. This will make the fish tender without losing its savory flavor. Listening to Zhou Hao's introduction, Li Rulin was fine, but Yuner next to her secretly swallowed her saliva. Furthermore, our Yuner is the key to proper development. How can we not eat more? Yuner wrinkled her nose at Zhou Hao and snorted. Her appearance was lively and cute. When Li Ruolin saw Yuner, who was still hostile to Zhou Hao yesterday, her relationship with Zhou Hao has improved a lot, and she was both surprised and pleased. By the way, Yuner, where are you from? How did you and your mother get separated? Zhou Hao asked Yuner. Seeing Yuner's eyes turned red immediately, Li Ruolin was about to complain that Zhou Hao should not mention Yuner's sadness, so she heard Yuner say, "My home is in Shilliten, and I live with my mother." From Yuner's narrative, Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin knew that Yuner's hometown was in a village called Shilliten. She lived with her mother since she was a child. The two mothers and daughters depended on each other for their lives, and their life was very difficult. I've never seen Dad, but my mother said that Dad has gone far, far away, and we will definitely see Dad in the future. Yuner's voice is full of innocence and that sentimental yearning. After hearing this, Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin looked at each other. Although they didn't speak, they both felt deep affection for Yuner in their hearts. It is obvious that Yuner's father has passed away before she can remember. Yuner should not watch TV very much. Otherwise, she would definitely know on TV that the so-called going far, far away means that she has passed away. Yuner's father has an elder brother, two younger brothers, and a younger sister. However, these uncles and aunts of Yuner are not good people. Since the death of Yuner's father, they have not only failed to help Yuner and their orphans and widows, but they have also looked at the land and buildings left by Yuner's father before his death. Want to own it. In order to obtain land for the building of Yuner's family, they even slandered Yuner's mother, not only saying that she was Kaf's broomstar, but also that Yuner was not the flesh and blood of Tong's family, but was the wild species born by Yuner's mother who hooked her outside. According to Yuner's words, her relatives are all bad people. Yuner's mother was unbearable, so she left Shilliten with Yuner to find a new life with her. However, Yuner's mother didn't tell Yuner where to live a new life. The two mothers and daughters took the train to Guangdong for 2 days and 2 nights. And just when Yuner's mother took her to change cars, she was dispersed by the crowded crowd. Yuner was also taken a long way out by the crowd. When Yuner came back, she was already in the same place. There is a crowded intersection. She wandered around the city for a long time, but did not find her mother. Later, she was taken to the police station by a kind person. The police station also sent someone to the train station to find Yuner's mother, but nothing was found for several days. Since the police station cannot take in Yuner for a long time, it temporarily entrusts her to the children's welfare home. After Yuner finished talking about her experience, tears spread all over her face. Li Ruolin felt distressed. She held her in her arms and cared and comforted, and said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, you help. Let Yuner reunite with her mother as soon as possible." Zhou Hao nodded. "I'm looking for TV stations and newspapers to post Yuner's photos, and see if I can help Yuner find her mother." "Thank you, brother Zhou Hao." Yuner raised her small face and said to Zhou Hao with tears in her eyes. Later, Yuner also felt that crying in front of so many people was not a good thing, so under Li Ruolin's comfort, she quickly stopped crying and wiped away the tears on her face. Suddenly, her face turned red again, and she took a peek at Zhou Hao before whispering to Li Ruolin next to her, "Sister Ruolin, I want to go to the toilet." "Oh, my elder sister is also a little anxious. Let's go together," Li Ruolin said, took Yuner and left the seat. When Zhou Hao suddenly heard this, he almost squirted the tea out of his mouth. Now that Li Ruolin is there, Yuner certainly doesn't need Zhou Hao to piss her. But if Yuner asks Li Ruolin to help later, Zhou Hao's lie will be exposed immediately, and the relationship between him and Yuner will suddenly collapse. But looking at the backs of the two of them, Zhou Hao couldn't stop them, so as not to show their feet. It happened that the waiter came to change tea, and Zhou Hao asked her, "Is the toilet here, or is it a toilet?" The waiter was very surprised why Zhou Hao asked, thinking that Zhou Hao had a problem with hemorrhoids, so he replied, "Sir, all of us here are squatting toilets." Hearing this, Zhou Hao let out a long sigh. Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief when Li Ruolin and Yuner came out. Both of them looked as usual. At this time, the waiter also served them dishes. Although the dishes here are not luxurious, they are also unique, especially the 7 or 8 catties big carp, which makes Yuner eat with relish. Zhou Hao and Li Rulin kept putting dishes in Yun'er's bowl, and they loved Yun'er very much. In the end, the 7 or 8 pounds of crispy meat was actually eaten by Yun'er in half. She leaned on the chair, touched the slightly bulging belly, and whispered, "So full. I haven't eaten so full for a long time." Zhou Hao touched her forehead affectionately. "Wait, brother will take you to buy clothes, okay?" Yun'er's clothes now belonged to the orphanage, because the economy of the orphanage was not prosperous, and the money Li Rulin donated to the orphanage was greedy by Zheng Yangan, so the clothes for the children in the orphanage were a bit old. Yun'er is now wearing a pair of purple sports trousers and a brown padded jacket. They look very old. Then can you buy some clothes for the people in the orphanage? They often don't wear warm clothes in winter. Yun'er raised her small face and looked at Zhou Hao with expectation with bright eyes like gems. Okay, Zhou Hao promised with a smile. Although Yun'er is young, she can also take care of others. This is very rare. The 10 million has now been transferred from Zheng Yong'an's stolen money to the account of the orphanage. Teacher Song and the others also plan to rebuild the orphanage and purchase clothing and other materials to meet the needs of the children. Moreover, Zhou Hao asked to give another 10 million yuan to the orphanage. The sum of these money was more than enough to improve the lives of the children. After lunch, Zhou Hao and Li Rulin took Yun'er to the commercial street of Xiangqing to go shopping. Xiangqing does not yet have large-scale shopping malls or shopping centers, and the most intensive trading areas are still limited to places such as pedestrian streets, and the shops and buildings on both sides of the pedestrian street are very old. Zhou Hao and Li Rulin held Yun'er's little hands separately and looked like a warm family of 3, except that Zhou Hao and Li Rulin were both very young, and it was impossible to have a daughter as big as Yun'er. But the appearance of the 3 of them is extremely good, but it attracts the attention of the surrounding pedestrians. Because it is the Spring Festival, the pedestrian streets are filled with a strong festive atmosphere, with large red areas at first sight. There are also shows such as lion dances in front of some shops, which open the eyes of Yun'er who had never seen it before. Then Zhou Hao brought Yun'er to a clothing store to buy clothes for Yun'er. Originally, Li Rulin wanted to buy Yun'er a princess dress that little girls like very much nowadays, but Zhou Hao felt that it was not suitable for Yun'er to wear a princess dress. After walking around the store, he took out a pair of straight jeans, a yellow cotton shirt, and a pink knitted jacket. These clothes are too mature for Yun'er. Li Rulin frowned and looked at the clothes in Zhou Hao's hands, then leaned over to Yun'er next to him and asked, "Yun'er, do you like princess dresses, or Zhou Hao? Those chosen by Brother Hao?" Yun'er looked around, then pointed at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao immediately bought the clothes with a smile, handed the clothes to Yun'er, and pushed her into the dressing room. After a while, Yun'er put on a new outfit and walked out, which also made Zhou Hao and Li Rulin look at it. This kind of dress is generally used by girls over 18 years old. At this time, Yun'er not only does not look abrupt after wearing it, but also sets off the rhyme more refreshingly and quietly. It is a rare beauty, better than Zhou Hao. The little Lori like Lin Miaoka I have seen in previous lives are much more charming. Li Rulin looked at Yun'er with her chin and said, "But I always feel that something is not good, and I can't tell where it is." Zhou Hao smiled slightly and went to Yun'er to loosen the 2 braids behind her head and put it down naturally. "Ah, that's it. It's so much more beautiful," Li Rulin said immediately. Although Yun'er's 2 braided braids are cute, they are a bit more rustic. Now they are naturally put on, and the temperament of the whole person has been greatly sublimated. At a glance, it looks like a reduced version of Li Rulin. Even the salesperson in the store was dumbfounded, thinking that this little girl was really like a fairy from the sky. Li Rulin hugged Yun'er in her arms. "Hee, Yun'er is the most beautiful. When we grow up, we don't know how many boys will be infatuated." Upon hearing Li Rulin's praise, Yun'er's face blushed, making her look more lovely and charming. After buying several sets of clothes and shoes for Yun'er, Zhou Hao sent them back to Li's house, and they went to Zhou Hao's Guanhu villa. Li Rulin had been to Zhou Hao's house, and when she saw the big room but there were no other people, she asked Zhou Hao, "When will Annie be back?" She said she won't be back until the 7th day of the year. Zhou Hao shrugged. Because Guanhu Villa is originally positioned as a high-end residence, there are many leisure facilities in the community, and the scenery is very beautiful with mountains and lakes behind. The three of Zhou Hao spent the whole afternoon playing here at Guanhu Villa, and then sent Li Rulin and a little tired Yuner back to Li's house. He didn't spend the night at Li's house that night. Anyway, Yuner was going to sleep with Li Rulin, and he couldn't do the thing about stealing incense and jade. Moreover, Yin Qingming will be back from Huayu village tomorrow. Zhou Hao has something to do. Go get ready. The next day, Zhou Hao came to the passenger station to meet Yin Qingqing. Because Yin Tong still needs a car, Yin Qing returned and had to take the passenger bus. Standing at the exit for a long time, watching the passengers come out from inside, Zhou Hao eagerly waited for the person in his heart. Yin Qingxi hasn't seen each other for several months, and the two talked with each other with deep thoughts. Zhou Hao cherished this beautiful cousin who was with his childhood sweetheart. Finally, a touch of Liang came curling up from the exit over there and appeared in Zhou Hao's sight. The man is not tall, but very slim, dressed in ordinary jeans and a jacket, but because of her natural beauty, she has an alluring charm that makes the surrounding tourists look at her. The most attractive thing is her eyes. It seems to contain the entire world, allowing people to indulge in it without even noticing it. Seeing Zhou Hao, her face was full of surprises, followed by watery tenderness. Zhou Hao couldn't help walking forward quickly, passing through the passengers one by one, walking towards her firmly. And she also greeted Zhou Hao with full of expectation and brought a gust of fragrance. The two finally embraced each other, like a firm statue in the rush of people. How? Yin Qing's voice trembled a little, but seeing Zhou Hao hugging her, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. She trembled, and she was undoubtedly missing Zhou Hao madly. But in front of so many people, she was still ashamed to be close to Zhou Hao. But she did not expect that Zhou Hao would be so high profile that she was ashamed and happy. Only wishing turned into a strand of silk, wrapped tightly around him. The surrounding travelers also stopped their running and watched the reunited lovers. When Yin let go of Zhou Hao, panting, he saw that the people around him had surrounded himself and Zhou Hao in the center, and the two of them had become the focus of attention. As if fleeing, she took Zhou Hao's hand and hurriedly out of the crowd. When he returned to the car, Zhou Hao smiled jokingly. "Cousin, don't run away. We are not shameless adulterers." Yin Qing was ashamed and tweeted, "I won't be an adulterer with you." Zhou Hao smiled, then pulled the Jade Man from the passenger seat and hugged him in his arms, tasting the Jade Man's fragrance again. During this period, "How are you doing?" Zhou Hao asked softly to the smoke leaning in his arms. "Well, I had a very fulfilling life," Yin Qing said. "It's just that sometimes I miss you. If I think too tightly, I can't sleep." Although the words were soft, Zhou Hao felt a deep affection. He stroked Yin Qing's hair, feeling that his cousin is becoming more and more mature, not because of the increase in age, but because of the rich experience. In the past 6 months, Tongguan Catering Company has developed very rapidly. Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and romantic full-house cake shop have blossomed in first-tier cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Chongqing, gaining a large number of students and young consumers. In accordance with Zhou Hao's initial development strategy, Tongguan Catering Company Limited uses schools as its base to continuously capture the student market and become the most familiar restaurant for students and young people in China except McDonald's and KFC. Needless to say, the romantic Full House cake shop has been an artistic boutique route from the beginning, and Mrs. Zhou's restaurant is no longer the original small fast food restaurant, but has developed more and more specialized mainly for students and young people. Chinese restaurants, offering authentic Chinese cuisine from all over the world. Moreover, the food prices in Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and Full House cake shop are not high, much cheaper than those of McDonald's and KFC. With the right sales direction and a broad market, companies will have development inertia to a certain extent, just like snowballing. Today, Tongguan Catering Company's total assets have exceeded 3 billion renminbi, and more professionals are hired in the company to be responsible for formulating correct sales strategies for Yin Tong and Lu Shiping. Yin Tong and Lu Shiping just need to be responsible for grasping the general direction. Some time ago, Auntie and Aunt Ping were very busy because the commercial building we invested in has started. After it is completed, the company's headquarters will be moved inside. Yin Qing said, "Hee, one day, our glow will definitely defeat McDonald's and KFC." Zhou Hao smiled. We are going to open Mrs. Zhou's restaurant to the United States. Your Tongwang building has 28 floors, isn't it? Zhou Hao smiled softly at Yin. Xiangqing does not have such a high building yet. Even the top floor of our Guanhu villa is only 26 floors. That's it. Yin glanced at him lightly. What is our Tongwang building? Don't you have a share? Don't say that Tongwang was originally built by you. Even if you don't own any shares in Tongwang, then Ant will have isn't the 70 shares left for you. In the beginning, Yin Tong owned 70% of the shares, and Lu Shiping owned 30%. Not long ago, Yin Tong allocated 10% of his shares and transferred it to Yin Qingqing unconditionally. So now Yin Qingming is also a shareholder of Tongwang. And Zhou Hao didn't have much interest in Tongwang's shares, because Tongwang was originally used to satisfy his mother and Lu Shiping's career development. If Yin Tong and Lu Shiping retire in the future, in Zhou Hao's plan, Tongwang's shares will also be divided among Yin Qingqing and Wang Shijuan. The investment in Tongwang building this time is 700 million renminbi. In 1998, this amount is enough to allow Tongwang building to be constructed in accordance with high-level requirements. The 700 million yuan is not a problem for Tongwang, let alone the construction of Tongwang building can be realized by installments. Even if it is to be taken out at once, Tongwang is not impossible. Today in Xiangqing, except for the production base of Sumitomo Metal's auto parts, Tongwang is the largest taxpayer. After Tongwang building is built, it will remain Xiangqing at least until 2000. The reputation of the tallest building. Moreover, with this landmark commercial building, Tongwang's reputation will be even stronger. The bottom 80%, our plan is to be used as a supermarket, because there is no supermarket in Xiangqing, and in big cities like Shanghai and Shenzhen, foreign supermarkets are almost settled in. Yin Qing said. So we want to take advantage of the market that we want to take advantage of as soon as possible before those foreign investors have targeted Xiangqing. Zhou Hao nodded again and again. No doubt, Yin Qing and their decision was very clear. Nowadays, there is no real supermarket in Xiangqing. At best, it is the kind of small warehouse-style shopping mall. Zhou Hao knew that when large supermarkets such as RT Mart and Yichu Lianhua entered Xiangqing in the future, those small shopping malls would have no resistance at all, and soon lost market space and ended in bankruptcy. At this time, Tongwang wants to develop a large supermarket of the same level as Carrefour and RT Mart. As the living standards of Xiangqing residents get better and better, their consumer demand will also increase, so the development space of large supermarkets is broad. And Zhou Hao also has a grand goal, which is to develop a chain supermarket group that can compete with Carrefour. Even if it can't dominate the world, it must at least protect the local market and not let Carrefour plunder the Chinese market. Driving the car, Zhou Hao and Yin Jintal came to the construction site of Tongwang building. Tongwang chose a plot of land covering an area of more than 2,000 square meters near Yuning Middle School. Although it is far away from the commercial center of Xiangqing and the surrounding area is not prosperous, Zhou Hao knows that this place will soon become Xiangqing. In the key areas of the city center will gradually move over here. In Zhou Hao's previous life, this open space will be built into the largest and most luxurious hotel in Xiangqing Junhui Hotel. But now, the Junhui Hotel will not appear, and it will be replaced by Tongwang Building. The construction of Tongwang Building has been underway for 2 months, and now it has reached the 6th floor. I saw large bamboo frames and canvases surrounding the Tongwang Building, and the shouts of workers and the rumbling of machines continued to be heard inside. Although it is still the Spring Festival, many workers are willing to stay and make more money because the construction company provides double wages to the workers. Yin Qing looked at the tall building outside through the car window and said to Zhou Hao, in addition to being a large supermarket, we also plan to open a shopping mall in the Tongwang Building. According to the people in the company, is to move the pedestrian street to Tongwang Building. Also, as my aunt and Aunt Ping said, we will also open a flagship store of Mrs. Zhou's restaurant in Tongwang Building. The upper floor will serve as our Tongwang company. Some of the office space is used as staff quarters. Or, let's go in and take a look. Zhou Hao smiled lightly at Yin. Okay, the people from the engineering company should be inside. Let's go in and take a look. After that, the two got out of the car and went to the construction site. The words Sanha Construction Company are printed on the iron gate, which is obviously the contractor of Tongwang Building. At the gate was a tall, dark-skinned man. It was obviously not the first time that Yin Qingming had come. When the man saw Yin Qingqing, he smiled and said hello. Miss Yin, come to inspect the progress again? Yes, big brother Lu. Yin replied with a smile, very kind, not at all despised because the man was just an ordinary worker. This must be your boyfriend, right? The guy smiled when he saw Zhou Hao next to Yin Qingqing, showing his white teeth. Yin Qing's face turned slightly red and said, Don't talk nonsense. Take good care of yourself. Don't let people waiting or children come in. I know. The man smiled hurriedly, but his eyes lightly at Zhou Hao and Yin were ambiguous. Entering inside, the workers all stopped when they saw Yin Qingqing and greeted with a smile. It seems that Yin Qingqing is very popular here, and it is enough to show Yin Qingqing's outstanding workability. Dazhong, is Gong Lu on top? Yin Qing asked a worker wearing a hard hat and holding a brick in his hand. Oh, yes, Lu Gong is right there, on the top floor, with the construction team. The worker replied. So Yin Qingming took Zhou Hao from the elevator platform to the 6th floor. On the way, she said to Zhou Hao, Auntie and Aunt Ping, or me, will come here every few days to see the progress of the project. Zhou Hao felt a little guilty when he heard that Yin Tong and the others were always busy running around, but they were happy outside. Yin Qingqing saw his thoughts and smiled. Xiao Hao, don't do this. Actually, my aunt and I have a very fulfilling life. Didn't it mean that the value of people lies in work? I feel that my aunt is more than before. Younger, like her 30s. She also told me that this kind of busy and fulfilling life is really good now, and it's better than the previous life of sweeping the streets during the day and washing the dishes at night. Too much. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded, and at the same time squeezed Yin Qing's hand, moved by her thoughtfulness. When I came to the top floor of the 6th floor, I saw the workers here filling the concrete pillars. There were also a few men in suits and leather shoes who were also wearing hard hats, holding large blueprints in their hands and pointing around, obviously commanding. Engineering. One of the gentlemen under 30 years old looked seriously at the drawing on his hand. While watching the looks of the surrounding people, they all looked at the man's head. He suddenly raised his head and saw Yin Qingqing, who was coming here. The moment he saw Yin Qingqing, his serious face immediately showed a smile. But when he saw Zhou Haosher holding Yin Qingyu's hand, his expression changed again, and his brows revealed a sad sadness. Lu Gong, you really are here. Yin Qingqing smiled at him. Yin Qingqing had already told Zhou Hao just now that Gong Lu was not a name, but an abbreviation for Engineer Lu. This man, Lu Weihao, is the chief engineer in charge of the Tongwang building project. Gently, Lu Weihao smiled softly at Yin. This must be your boyfriend. No wonder you are indifferent after I have pursued you for so long. It turns out that you are a famous flower. This time, Yin Qing did not deny it, but when Lu Weihao spoke about his pursuit, he felt a little uneasy, for fear that Zhou Hao would have a bump. But Zhou Hao knew from a glance that the Lu Weihao in front of him was different from that kind of villain who coveted beauty. He with open eyes was obviously a true gentleman. In a previous life, Zhou Hao would never dare to judge a person's quality so easily, but now, his intuition has never been wrong. The few people next to Lu Weihao should have supported Lu Weihao, so they were a little hostile to Zhou Hao. He stretched out his hand to Lu Weihao and smiled calmly. Hello, my name is Zhou Hao. Hello, Lu Weihao. Lu Weihao shook Zhou Hao's hand. Seeing that there was no contradiction between the two, Yin Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief and introduced to Zhou Hao. Lu Gong is a very good engineer. He only returned from studying in the United States last year. Sanha Construction Company was founded by his father Lu Sanha. Our company chose for a long time before deciding to cooperate with Sanha Construction Company because they have a very good reputation in the industry. You are so polite to be gentle. It should be our honor to cooperate with Tongwang. Lu Weihao smiled. Zhou Hao asked, Gong Lu, how is the progress now? Very smoothly, if there are no accidents. It is estimated that it can be delivered before this year's National Day. Zhou Hao nodded. This construction speed is considered very fast. After chatting for a few words, Lu Weihao and the others went to see them elsewhere. But Zhou Hao saw that Yin Qing's expression seemed a little worried, and he smiled and said, What's the matter? Is it a pity for you to leave a good man? What are you talking about? You hate it. Yin Qing gave Zhou Hao a white look. I was thinking of my aunt. But in fact, she didn't want to come back so quickly, so as to avoid someone. Huh? What's the matter? Zhou Hao didn't know why. Yan Qing looked at him. Auntie definitely didn't tell you. There is a man pursuing her. For Zhou Hao, Yan Qing's sudden and unexpected remarks were a flat-ground explosion. To say that the women around Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin, Li Ruolin, Yan Qing, Wang Shijuan, Yang Jiabao, etc., all think that they are beautiful in their lives and provoke a lot of mad bees and butterflies. Zhou Hao is also happy to act as a fly swatter by the beauties. But if someone is pursuing Yin Tong, Zhou Hao really can't respond. When did it happen? Zhou Hao asked. Yan Qingchun thought for a while. It seems to be a month or two ago. That person is not our Xiangqing local. Cousin gently, tell me in detail. Zhou Hao said. The two of them left the site and quickly returned to Guanhu Villa. When they went back, Yan Qing saw many people rowing small wooden boats in the Ningxiang Lake, close to Guanhu Villa. Yelling something. What are they doing? Yan Qingqing asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao looked at the small wooden boats on Ningxiang Lake, with a smile on the corners of his mouth, but shook his head and said, I don't know. When they returned home, the two reached the sofa side by side. Zhou Hao got used to gently hugging Yin in his arms, kissed her on the forehead, and said, Tell me what is going on and how it is done. Will someone pursue my mother? Yin gently stretched out his hand and clicked on the tip of Zhou Hao's nose. What are you talking about? Isn't Annie not pretty? Indeed, Yin Tong in the past was haggard due to the pressure of life, which caused her to look much older than her peers. But after Zhou Hao improved his living conditions and added the replenishing prescriptions in Shun Nong Bai Chao, Yin Tong's body quickly recovered and became radiant and energetic. Zhou Hao knew that his mother was also a typical beauty when she was young. Otherwise, she wouldn't let Zhou Liren's kind of rascals look after, and even lie, and her kidnapped her. And because of her rich experience, coupled with the talents cultivated during the management of Tongguan Catering Company during this period, she has a mature and generous temperament similar to Zhao Yuqin. Today's Yin Tong, but a typical mature woman, has great lethality to men. If Yin Tong is willing, there is really no shortage of suitors. However, due to Zhou Liren's reasons, Zhou Hao had a strong sense of rejection of his father, and his biological father was not happy, let alone his stepfather. Therefore, even though Zhou Hao understands that Yin Tong must have physical needs at this age, he does not want Yin Tong to find a second spring. Even if it was too unfair to Yin Tong, Zhou Hao admitted that he was selfish, but he still couldn't accept Yin Tong looking for another man. Originally, after Zhou Liren came back before, if he really changed his mind, Zhou Hao would really let him stay with Yin Tong, even though he did not recognize him as his father. Unfortunately, Zhou Liren finally betrayed Zhou Hao and Yin Tong. That man named Wu Shihua, in his 40s, came to Guangdong to develop real estate. Yan Qingqing said to Zhou Hao, his company is in Guangzhou. That time we wanted to open a flagship in Guangzhou. The location of the store happened to be within the scope of a property of his real estate company. Originally, he didn't want to sell that store to us. He said that he was going to open a KTV. Later, my aunt and I went to talk to him in person. Only after I got the shop down, I met him. Then, he often invited his aunt to dinner. My aunt told me later that Wu Shihua said he liked her and was still pursuing her passionately. Later, Wu Shihua also found incense from the city. Zhou Hao frowned. Wu Shihua? Where did I hear this name? He searched for the memory of this name in his mind, and Yan Qingchun smelled at this moment. You know him? He is from Shanghai, and he seems to be in the building materials business over there. He is not married, but has 2 teenage sons. Hearing that Wu Shihua was from Shanghai, Zhou Hao immediately remembered. Although he and Wu Shihua had not really met, Zhou Hao really knew Wu Shihua. Before Liang Xiaobing held a concert in Shanghai. After the concert, he was blocked by a group of gangsters at the back door, saying that their boss liked Liang Xiaobing very much and asked Liang Xiaobing to go back and accompany him for a few days. After Liang Xiaobing refused, the group wanted to be tough, but Zhang Daniu was beaten to the ground. Later, after inquiring, Zhou Hao and the others knew that the boss of those people was Wu Shihua, the most powerful boss in Shanghai, and the nickname Du Yuesheng in the 90s. Later, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing both left Shanghai and never met Wu Shihua again. Intuitively, Zhou Hao felt that Wu Shihua, who pursued Yin Tong, was the same Du Yuesheng in the 1990s. For this Wu Shihua, Zhou Hao didn't think he really liked Yin Tong. You know, besides being a very attractive, mature woman, Yin Tong is also the general manager of Tongwang Food Company. The 60% of Tongwang's shares she owns, if all cashed out, would have a value of nearly 2 billion. Therefore, Yin Tong is still a very rich woman. Moreover, the development prospects of Tongwang Catering Company are so broad that Yin Tong's shares will become more and more valuable. That Wu Shihua was obviously fighting for a win-win strategy. Zhou Hao and Yin said softly. That Wu Shihua. I'm afraid she was the orphan and widow who saw your family, so she felt bad. It seems that there is no man in the family to support the scene. Who keeps you away often? Yin gently hid Zhou Hao. But I don't think that Mr. Wu looks like a bad person. He is gentle, polite, and knowledgeable. Although I don't agree that my aunt will fall in love again, but Mr. Ng don't have a different purpose like you said. Why not? You don't know. That Wu Shihua is a gang leader in Shanghai. Also, now that my mother and Aunt Ping are already rich, you can guarantee that no one will covet their money? After more than a year of experience in society, I never thought it was still so stupid. Zhou Hao tapped Yin Qingqing's head, and Yin Qingjing rubbed his head while looking at Zhou Hao with aggrieved eyes. After a pause, Yin said gently, By the way, if Wu Shihua is really not a good person, then we have to be careful. Because your uncle and aunt, they are all trying to persuade aunt to divorce her uncle and match her aunt with Wu Shihua. It now appears that Wu Shihua should have given them some benefits. Yin Qingli had known Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei's snobbery from Zhou Hao before, so he didn't like them well. Are those two guys getting into? Angrily flashed in Zhou Hao's eyes. Although Zhou Liren is not a good thing, as Zhou Liren's elder brother, he wants to separate his brother and sister-in-law and destroy other people's families. By the way, where did the uncle go to do business? Ani tried to call him several times, but she was worried that she would be distracted, so she held it back. Yin Qing said to Zhou Hao, I heard my aunt said, you gave your uncle some capital, hoping that uncle can have a career, but if you look at him, he doesn't even come back for the spring festival, so I don't know if my aunt misses him. Zhou Hao felt sad. He also wanted to find Zhou Liren's whereabouts, but the members of the First Army had not found Zhou Liren's whereabouts, which made Zhou Hao very annoyed. And he was most worried about Yin Tong, because she didn't know that Zhou Liren had betrayed her and Zhou Hao again. Zhou Hao didn't tell her because he didn't want her to be sad. That harmful thing. Zhou Hao scolded fiercely in his heart. At this time, the phone in the hall rang suddenly, disturbing the world of Zhou Hao and Yin Qing. Zhou Hao picked up the microphone and heard the voice of a strange man. Is Yin Tong at home? Hearing this male voice, Zhou Hao was stunned for a moment, and then immediately guessed that this person should be Wu Shihua. Only Zhou Hao said calmly, She is not at home. I am her son. Who are you? What can I do for her? The man over there paused, and then said, Hee, you are Yin Tong's son. Hee, my last name is Wu. You can call me Uncle Wu. You are Wu Shihua, right? Zhou Hao was very rude, and said directly, Do you have time? Let's meet. Oh, okay. I'm in Xiangqing now. Wu Shihua seemed to be very happy. Actually, I wanted to meet you a long time ago, but Yin Tong said that you are not at home, so I have never had a chance. Or else, shall we have a meal together at Tianbin Hotel? Well, I'll come later. After hanging up the phone, Yin Qing said to Zhou Hao, Xiao Hao, isn't it Wu Shihua? Look, do you want to talk to Aunt first? After all, we don't know what Ani thinks. Maybe she also wants to. No. Zhou Hao slowly shook his head. My mother is the kind of traditional and stubborn person. Even if the person married is not good, she will die. In his previous life, Yin Tong maintained his identity as Mrs. Zhou when he died of liver cancer. This time, Yin Tong was targeted by a gang leader like Wu Shihua. Zhou Hao thought to himself, It seems that we need to increase the number of people to protect Yin Tong and Yin Qing. But in fact, in addition to the retired special forces of Thunder Tiger, Yin Tong also has a master to protect him, and that is Zhang Daniu. Because Zhang Daniu's mother was taken to Xiangqing by Zhou Hao, and Zhang Daniu stayed in Xiangqing after Liang Xiaobing's concert tour. This spring festival, Zhang Daniu's mother and son followed Yin Tong to Huayu village. So Zhou Hao is very relieved that Zhang Daniu will protect Yin Tong. He sneered. It looks like I have to help Mom be a fly swatter this time. At noon, Zhou Hao and Yin gently arrived at the Tianbin Hotel as scheduled. Tianbin Hotel is Fan Li's property. because he needs to go home during the Spring Festival to accompany his father Fan Yiming, who is the mayor of Guangzhou, to celebrate the new year. Fan Liza is not in Xianqing. However, everyone at Tianbin Hotel recognized Zhou Hao and knew that he was a VIP guest of his boss, so as soon as he saw Zhou Hao coming, he immediately stepped forward to greet him respectfully. "Mr. Zhou, are you here for lunch? I will prepare a room for you immediately," the hotel manager said with a pleasant smile. Zhou Hao raised his hand. "No, the room has already been booked. It's in the peony room." "Oh, then I'll take 2 of them up." Following the manager, Zhou Hao and Yin Qing came to the peony room and saw a tall man in a suit and leather shoes waiting in the room. It was Wu Shihua who wanted to come. I saw that Wu Shihua was about 40 years old, with a fruity face, thick eyebrows, big eyes and a tall nose, and a faint beard on his chin and cheeks, making him look very manly. This man must have been a handsome niche when he was young, but now he is also a very attractive mature man, who can be very lethal to women. "Zhou Hao, haha, you must be Zhou Hao. You look like Yin Tong, and you can tell at a glance that you are a mother and child." Wu Shihua let out a hearty laugh, greeted Zhou Hao, and stretched out his hand to pat Zhou Hao on the shoulder. Zhou Hao drew away from Wu Shihua's hand slightly, and gently pulled away the chair with Yin to sit down. Regarding Zhou Hao's unkindness, Wu Shihua just looked at him, then returned to smile, and said to the manager, "Manager, let's get the food fast, don't starve my distinguished guest." The manager seemed to be aware of the unfriendly atmosphere between Zhou Hao and Wu Shihua, but Zhou Hao was the boss's distinguished guest, so the manager didn't dare to show anything different, and hurried out to let the kitchen serve food. And Wu Shihua also sat next to Zhou Hao at this time, picked up a pot of Mao Dai, and filled Zhou Hao with a glass, smiled and said, "Zhou Hao, I see. Hee, you should also know that I like Yin Tong. Maybe I feel awkward, but I really like Yin Tong. Moreover, I didn't mean to say anything about your father, but your father treated Yin Tong and you like that. It's really nothing. I think Yin Tong has suffered for most of his life. It's time to pursue her own happiness." Zhou Hao squinted at Wu Shihua and said coldly, "My mother told you these things." Wu Shihua was taken aback for a moment, and then his expression flickered. This, I asked someone to ask." Seeing Zhou Hao's face instantly turned cold, he immediately explained, "Don't get me wrong, Zhou Hao. I didn't mean to invade your privacy. I just care too much about Yin Tong." Hearing this, Zhou Hao's expression became increasingly cold, but he let out a sigh of relief. Because, if Yin Tong himself told Wu Shihua about these private matters, it means that their relationship is already very strong. While Wu Shihua just cared about Yin Tong too much, Zhou Hao didn't believe it at all. This gang leader had obviously found someone to check Yin Tong's details beforehand, and after learning about Zhou Liren's ruthlessness, he felt that he had a chance. At the same time, it now seems that for Zhou Hao, Wu Shihua doesn't know anything about Zhou Hao except that he is Yin Tong's son. This is because Zhou Hao's behavior has always been low-key. Even though Polaris and Tianhe are very popular in the country, Xinghe has turned upside down on the Indonesian stock market. But apart from insiders, no one knows that Zhou Hao is the boss behind Polaris, Tianhe, and Xinghe. On the other hand, due to the relationship with the Zhao family, and Zhou Hao provided the military with several prescriptions that have been classified as state secrets, the state also implemented protective measures against Zhou Hao to a certain extent. Even if it was the last time that Liang Xiaobing was unsuccessful, Wu Shihua did not know that Zhou Hao was behind the Polaris. "Zhou Hao, although Yin Tong is not young and you are so old, I really don't mind." "You don't mind, I mind." Zhou Hao interrupted before Wu Shihua could finish. After Zhou Hao's merciless rebuttal, Wu Shihua, who had tolerated him so much, couldn't suppress his anger. He sank his face and said, "Zhou Hao, I told you so much in a low voice, don't think I'm really scared. In fact, it is my own business to pursue Yin Tong. Even if you are Yin Tong's son, you have no right to prevent Yin Tong from pursuing his own happiness." Now that he pulled his face off, Zhou Hao was not polite. He sneered and said, "You are very high-sounding. I don't have the right to stop my mother from pursuing happiness. But, has my mother ever said that I like you? In the end, it's just your own wishful thinking. Don't say that you are in love with my mother." Wu Shihua was at a loss for words, because in fact, Although his pursuit of Yin Tong was very enthusiastic, Yin Tong did not accept it. He and Yin Tong were just ordinary friends except for business cooperation. Wu Shihua, don't think I don't know what you are, Zhou Hao said indifferently. In Shanghai, you may still be a rogue leader, but here in Xiangqing, you had better not mess with me. This time I treat you. The first warning, if you are interested, you should quickly pick up your tail and roll back to Shanghai. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Hao's words shocked Wu Shihua because he hadn't disclosed more than half of his affairs in Shanghai to Yin Tong, but he didn't know how Zhou Hao learned about it. At this moment, Wu Shihua's thoughts changed a lot, and then his face returned to a smile. Zhou Hao, what are you talking about? How come I can't understand it? I have always been in a legitimate business, so how can I have a relationship with a gangsterette? Zhou Hao shook his head and sneered. Wu Shihua, don't hold on, hum. Your name as Du Yuesheng in the 90s is very loud. Wu Shihua's face changed again for Zhou Hao's words. Zhou Hao even knew the nickname, Du Yuesheng in the 90s, so it would be useless to deny it in front of him. I saw Wu Shihua sighed. Zhou Hao, since you know it, then I won't hide it from you. In fact, this is because I went astray when I was young, and I did a lot of wrong things. But, many years ago, I had already washed my hands and quit, and it didn't matter to the people on the road. I was afraid that Yin Tong would look down on me after knowing my past, so I didn't want him to know. Zhou Hao, I really don't want to hide from you. Looking at the sincere expression on Wu Shihua's face, ordinary people might really be deceived by him. And Zhou Hao sneered again and again. Thinking that this Wu Shihua really became a fine person, no wonder he can dominate the underworld in Shanghai. This thick and dark way, he is really perfect. He also runs the underworld, when Xiangdong, a local in Xiangqing, is inferior to Wu Shihua. Zhou Hao didn't bother to talk to Wu Shihua. He stood up and said, I'm here anyway. If you don't know what's good or bad, and dare to hit my mother or my family's ideas, then I will make you truly a legend on the Tao. After that, Zhou Hao turned around and walked out, and Yin Qing consciously followed him. Wu Shihua naturally understood what Zhou Hao meant, and most of those who truly became legends were dead. After Zhou Hao and Yin gently disappeared in the room, Wu Shihua's expressions changed, and finally, a hideous expression suddenly appeared. He clenched his fist and hit the table severely, making the waiter who just wanted to serve the food so scared that he didn't dare to come up. In fact, Zhou Hao and Yin Qing did not leave Tianbin Hotel, but went directly to the room on the top floor where Fan Liza used to entertain close friends. This was also the most luxurious room in Tianbin Hotel. The manager just didn't know why Zhou Hao would leave Wu Shihua behind, but he didn't dare to ask more, so he asked the kitchen to prepare some dishes that Zhou Hao liked to eat. Xiao Hao, that Wu Shihua is really a rogue leader? Yin Qing asked. Huh, that guy is just coveting my mother's property. Zhou Hao said, this guy is a bad wolf. I don't think he will give up so easily. He gently touched the rim of the cup, but the expression between his eyebrows became more and more gloomy. But it doesn't matter. Even if he let go, then I will let him go to accompany the real Du Yuesheng. Yin gently caressed Zhou Hao's back. Don't be so angry. And when your aunt comes back, you must tell him the true face of Wu Shihua, so that aunt can be guarded. Zhou Hao nodded, and at the same time called Leihu. Leihu, you help me look up a person's details. After giving instructions to Leihu, Zhou Hao's phone rang again, but it was his uncle Zhou Lichang's number. Zhou Hao frowned, because he knew that Zhou Hao is different now, and that Zhou Hao is not often in Xiangqing. So Zhou Lichang rarely contacts Zhou Hao. Even if he has something to do, he will go to Yin Tong, who is more talkative. Now, Zhou Hao had just met Wu Shihua, and Zhou Lichang called afterwards. Zhou Hao didn't think it was a coincidence. Xiao Hao. Haha. I heard from a Tong that you have come back to Xiangqing. Why don't you come to visit your uncle after Chinese New Year? Zhou Lichang smiled to Zhou Hao on the phone. Or, you come to uncle's house tonight. How about your meal? Your aunt hasn't seen you for a long time. Okay. Zhou Hao agreed calmly, but sneered in his heart. I might as well see what you are doing. After lunch, Zhou Hao wanted to have a good time with Yin Qing in the two-person world, but the mobile phone rang out of fashion. Zhou Hao looked down, but it was an unfamiliar phone number. Hello, this is Zhou Hao. He didn't know who was calling him. Boss, I am a mouse. A low male voice came over there, But it was the commercial spy that Zhou Hao had conquered before. Zhou Hao knew that the real name of Mouse was actually Shi Yongjin, an overseas Chinese of American nationality. As a commercial spy, Shi Yongjin didn't want others to know his real name, and his mobile phone number was changed frequently, so even his men only knew his nickname. Since the removal of the Fengshan group that time, the rats and the others have been arranged by Zhou Hao to protect Zhou Hao's company, prevent commercial espionage sent by competitors, and supervise Zhou Hao's internal personnel, so as not to betray the interests of the company. After this period of time, the Mouse recruited many comrades outside and set up a department called Internal Investigation Section under Zhou Hao, directly responsible to Zhou Hao. Because this Internal Investigation Division headed by mice, its members themselves are extremely good commercial espionage, so let them guard against commercial espionage. The effect is very good. In the past few months, several competitors have been sent out nails. Although the Internal Investigation Division is effective, whenever a mouse calls Zhou Hao, nothing will happen. So Zhou Hao sometimes is really afraid that this guy will call himself, especially now that he is about to talk to Yin. Enjoying the two-person world lightly, the mouse's phone call seems too disappointing. What's the matter? Is there a commercial spy again? Zhou Hao asked. No, boss. This time there is an internal problem. The mouse's voice is very flat, just like an ordinary employee reporting to his boss. And Zhou Hao was shocked when he heard this, because the company's internal problems were the last thing he wanted to see, although many large companies could not avoid such problems. In fact, the management of modern enterprises, especially the management of large enterprises, is very advanced and rigorous, and the North Star, Tianhe, and Galaxy are all professional management teams and personnel. So once they appear, internal problems are rarely a management problem, but someone is destroying the company's interests. Just listen to Zhou Hao asking, is it Galaxy or Tianhe or Polaris? Neither, boss. It's Lingtong's Tongwang Food Company that has a problem, said the mouse. What is Tongwang? Although Zhou Hao does not have any shares in Tongwang Food Company, the Internal Investigation Division also has employees in Tongwang. The purpose is to protect Tongwang's normal development, especially Tongwang is a food company, and safety issues are particularly important. Zhou Hao had heard the news that many hotels were poisoned and framed by competitors in his previous life, so the protection of Tongwang became particularly critical. The mouse said, my people found out that Su Dongjing in the purchasing department of Tongwang Foods Company Limited used his power to embezzle 234,000 renminbi. Moreover, we also found out recently that this Su Dongjing was with a family named Hua Shi. People from real estate companies meet frequently, and we suspect that he provided Tongwang's internal information to the people from Hua Shi Real Estate. Su Dongjing. Zhou Hao turned his head and asked Yin gently, Cousin Qing, do you know that there is a person named Su Dongjing in Tongwang's purchasing department? Yin gently stunned. Isn't that your aunt's cousin? It was your aunt who asked your aunt to let him work in Tongwang. My aunt saw that it was your aunt, and that Su Dongjing was a college student again, so she arranged him to go to the purchasing department. Is Su Yongwei's cousin? Zhou Hao didn't expect Su Yongwei to arrange her relatives to work in Tongwang. By the way, the Huashi Real Estate Company, is it Wu Shihua's company? Zhou Hao asked again. Yes, what's the matter? Zhou Hao sighed. It seems that Zhou Lichang and Wu Shihua really hooked up together. Moreover, that Su Dongjing also regards Tongwang as his own cash machine, which is very hateful. Zhou Hao knows that many family-owned companies have the problem of cronyism, which is often a factor in the decline of the company. In China, many people have a deep sense of family in their hearts. Besides, if you make a fortune yourself, it is understandable to support your relatives. In fact, Zhou Hao also hopes to make his family's life better. For example, Yin Mudong and Yin Munin have made great progress with Zhou Hao's help. There is also Yin Qing, who is not only the assistant to the general manager, but second only to Yin Tong and Lu Shiping in Tongwang, and is now the third largest shareholder of Customs Clearance, and will inherit the entire Tongwang Food Company with Wang Shijuan in the future. But on the one hand, it was because the Yin family did not abandon Zhou Hao's mother and son when they were in embarrassment and took great care of them. As for Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei, Zhou Hao had no good impressions, but now that Su Dongjing still dares to do evil, this is definitely a violation of Zhou Hao's taboo. Cousin Qing, there are still people on duty at Tongguang. You asked them to prepare the relevant documents immediately and give me the Su Dongjing resignation. You also call the Su Dongjing and tell him not to go back to work in the future. Xiaohao, what's the matter? Yan Qing asked with some doubts. That Su Dongjing used his power to embezzle the company more than 200,000 yuan. Zhou said. Yin frowned slightly, but there was no expression of surprise. This made Zhou strange, thinking she knew that Su Dong was not a good person. Sure enough, Yin Qing said, I had suspected that Su Dongjing's hands and feet were dirty. The manager of the purchasing department told me last time that he asked for rebates from those suppliers. The manager had warned Su Dongjing, but Su Dongjing relied on it. It was Su Yongwei's cousin status and ignored it at all. I was afraid that my aunt would be embarrassed, so I didn't tell her about it. Hey, cousin, you are confused, Zhou said. This kind of person stays in the company. Just put the mouse in his own rice tank. It will be infinite harm. You don't need to pay attention to Su Yongwei and them. And give it to me right away. Quit Su Dongjing, my mother's side. I will tell her myself. Okay. Yin nodded lightly and immediately called the person on Tongguang's side, fired Su Dongjing, and then notified Su Dongjing. It can be seen that Yin Qingqing didn't have any good feelings for Su Dongjing and only told him about his dismissal and hung up without saying a word. But within half an hour, Yin Qing's phone rang. Yin glanced at the number on it lightly and said bitterly to Zhou, It's your aunt. Press the speakerphone and let me hear what she says, and don't tell her that I am here. Zhou said. Yin lightly nodded, then pressed the hands-free button on the phone and said to the microphone, Hello, I am Yin Qingli. Yin Qingqing, you shameless little itch. Su Yongwei screamed as soon as she spoke. Even Zhou didn't expect Su Yongwei to be so direct, and her heart suddenly became angry, and at the same time she grabbed Yin Qing's hand to show her comfort. Yin Qingqing smiled at Zhou. She is no longer the weak rural girl she used to. After social experience, she has become much stronger, and now Zhou is by her side to support her, so she is not afraid at all. That's Su Yongwei. Aunt Su, what the is going on? Did you do something to make you angry? Yin Qing said calmly. Are you embarrassed to ask me? Su Yongwei's tone was still very bad. You said, why did you resign my cousin? Aunt Su, you should ask Su Dongjing about this matter. He asks for a rebate from the supplier and uses his power to embezzle the company's money. I'm just doing business by business. Compared to Su Yongwei's shrewd attitude, Yin Qing, it's more gentle. What evidence do you have that my cousin did it? You must not be framed by others. And even if it is true, my cousin just received a little kickback. Is this illegal? I know you've seen my cousin displeased a long time ago. I think you're not doing business at all. It's clearly a public revenge. Su Yongwei said in a nasty voice. Yin Qingqing, don't think you can cover the sky with one hand in the company because you are a Tong's niece. Let me tell you, a Tong is our sister-in-law, and Zhou is our nephew. Tongguang will be handed over to Zhou in the future, so Tongguang belongs to our Zhou family. For people with foreign surnames like you, don't do anything to the old lady. Yin lightly took a deep breath and said, whatever you say. Anyway, I have a clear conscience for resigning Su Dongjing. Well, wait for me, I won't stop like this. Then there was a pop, and the phone was hung up. Yin lightly looked at Zhou with a very helpless expression on his face. Seeing Zhou's face was terribly gloomy, she said softly to him, Don't be angry. She just scolded me and didn't scold you. She scolded you more irritated me than scolded me. Zhou snorted. Hearing Zhou's words, Yin Qing felt sweet in her heart. Looking at Zhou's flushed face, she suddenly felt that her cousin was very cute. By the way, the building materials for the Tongguang building were also provided by Zhou Lichang. In this way, he can make at least 30 to 40 million yuan. Damn, we help them everywhere. They dare to make such an inch. Zhou scolded fiercely. Zhou Lichang was originally in the building materials business, and Tongguang needed a lot of building materials to build the Tongguang building. Most of the 700 million yuan budget was also spent on building materials. Originally, Liu Shiping wanted to choose a large building materials company to cooperate with, but Zhou Lichang knew about the Tongguang building and immediately approached Yin Tong, hoping that Yin Tong could give him the business. Yin Tong didn't know about Zhou Liren and thought that he would be reunited with Zhou Liren's family in the future, So relatives close to Zhou Lichang should have a good relationship. So he asked Zhou Lichang to provide the building materials needed for Tongguang building. Even the most conscientious building materials business can earn 30 to 40 million yuan from building such a large commercial building. And Zhou Lichang originally wanted to take advantage of Yintong. So after the delivery of the Tongguang building, he could make at least hundreds of millions of dollars. Zhou Hao said that he could make 30 or 40 million from his own house, but it was just because the most conservative scale is calculated. At that time, Zhou Hao didn't want to hand over the business of Tongguang building to Zhou Lichang, but Yin Tong said it was a relative at any rate. Moreover, Yin Tong is Tongguang's general manager. Zhou Hao didn't want to interfere too much to make Yin Tong feel embarrassed, so he agreed. Today, Zhou Lichang's family is not satisfied with such a big bargain. Especially Su Yongwei's attitude is so nasty and arrogant, which really makes Zhou Hao very angry. In contrast to Zhou Hao's anger, Yin Qing, who was directly insulted by Su Yongwei, was not so upset, but played a role of comforting Zhou Hao. After the two left the Tianbin Hotel, they went to the nearby Hongfu Park to have fun, and then went to the pedestrian street to go shopping. It was not until after 5 o'clock that they drove to Zhujiakan for an appointment with Zhou Lichang. According to Zhou Hao's intention, even if it was a visit, there was no need to buy any gifts for Zhou Lichang and the others. However, Yin Qing said that those who are celebrating the new year should not visit relatives empty-handed, and persuaded Zhou Hao to have any meaning. After all, even if someone else is wrong, his etiquette is always good. Then buy a box of instant noodles. Isn't it popular to send instant noodles to visit relatives these days? Zhou Hao hummed. Regarding this, Yin Qing was also helpless, because according to the conditions of Zhou Hao's family, it would not be too much to send gold and silver. Who knew he wanted to send instant noodles to Zhou Lichang's family? Although this is indeed popular nowadays, it is right. Zhou Hao, too, is a bit too low. But Yin Qingming also knew that this was Zhou Hao's biggest concession, so he didn't persuade him anymore. So Zhou Hao bought a box of huafeng, instant noodles at a grocery store in Zhou's village, and went directly to Zhou Lichang's house. Yin Qingyan also curled his lips when he saw it, saying in his heart, "Okay, this is the cheapest one." Ringing the doorbell, Zhou Lichang opened the door with a bright smile, but after seeing Yin Qing next to Zhou Hao, the smile suddenly changed, but he quickly invited Zhou Hao into the house. "Here, Happy New Year." Zhou Hao handed the box of huafeng in his hand to Zhou Lichang. Seeing this huafeng, instant noodles, Zhou Lichang's expression changed again, and he didn't dare to say anything, so he smiled and accepted it. "It's Xiao Hao. Come in quickly. Your aunt will cook by herself," Su Yongwei shouted in the hall. But after seeing Yin Qing who came with Zhou Hao, the expression on Su Yongwei's face became visibly stiff. Yin Qingqing smiled to her without failing courtesy. "Hello, Aunt Su." "Oh, you hello." With Zhou Hao present, Su Yongwei has to constrain no matter how much she splashes. At the same time, she said to a pair of children in the hall, Zhou Zhihao and Zhou Xinxin, "Zhihao, Xinxin, come over and talk to you. Hello, brother." I saw Zhou Zhihao, who was already 1 meter and 6 meters tall, and Zhou Xinxin, who was a little smaller, stood up from the sofa and shouted "brother" to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was able to catch the arrogance and reluctance in their eyes, knowing that these two little kids might think they were Zhou Hao who was too poor before, calling themselves brother, which should have been Su Yongwei's order beforehand. Past them. However, Zhou Hao didn't mean to care about these two guys. After all, the son did not teach, the father's fault. "Come on, Xiao Hao, gently, sit down quickly." Zhou Lichang dragged Zhou Hao and Yin Qingxi into the hall and sat down. "Xiao Hao, listen to your mother. You are not in Xiangqing this time." "Yes." "Where can I go for a big deal?" "Haha, the children of our old Zhou family are different. They are a business wizard at a young age." Zhou Lichang knows that Zhou Hao is great. Although he is not sure what business Zhou Hao is doing, he also knows that the son of the mayor of Guangzhou is a good friend of Zhou Hao. The underworld leader when Xiangdong and Xiangqing is also vying to win, then the business he does is definitely not small. No, it's just running back and forth between Beijing and Hong Kong. It's just a tiring word and can't make much money, Zhou Hao said lightly. Yin Qingqing smirked in her heart when she heard the words. Although she and Zhou Hao didn't meet each other often, they knew something about Zhou Hao. The business he is doing now is calculated in billions, and the calculations are often in US dollars, which is beyond Zhou Lichang's imagination. Of course, Zhou Lichang would not believe that Zhou Hao said that he couldn't make money, but he didn't delve into this topic. Instead, he said, "Xiao Hao, has Aaron come back this time?" Zhou Hao and Yin Geng glanced at each other quietly and said in unison, "Here." He shook his head. "No, I heard that it is still in the 3 northeastern provinces. Actually, according to me, it is unknown whether the boy Aaron really repented." Zhou Lichang sighed. "The boy Aaron has been restless since he was a teenager. He often ran outside when he was a teenager. Brother, but the number of meetings is much less than other brothers. Xiao Hao, it's not that the uncle wants to talk about your dad. Although I don't know him too well, I also know that Jiangshan's nature is difficult to change. I'm used to it. I'm afraid it's hard to stop." Zhou Hao said in his heart, "You can see this clearly." Then I heard Su Yongwei say over there, "Your mother married Aaron. It is really inhuman, and she suffered so much because of your dad. As the saying goes, it's hard for an honest official to judge housework, even though we don't want to interfere with your family's affairs. It's a matter, but it's not worth it for Atong." Zhou Hao sneered in his heart. "If you really care about me and Mom so much, when we borrowed money from you in the past, you would not shirk a lot, and you would often punish your heart with insinuations, just like giving alms to a beggar. By the way, Xiao Hao, your mother told you about my cousin Dong's work in Tongwang, right?" Su Yongwei asked suddenly. "I know about this. Dong Zheng, although he is young and has little work experience, he graduated from a real university and studied finance as well. Your mother said he was quite helpful in the company." Su Yongwei smiled and said, "I don't know which guy in the company is so unconscionable that he insisted on framing our family Dongzheng and resigned Dongzheng. Xiao Hao, you have to talk to your mother and help your aunt preside over justice." Su Yongwei didn't dare to accuse Yin Qingqing in front of Zhou Hao, but the meaning in her words was that Yin Qingqing had wronged Su Dongzheng. Zhou Hao didn't expect that Su Yongwei would want to give Su Dongzheng her head. He sneered, "Humph." Su Dongzheng asked for kickbacks and embezzled public funds. "I found out. Auntie, you said that. That means I slandered him? Evidence. It's still in my hands. If I really wanted to be fair, I would have someone put him in jail long ago." Both Su Yongwei and Zhou Lichang's expressions changed. Su Yongwei didn't give up and said, "Xiao Hao, I have already said that the winter is over." He also said that he knew that he was wrong, and he would change it. "Xiao Hao, if you look at our relatives, you the adults don't remember the villains. Forgive Dongzheng. He is your relative, not my relative." Zhou Hao glanced at her. "He just relied on his so-called relative relationship with us to dominate the company and insult his superiors. Harassing a female employee, if it weren't for my mother who had arranged him into the company at the time, for fear of embarrassing my mother, I would have had someone tear that guy up." Su Yongwei wanted to talk, so she was held back by Zhou Lichang. Zhou Lichang smiled at Zhou Hao. "Xiao Hao, it's okay. You are doing the right thing. It is indeed the Dongzheng kid who doesn't know good or bad. Come, let's not talk about official business. Eat first, eat first." In this way, Su Yongwei's grievance still persisted, but she didn't dare to say anything anymore, silently talking about dinner. Zhou Hao and Yin gently moved to the side of the dinner table. Zhou Lichang poured some beer for both of them. "Xiao Hao, let's talk about that just now. I think it's not a problem that your mother and Aaron are exhausted like this. Otherwise, just let your mother and Aaron leave. Don't let Aaron delay your mother so much. Your mother is still young and has a lot of years. Although I am Aaron's eldest brother, I am also right this time. It's not right. That guy Zhou Liren is really not a thing. It's ruined my mother's life." Zhou Hao took a sip of beer. "I also agree that my mother divorces that guy." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, both Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei's faces were happy, but Zhou Hao squinted at them. "But it is her own business that my mother is not divorced. It is not your turn to ask. Let's talk about it. Even if my mother is really divorced, what does it have to do with you? Xiao Hao, what you said is wrong. We are just..." Zhou Lichang wanted to continue, but when Zhou Haoming patted the table, his voice rose. "Don't worry about our housework." Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei were both stunned by Zhou Hao's sudden anger. They didn't expect Zhou Hao's reaction to be so big. Even Yin Qing didn't expect Zhou Hao to be in trouble suddenly, but since Zhou Hao has spoken, she too silently the man who silently supported him. Facing Zhou Hao's anger, Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei had not had time to deal with it. Zhou Zhihao, who was already a young adult, scolded Zhou Hao. "Why are you scolding my parents like this? Who do you think you are? Mom and Dad are also what you can scold. You are a poor ghost. We are worthy of you when we invite you to dinner. You still don't know how to exaggerate? If it weren't for us to lend money to your house before, you would have starved to death on the streets." Arrogant. Zhou Zhihao, the newborn calf, is not afraid of tigers, which surprised Zhou Lichang and his wife. However, Zhou Hao sneered at Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei. It was obvious. They must have never told Zhou Zhihao and Zhou Xinxin about themselves, so Zhou Zhihao's understanding of himself remained as usual. Just listened to Zhou Hao hummingly and said with a grin, "Yes, if we didn't get your help in the past, it would be hard to say whether we would have today. Uncle, aunt, your great kindness, our family should really do everything possible to repay. It is, otherwise it will be worse than the beast. It's fine if you know." Zhou Zhihao hummed with his hands in his arms. "You think so too." Zhou Hao ignored Zhou Zhihao, but stared at Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei. "You think that our family has received your help before, so it is understandable to let you take advantage now, right?" Xiao Hao, "No, it's not like that, we." Zhou Li often tried to explain, but Zhou Hao raised his hand and said, "Yes, we used to borrow money from you, but we have already returned those money to you. At that time, I told you that we won't be owed anymore. Later, Huoliang knew that you were my relatives, so he transferred a few projects to you. I knew about this, but I didn't say anything." Huoliang was originally the largest building material supplier in Xiangqing. He had offended Zhou Hao in the past, but later apologized for being frightened by Zhou Hao's energy, and he also won over Zhou Hao everywhere. However, Zhou Hao didn't have much interest in this gangster, so the relationship between each other was lighter than water, not even friends. Zhou Hao looked at Zhou Lichang and said, "When you see that I didn't say anything, you just tell others that you are my uncle. Even after Situ Li became the mayor, he gave you several government projects. Just half a year after more time, you have earned more than 70 million yuan. You said that the money that our family borrowed from you before does not add up to 100,000 yuan. This more than 70 million yuan should be enough to pay interest. And you ask yourself, what mentality did you hold when you borrowed money from our family? In fact, if Zhou Lichang borrowed money to help his family, Zhou Hao wouldn't care about that much with him. But what makes Zhou Hao the most troubled is that every time his mother borrows money from them, Su Yongwei's kind of abomination. The bored face and the stingy words, and Zhou Lichang's pretending to be magnanimous, but actually holding alms to beggars. Zhou Hao still vividly remembers the scenes of that year, especially the appearance of Yin Tong begging for perfection in front of Zhou Lichang for his own sake. Zhou Hao couldn't forget. Zhou Lichang was surprised when he heard what Zhou Hao said just now. Zhou Hao actually knew what he was doing, and he knew exactly how much money he made under the name of being a relative of Zhou Hao. "This time, my mother's company is going to build the Tongwang building, and you took down the building materials. I think that after the Tongwang building is completed, you can make 100 million yuan from my mother's company without saying anything." Zhou Hao's voice is very flat, but it makes people feel more and more gloomy. "My good uncle, tell me, using me and my mother, you directly or indirectly earned nearly 200 million yuan, which is enough to make you a Zhujiakan. Isn't it the #1 family? Are you still not satisfied? You still want to use my mother to make money for you? Humph. What kind of promise did Wu Shihua give you? Did it happen? So I gave you the shares of Tongwang Sum." Zhou Lichang was already dumbfounded at this time, because Zhou Hao had guessed everything. Indeed, after Wu Shihua found out about Yin Tong, he immediately found Zhou Lichang and wanted Zhou Lichang to help him persuade Yin Tong. Wu Shihua also promised Zhou Lichang that if the matter between him and Yin Tong is really done in the future, and he takes control of Tongwang, he will give 5% of Tongwang's shares to Zhou Lichang for free. As early as the early days of Tongwang's development, Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei wanted to buy shares in Tongwang. Although Tongwang's total assets were only tens of millions at that time, Zhou Lichang knew that Zhou Hao's relationship with the big figures in Xiangqing, Tongwang affirmed it will develop very quickly, so they all want to get a share of the pie, and of course Zhou Hao will not do what they want. Yin Tong also politely rejected them. After that, Tongwang continued to expand under the witness of Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei. Until now, Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and romantic house have blossomed all over the country. Tong Guang's total assets have exceeded 3 billion and become a local private enterprise in Xianqing. The first big taxpayer made Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei jealous and secretly regretted not insisting on buying shares. Now that Wu Shihua has promised to give them 5% of the shares, Zhou Lichang has certainly agreed. With Tong Guang's current total assets of 3 billion renminbi, 5% is 150 million. What's more, Tong Guang's development prospects are still very broad, and the appreciation of assets changes every day. After Zhou Hao knew what Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei had done, he completely gave up on them. What are relatives? Good relatives like Yin Madong and Yin Munin are good relatives, while relatives like Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei who always count on their own family are better off not. Zhou Hao took a deep breath and said, "Let me tell you, Tong Guang's shares, I don't even want one." Zhou Li often felt astonished when he heard the words. He wondered why Zhou Hao said this, and even imagined that Zhou Hao would not want Tong Guang's shares. Does it mean that after Yin Tong 100 years, Tong Guang's shares will be transferred to his own home? But Zhou Hao continued to say, "After my mother retires, she will only retain up to 10% of the shares. As for the rest, we will unconditionally transfer to my cousin Yin Qingming's name." Seeing the shocked expressions of Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei, Zhou Hao smiled. Cousin Qing is now an assistant to the general manager. In fact, she is already taking over part of Tong Guang's decision-making power. My mother trained her as a successor. In other words, Tong Guang will be my cousin's property in the future. Why? Su Yongwei exclaimed. They can't get rid of the light. But Zhou Hao said at this time that Yin Qing would inherit Yin Qing. This made Su Yongwei, who hated Yin Qing very much, not reconciled. According to her point of view, even if I get no benefit, you are not allowed to benefit. Just listen to her. Why should I give the glow to this foreigner? Why should she? If you don't give it to her, don't give it to your son? Zhou Hao sneered, thinking that the greed of these people is really incredible. They are obviously not their own. Our son is at least from the old Zhou family, and logically, he should have the right to inherit. Su Yongwei said. Zhou Hao said, "You have to figure it out. Tong Guang is my mother's, and I don't have any shares, so it is my mother's private property. It is her right to dispose of it. Besides, compared with you, my cousin is only their relatives who are really related to my mother by blood. You don't bully me because I don't understand the law. I know that Tong Guang was founded after Adong and Aran married. It belongs to the common property of both of them. That means if Adong and Aran divorce, according to the law, Aran at least half of the shares can be allocated. So Tong Guang, our old Zhou family, also has a share." Hum. So you guys were making this idea. Zhou Hao really didn't guess that Su Yongwei and the others had such a trick. It turned out that they wanted to divorce Yin Tong and Zhou Liren in order to get Zhou Liren's half of the shares, and then start with Zhou Liren in order to benefit from it. They probably didn't even know Wu Shihua about this idea. I saw Zhou Lichang glaring at Su Yongwei, apparently to blame her for telling the story. Su Yongwei was also very uncomfortable. She had just been in a rush, and even leaked out their couple's plan. Zhou Hao didn't bother to pay attention to their psychological activities. What he thought was that Wu Shihua should have thought that if Yin Tong divorced Zhou Liren would split a large amount of equity. However, Wu Shihua started from the underworld, and he naturally did nothing to do things. Zhou Hao guessed that Wu Shihua definitely wanted to kill Zhou Liren as well. At that time, no one would compete with him for equity. It's just that Zhou Liren can't even find the first army now, let alone a gang leader in Wu Shihua district. So Zhou Hao is not worried about it. From today, Tong Guang will officially terminate the cooperative relationship with you, and you don't need to provide the building materials for Tong Guang building. Zhou Hao said to Zhou Lichang. Also, if I hear you tell others that it is me and the future relatives, don't blame me for being impolite. I don't have such a good blessing to be your relative. Zhou Lichang's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to save him. Xiao Hao. Everything is easy to discuss, Xiao Hao. No need to say anything. From now on, our family will be absolutely gracious with you. Zhou Hao said flatly. After confessing to Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei, Zhou Hao didn't talk nonsense, turned around and walked to the door. Yin Qing also immediately followed behind. Zhou Lichang knew that Zhou Hao was irretrievable. His nephew was not as easy to talk as Yin Tong. And he also knew that Zhou Hao's grievances towards his family were deeply irretrievable. He fell to the ground with a thud. He could have become a billionaire by using Zhou Hao and Yin Tong, but now, it's all over. After Zhou Hao made the decision, Zhou Lichang not only lost the big business of Tongguang Building, Situ Li and Huoliang and others who looked forward to Zhou Hao's lead would definitely be informed by Zhou Hao. Then Zhou Lichang no longer needs to take up business in Xianqing. Su Yongwei also knew how powerful it was. After realizing that Zhou Hao couldn't change her mind, she pointed at Zhou Hao's back and shouted, "Zhou Hao, you ungrateful bastard. If it weren't for us to help you, you wouldn't even have to read books. Now you are treating us like this. Zhou Hao, you must die." Zhou Hao also ignored the shrew, opened the door, and left with Yin Qing. Back in the car, Yin Qingqing asked Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, do you want to tell Aunt about this matter?" "Of course I want to tell, lest they turn around and go to my mother to complain. I'm afraid my mother will feel relieved for a while," Zhou Hao said and dialed Yin Tong's phone. "Mom, are you still in Huayu Village? When will I come back? I want to kill you." The look and tone of Yin Tong's expression was completely different from the cold look at Zhou Lichang's house just now. It was exactly the same as an ordinary child who had acted like a baby to his mother, and he could see Yin lightly snickering. "Stop talking good things, and being with you gently. Do you still think of me as a mother?" Yin Tong smiled and cursed on the phone. "I said you told your uncle and aunt when you came to Huayu Village last time. What did you say?" "When I chatted with them, they seemed to suggest to me that they wanted to match you up gently. Did you tell them?" No. Zhou Hao really didn't know about it, wondering if uncle and the others saw anything. Yin Tong said, "I think your grandfather and grandmother seem to want our two families to kiss each other." I said, "You stinky boy, did your uncle and the others see you when you were playing with you?" No, absolutely not. How could I play bad with cousin Qingqing?" Zhou Hao quickly denied, but in his heart he recalled the last meeting in Huayuzuan and was not discovered by his uncles when he was intimate with Yin Qing. Could it be uncle? Their martial arts are higher than their own. Can they not let themselves be aware of peeping? He turned his head to look at Yin Qingqing again. Yin Qingqing also heard his conversation with Yin Tong, and his face was flushed at this time. Looking at her, Zhou Hao thought in his heart, with a gentle cousin's shy temper, it shouldn't have been possible that she confessed to her uncle and they did not break her body. Uncle and the others should have seen nothing. "Look at what I am doing. I didn't say anything." Seeing Zhou Hao's eyes, Yin lowered his head and whispered. But she remembered that when she was in Huayu Village last time, her mother told herself that she wanted to match herself with Zhou Hao. "Oh, it doesn't matter," Zhou Hao said to Yin Tong. "Mom, if uncles and others really want me and cousin gently, then I will simply put more than 100 and 200 banquets in the village. I'll decide on a name with my cousin." Hearing this, Yin Qing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, almost buried his head on his chest, and even his ears were red. "You stinky boy want to be beautiful. Don't think I don't know your kid's horrible idea." Yin Tong smiled and scolded. "You want to make a name in the village, but don't get a marriage certificate. Then you continue to interact with Rulin Shijuan and the others?" "Mom, you really understand Xiao Hao's heart." Zhou Hao smiled to please Yin Tong. Yin Tong said, "Qing, Rulin, and Shijuan are all good girls, and I hope they can all be my daughter-in-laws, but Rulin's father works in the factory in Huayu Village. If you let him know about you with the slightest thing, I think he doesn't tear you off." "That's right, Li Chu Fan is really a problem," Zhou Hao thought, and said to Yin Tong, "Mom, you still think well. Let's talk about it slowly in the future. Anyway, my cousin and I are still young. By the way, I want to talk about that. About Wu Shihua." Hearing Zhou Hao mentioning Wu Shihua, Yin Tong was silent for a while, and then said, "I told you gently, alas, it's a fate. I'm so old, I can't think of anyone." "What age? My mother is young." Zhou Hao smiled, and then asked sternly, "Mom, but you can tell me honestly, you don't really have any feelings about Wu Shihua." "What nonsense are you talking about, you stink boy?" Yin Tong said suddenly. "That's how you think of your mother? I am your father's wife for one day and his wife for the rest of my life. Daughter-in-law, not to mention that your dad is not all going out to start a career for us now. If he does this for us, how can I do something to sorry him?" Hearing Yin Tong really moved a little, Zhou Hao quickly gave a smile. "Mom, don't get excited. I'm not asking, because I found that Wu Shihua is not a good person, so I am afraid you will be deceived by him. Humph, Wu Shihua and I are just the most ordinary friends. There is nothing else. When Yin Tong said this, Zhou Hao was completely relieved. Although Yin Tong is now a rich woman, she is still a traditional woman like Zhou Hao in his previous life. However, the more Yin Tong was loyal to Zhou Liren, the more Zhou Hao resented Zhou Liren's betrayal. By the way, Mom, except for Wu Shihua, I think that Tongwang building does not need Zhou Lichang to provide them. Let's find another supplier. Then Zhou Hao bought Zhou Lichang by Wu Shihua. Yin Tong was told about the plot to Tongwang shares. Yin Tong was also amazed at what Zhou Lichang and the others did. She was only supporting Zhou Lichang with the attitude of her relatives who could help as soon as she could, but unexpectedly they were not greedy enough to swallow the elephant, and they even had bright ideas. But Xiao Hao, it's fine if you don't let him do it. Why did you still say the words of grace and righteousness? After all, they are relatives with us. Yin Tong also blamed Zhou Hao. It's better to have no such relatives. I don't want to see them anymore. Zhou Hao said angrily. Yin Tong also knew that his son had a stubborn temper. Especially Zhou Hao's own business was also very big. His decisiveness was definitely better than many others, so he didn't persuade him anymore. After finishing the call with Yin Tong, Zhou Hao showed a smile on his mouth. After agreeing with Yin Tong, he would have no qualms about dealing with Wu Shihua in the future. Seeing that the red cloud on Yin Qing's face in the passenger seat was still red, she was obviously still ashamed of Zhou Hao's words. I saw Zhou Hao pulling Yin Qing's delicate body with one hand, and smiled at her. Cousin Qing, Grandpa and Grandma, and they all want us to be together, hee, or I really find a day in Huayu village. Have 100 or 200 tables to let everyone in the village know that you are the wife of our Zhou family. Yin Qing didn't say anything, just leaning in Zhou Hao's arms. But there was already a scene of himself wearing a red wedding dress, and Zhou Hao worshipping his ancestors at the Huayu village ancestral hall in his mind, not to mention how sweet it was. And Zhou Hao embraced the jade person. Besides a tender feeling in his heart, he was still thinking about a way to vomit back all the money Zhou Lichang made with him and Tongwang. At night, Zhou Lichang's family had dinner in the dining room. However, compared to the past, today neither Zhou Lichang nor Su Yongwei has any appetite. In the past 6 months or so, Zhou Lichang has taken on many government projects under Zhou Hao's name. Especially Sidu Li felt that his position as mayor was only returned by Zhou Hao, so he knew that Zhou Lichang was Uncle Zhou Hao. Later, he was given a lot of convenience. In this way, Zhou Lichang's situation over the past 6 months can be described as rapid wealth. In the past, he could make at most 2 or 3 million yuan a year, but in the past 6 months he made 70 million yuan, which is equal to the money he could make in more than 2 decades. In addition, Tongwang Building, as Zhou Hao said, after its completion, Zhou Lichang can earn hundreds of millions of dollars from it. Such a bright financial path makes Zhou Lichang's business very moist. Especially when contracting government projects, the government's respect for him gave Zhou Lichang a sense of success as a master. But from now on, without Zhou Hao's backing, he won't want to make a lot of money so comfortably in the future. Zhou Lichang glared at Su Yongwei. I blame your cousin. If it weren't for him, Zhou Hao wouldn't be so decisive to us. You still told me the things about Adong and Aran, you brainless stinky lady. Su Yongwei naturally did not show any weakness. Zhou Lichang, you are crossing the river to demolish the bridge. If I hadn't asked Adong to give you the business of the Tongwang building, you have such a beautiful scenery now? Well, now I will blame me. Zhou Lichang, hello. Dad and Mom, what's so noisy with you guys? That Zhou Hao is just a poor ghost. Is it worth your anger? Zhou Zhihao couldn't help but ask. Shut up, you stinky boy. Zhou Lichang raised his hand and slapped Zhou Zhihao. Your cousin is no longer a poor man. He is much richer than your old man. Zhou Lichang, just be mad at yourself. Don't vent your anger with my son. Su Yongwei immediately protected Zhou Zhihao. At this moment, the lights in the entire villa were all turned off, and the surroundings were plunged into darkness. What's the matter? Is there a power outage? The surrounding area suddenly plunged into darkness, making Zhou Lichang's family very uncomfortable. Su Yongwei hurriedly hugged a pair of children and shouted in the dark, Go to the flashlight. Xin is most afraid of the dark. I know, didn't I go to find it? Zhou Li said impatiently. But it is not easy to walk in the darkness where you can't see your fingers. Zhou Lichang yelled out, ouch, only when he heard danged song, but hit the corner of the table. At this moment, there was a slight rusting key sound from the door, and then a few beams of white light shot in, but it was a kind of high-power flashlight. Su Yongwei couldn't open her eyes because of the light from the flashlight and shouted, Zhou Lichang, what are you doing with so many flashlights? But as soon as the voice fell, she realized that there were at least 7 or 8 light beams dangling. How could Zhou Lichang get so many flashlights alone? Only then did she think of someone coming in and hurriedly shouted, Zhou Lichang, there is a culprit. It was Zhou Lichang's scream that answered her. Under the bright light, Su Yongwei also vaguely saw a few figures approaching. Just about to take her 2 children to escape, she suddenly felt her shoulders tighten. It was caught. Where did the 2 children, Zhou Zhihao and Zhou Xinxin, have encountered such a sudden situation? They opened their mouths and wanted to cry and scream, but they saw that 2 of them raised their hands, and a hand knife hit the back of Zhou Zhihao and Zhou Xinxin. On the neck, they immediately knocked them out. Su Yongwei struggled immediately. Don't move, my child. Before she finished speaking, she felt a sudden pain in the back of her neck, and then she felt the strength of her whole body was taken away instantly, and she fainted as soon as her body was soft. Past. In the dark night, Zhou Lichang's family was quickly carried to a van, and the group closed the door of the Zhou's villa and drove away in the car. When Zhou Lichang woke up, his first feeling was that the muscles in his neck and shoulders were very sore, as if his neck was crooked during sleep. And I saw a shaky yellow in front of me, but the light bulb hanging from the ceiling was swinging back and forth. After several seconds, he realized that he was sitting on a wooden chair with his hands tied back to the back of the chair, and his feet were tied to the feet of the stool. He couldn't move. Dad! Daddy! Zhou Lichang's heart was shocked by a cry with a crying voice. Following the reputation, he saw a pair of children, like him, tied tightly to a wooden chair by the wall opposite him, while Su Yongwei was tied to the wall on his left, with his head hanging down, motionless. Obviously, he hadn't woken up yet. Zhihao, Xinxin, are you all right? Are you injured? Zhou Lichang asked anxiously. Zhou Zhihao shook his head, while Zhou Xinxin burst into tears. Dad, what's the matter? Xinxin is so scared. Xinxin wants to go home. Don't cry, Xinxin. Dad is here. Be good. Don't cry, Xinxin. Zhou Lichang looked around while comforting his daughter. He found that it was a room of more than 20 square meters. It was very dilapidated. The walls had fallen off, exposing the bare brick surface. The room was empty except for the wooden chairs used to tie them. There is no piece of furniture. On the right side of the wall there is a window welded down by a security net. Through the hazy glass, you can vaguely see the shadows of the trees outside, and you can infer that this is a remote wilderness. Recalling the previous scene, Zhou Lichang speculated that his family should have been kidnapped. He was immediately scared, because if this was a general kidnapping, he would not have his whole family arrested. At least one adult would have to be left to pay the ransom, and now they have arrested his whole family. I am afraid it is more than just kidnapping, and the purpose of revenge. Zhou Lichang knew that he had offended many people, especially those rivals that competed with him for government projects. If it weren't for Sidu Li, he was Uncle Zhou Hao, those fat and oily projects would not be his turn. When I was secretly guessing, the rusty iron door of the room was rudely pushed open. Then I saw a few brawny men in camouflage uniforms and hoods walking in, making Zhou Xinxin crying too scared to speak out. Zhou Lichang immediately said to these big guys, several big brothers, I don't know where the little brother has offended you and caused you to commit such a big fight. Just say, the little brother must double the penalty, as long as the big brothers can let the little brother's family go. Seeing that the big man in the lead took out a black pistol from his arms, Zhou Lichang on the chair was shocked. Boss Zhou, I'm so sorry to take you out of the house, but there is no way. Brothers are just eating a meal. Don't blame us brothers. If you want to blame yourself for offending people. This person has a hoarse voice and a hood on his face, so his voice is muffled. He was playing with that dark pistol skillfully and dexterously, and he was obviously an old gun-playing hand. However, he suddenly stopped and hit Zhou Lichang's face twice with the pistol. The coldness of the gun barrel spread from Zhou Lichang's face, making Zhou Lichang tremble with fear. This big brother, I don't know which big boss the little brother has offended. You help. Let that one raise your hand and let the little brother go. The little brother is grateful. Zhou Lichang said with sad expression. I heard this man laugh twice and said, actually, whether it is our brothers or the boss who invited us, they are all just for money. Otherwise, they won't be so troublesome for you. I'm here. If you want to kill you, you can do it with one shot, right? Yes, yes. Under the cold gaze of the big man, Zhou couldn't help nodding. At the same time, another man walked up to Su Yongwei, who was still unconscious, raised his hand, and slapped her left and right bows. The sound of pop, pop appeared, unusually loud in the room, and Su Yongwei was slapped awake. Come. Like Zhou Lichang just now, Su Yongwei also took a lot of effort to figure out how she was kidnapped. She saw her pair of children were also firmly tied up, and there were still a few big men standing in the room who could not see their faces. She yelled, What do you want to do? Why do you want to arrest us? Is there really no king's law? Are you not afraid of the police? The man who was originally in front of Zhou Lichang walked to Su Yongwei's side, raised his hand, and slapped her again. He sneered and said, If I was afraid of the police, I wouldn't do this job. I'm Pooh. When he said that, he spit on Su Yongwei's face. Su Yongwei was also stunned, and it took several seconds to recover, shouting, You who kill 1,000 swords. Do you know we are? Who? We are friends of Mayor Sido Li, and our nephew Zhou Hao can speak both black and white in Xiangqing. If you are interested, let us go. Ha ha ha. The big man laughed loudly. I'm so scared. Yes, Zhou Hao is really an amazing person. Originally, the boss behind us didn't dare to touch you because of the underworld. When Xiangdong and Bai Dao Situ Li didn't dare to offend Zhou Hao. But don't you know, Zhou Hao just released a message on the black and white channels not long ago, saying that you have nothing to do with him. No matter what happens to you, he won't. I will help you. So our boss dares to move you. Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. They didn't expect Zhou Hao to really cut off relations with them. Big brother, how much money does your boss want? You, just talk, as long as he is willing to let us go. Zhou Lichang gritted his teeth and said, But you'd better let us go after you collect the money. If you really kill us, who can guarantee that Zhou Hao will not stand up for us? Well, it makes sense for you to say that. The brawny man laughed and said, Boss Zhou, you are really fast talking. Hey, our boss knows that Boss Zhou has made a lot of money these days, and our boss thinks I don't need much, just 100 million yuan. I believe you can get it, Boss Zhou. 1 billion? Zhou Lichang roared. He is crazy. Where do I have 1 billion? In the past 6 months or so, the money he earned from Zhou Hao's name, plus his previous savings, totaled only more than 110 million, and the other party's mouth was 100 million, which would cost him more than killing him. Uncomfortable. The strong man didn't say much. He picked up the gun and pulled the trigger at Zhou Jihao's head. Boom! Zhou Jihao trembled all over. His crotch slowly became wet. His expression was gray, but he was safe and sound. And Su Yongwei over there was screaming again and again. Her face was completely bloodless. Just listen to the man smiling at Zhou Lichang. Boss Zhou, this time I have an empty gun. Next time, I will load live ammunition. Su Yongwei also yelled from Zhou Lichang. The surname Zhou, you quickly promised them that Jihao and Xinxin will lose their roots, and the old lady will not let you be a ghost. Zhou Lichang was also scared to death. He felt that his heart was about to jump when he heard the gunshot just now. He didn't expect the other party to be so cruel. And look at the look on his son's face. I am afraid it is too terrified. Now Zhou Lichang didn't dare to insist anymore, and said dejectedly, I give, brother, I promised. The man patted Zhou Lichang's face. That's right. Although money is a good thing, but life does not bring death. Can it be more valuable than life? And as the saying goes, the wind blows eggs. Shell, Kaisen is happy. When the robbers came out of the room where Zhou Lichang's family was detained, it was already dawn outside, and Zhou Lichang and the others fainted all night. Close the iron door again to make sure that Zhou Lichang and the others can't see outside. These talents took off the hoods from their faces, and the headed person is indeed Thunder Tiger. The other sturdy men are all his subordinates, and they are now working for Zhou Hao and the Pluto Security Company. Brother Tiger, We have done a lot of tasks such as maintaining stability, preventing riots, assassination, and so on. We really haven't done a business like kidnapping and extortion. One of them smiled at Lehu, but it's quite enjoyable. Lehu glared at him. Don't be addicted. This time it's a task assigned by our boss. Also, after the matter is over, you guys will rot it in my stomach. If anyone tells it, even the boss didn't do anything, so I personally killed him. Did you hear me? Several people immediately stood at attention and respectfully made a military salute and shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Lehu nodded, then took out the phone and called Zhou Hao. Boss, things are going well. Zhou Lichang has promised to give the money. At this time, Zhou Hao was drinking morning tea in the restaurant with Yan Qing. When he received a call from Lehu, he smiled and said, That's good. After the money is transferred, you can put them back. Haha, scared, just scare them. Don't hurt them. Also, don't show your feet. If Zhou Lichang and the others knew that it was their own work, Zhou Hao would not be afraid of anything else. They would be afraid that Yin Tong would be angry. Knowing the boss, don't forget that we used to belong to the special forces and promise not to leave any evidence. Lehu said, after finishing the business, you put out 1 million in the company's account. You guys will share it. It can be regarded as the bonus for this action. Anyway, he took 100 million back from Zhou Lichang and gave Lehu 1 million. The bonus is not excessive. Thank you, boss. Lehu didn't refuse, but simply accepted. After finishing the call, Zhou Hao found that Yan Qingzheng was looking at him jokingly. He said, What's wrong? I intend to transfer these money back to the Bright account. I am not just for myself, although Zhou Lichang and they are so hateful. You, Yan Qing said angrily. When you were a child, you were just a little bit naughty, but now it's getting worse and worse. If you let your aunt know about this, let's see how she cleans up you. Zhou Hao immediately grabbed Yan Qing's kakin to play with and said with a smile, I believe you won't let me come out with cousin Qing. Seeing Yin gently cocked her mouth and did not speak, Zhou Hao quickly picked up a piece of shrimp dumplings from the table and fed it to her. Come on, I know that cousin Yui likes shrimp dumplings the most. This is my watch. My brother respects you. Yan Qingqing gave Zhou Hao a white look, but still opened his mouth and took a bite, which was regarded as agreeing to Zhou Hao. By the way, do you know what day it is today? Yan Qingqing suddenly asked Zhou Hao. Huh? Today? Isn't it the 5th day of the Lunar New Year? Zhou Hao turned his head and thought. Ah, I remember. Remember? Yan Qingqing looked at Zhou Hao expectantly. Yeah, I remember. Today I made an appointment with someone from the TV station. Gently, cousin, I will take you home later. I will not go back at noon. I will go home for dinner. Zhou Hao said with a smile. Oh, Yan Qing responded, disappointment and loneliness between his eyes, but it was only a flash. After enjoying a rich breakfast, Zhou Hao sent Yin gentle home, and then went to Li Ruolin. When they went to Li's house, Li Chufan and Xie Zhiqiu had already gone out to visit, and only Li Ruolin and Yuner were left at home. And Zhou Hao also saw that what was shown on the TV in the hall at this time was a ballet performance. Originally, there was nothing surprising about this, but Zhou Hao was surprised that Yuner was in front of the TV, following the ballet dancers inside, and her movements were actually different. Brother Zhou Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao's arrival, Yuner relaxed her tiptoes and called out sweetly. Have you studied ballet before? Zhou Hao asked curiously. Yuner shook her head. I only watched this kind of dance yesterday. I feel they are so beautiful. Li Ruolin next to him also looked at Yuner with affection and said to Zhou Hao, Yuner likes ballet very much, and she is also very talented. Just by watching TV, she can imitate those movements very well. Zhou Hao squeezed Yuner's small face and said with a smile, Then brother Zhou Hao will send you to study ballet, okay? Yuner originally wanted to avoid Zhou Hao and not let him pinch herself, but after hearing Zhou Hao's words, she took the initiative to move her face up. Brother Zhou Hao, really? Of course it's true. How could my brother cheat Yuner? He turned his head and said to Li Ruolin, I remember that the dance class in the Children's Palace in Xiangqing seems to have a course that teaches ballet, but I don't know the teachers there are good enough. Not enough? If it fails, just invite a professional ballet dancer back to teach rhyme. Brother Zhou Hao, you are so kind. Yuner was very happy, hooked Zhou Hao's neck, and kissed his face excitedly. The very soft texture on her face made Zhou Hao fascinated, and thought that in a few years, This little girl might turn out to be a beautiful woman no less than Zhao Yuqin or Li Rulan. After that, Yin'er started to learn more eagerly from TV, but Li Rulan took Zhou Hao to her room. Zhou Hao thought that Li Rulan was going to make love to herself, so she deliberately smiled and said, "Sister Lan, don't be so anxious. Yin'er is still in the hall." "You big bad guy." Li Rulan beat Zhou Hao hard. Zhou Hao saw that Li Rulan's expression didn't seem to be intimacy with him, so he asked strangely, "What's wrong with Sister Lan?" "You big pervert. Yin'er is still so young, so you can bear her mind." Li Rulan groaned at him. "You said, did you tell Yin'er that the little girl can't use the toilet? So? Ask someone for help." Zhou Hao shuddered. Li Rulan knew about this. I'm afraid it was when Yin'er went to the bathroom and asked Li Rulan to help. Zhou Hao was deeply afraid that Yin'er knew that she had molested her on purpose. But from Yin'er's attitude just now, if she really discovered the truth, she wouldn't be so friendly to herself. So Li Rulan probably didn't tell Yin'er. "Sister Lan, then, how did you tell Yin'er?" "Sure enough, you were the big bad guy." Li Rulan poked Zhou Hao's forehead. "What else can you say? Did you tell Yin'er that your brother Zhou Hao lied to you like this? I still ignore you after I see Yin'er. Oh, you big scumbag. You even made me want to help you lie and help Yin'er pee." Hearing Li Rulan's words, Zhou Hao heaved a long sigh of relief, and then put his arm around Li Rulan, who was angry, and smiled. "Sister Lan, don't be angry. Am I kidding, Yin'er? Are you kidding like that?" Li Rulan turned Zhou Hao's ears. "I tell you, I can ignore what you are doing outside, but Yin'er, you can't make her mind." After a pause, he added, "At least not now. She is so young, so you can bear it." "Sister Lan, I really didn't mean that. I was just joking with Yin'er." Of course, Zhou Hao couldn't admit that he really had some evil thoughts about Yin'er. Under Zhou Hao's sweet words, Li Rulan quickly turned her anger into joy. "Did you make an appointment with the TV station today to help find Yin'er's mother?" "Yeah," Zhou Hao said. "I originally wanted to find the Shilliten mentioned by Yin'er, but I checked it with someone. In Guangdong province alone, there are more than 20 villages called Shilliten. I don't know how many there are, and Yin'er doesn't know which province her Shilliten is in. Yin'er should rarely go out of the house, so she knows little about the outside world." After that, Zhou Hao went out and found the local TV stations in Xiangqing and Guangzhou and asked them to publish Yin'er's photos to find Yin'er's mother. The TV station in Guangzhou can cover the whole province, and Yin'er's mother should have not left Guangdong in search of Yin'er. I believe there will be results soon. Besides Yanqing's side, she made dinner at home, but Zhou Hao hadn't come back for a long time until the night fell. Zhou Hao did not come back. Yanqing did not move his chopsticks and sat on the sofa silently waiting for Zhou Hao, just like a wife waiting for her husband to return home. Watching those New Year programs on TV, Yanqing was full of distress. Today, it is actually her birthday. Like people in Huayu village, she celebrates her birthday on the lunar calendar, and her birthday falls on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. She really hopes that Zhou Hao can remember her birthday and don't have to give any gifts. As long as she can have a good birthday dinner with herself, she will be very satisfied. But now, the meal is cold and hot and cold. Zhou Hao has not returned. Suddenly, the mobile suit rang, and Yin shook slightly and quickly picked up the phone. "Xiao Hao? Cousin Qing, are you still at home?" Zhou Hao said on the phone. "Well, didn't you say to come back for dinner? Why don't you come back so late?" Yin Qing's tone was deeply resentful. "Cousin Gentle, don't talk about it. You can go to the garden on the rooftop." "What's wrong?" Yin Qingqing felt very strange. "Don't ask, you will know when you go." Therefore, Yin Qingqing had no choice but to go to the sky garden on the rooftop. Under the moonlight, the garden was full of bright chrysanthemums and peach blossoms, so beautiful. "Cousin Qing, you go to the railing now and look at Ningxiang Lake," Zhou Hao said on the phone. Yin Qingyin walked to the railing in the garden and looked at Ningxiang Lake below. At this look, the tears could no longer hold back, gurgling from his eyes. I saw that the wide and secluded Ningxiang Lake next to Guanhu Villa was dotted with light like stars, reflected in the deep lake, and it looked very beautiful. Looking closely, the light of the ignition turned out to be small boats rippling on the lake, with thick candles standing on them. Nearly 200 small boats swayed slightly on Ningxiang Lake, and a huge line of Chinese characters was placed on the surface of the lake. Gently, happy birthday. Looking down at the hanging garden of Guanhu Villa, you can see the entire Ningxiang Lake under your eyes, and the line of birthday greetings made up of 200 small boats is also very spectacular. Gently, cousin, happy birthday. Zhou Hao's gentle voice came from the phone at the same time, and finally made Yin lightly cry. It turned out that he never forgot. Yin Qing was full of emotions, and remembered that 2 days ago, there were many people shaking small boats on Ningxiang Lake, not knowing what they were doing. Now it seems that they are rehearsing. In this case, Zhou Hao was already preparing at that time up. At this time, the small boats on Ningxiang Lake moved again, and the original fonts were slowly changing. In the end, the original happy birthday words became, I love you, which together means lightly I love you. At the same time, a burst of rumbling sounded suddenly, and more than a dozen firelights burst into the sky from the shore of Ningxiang Lake, blooming brightly in the dark blue night. But they were large fireworks of different colors and shapes. Yin gently covered his mouth and looked at the sky illuminated by the fireworks, and the teardrops on his face also reflected a little bit of crystal. Suddenly, she felt a pair of powerful hands around her waist, and at the same time she smelled a familiar breath. Looking back, it turned out that it was the one who made himself full of concerns. Cousin, gently, happy birthday, and I love you. Zhou Hao's smiling face looked particularly handsome under the constant blooming fireworks in the sky, especially gentle, enough to make any woman fall in love with it. I hate you. Yin whimpered softly, then reached out and hugged him back, pressing his face tightly on his chest. From then on, she couldn't leave this man again. She couldn't live without it for the rest of her life. The figure he left in her heart could no longer be erased, but it would become more and more profound. Yin Qingqing really hated him, hated this man who occupied his entire world and even became his entire world. Under the one after another fireworks, under the illuminated sky, among the colorful flowers, they hugged tightly. Cousin Qing, I made this gift specially for you. Zhou Hao took out a red brocade box. Yin Qing took it over and opened the brocade box, and saw a necklace lying quietly inside, a chain made of platinum, hanging a diamond-shaped octahedron crystal with a bright sapphire inside. The name of this necklace is Guardian Star. I hope it can be like me and will always be guarded by your side. Come on, cousin, let me put it on for you. Zhou Hao picked up the Guardian Star, and Yin Qing also turned around. Zhou Hao gently pulled up the hair on the back of her neck, and then helped her put on this Guardian Star. Yin turned back gently and saw the bright and beautiful Guardian Star hanging on her chest, making her more beautiful and charming. She asked Zhou Hao shyly, does it look good? Of course it looks good. Zhou Hao smiled and hugged her into his arms, then smiled. Do you think I don't remember your birthday? Yin Qing did not speak, but her pretty face was secretly red. She really misunderstood that Zhou Hao could not remember her birthday. She was still feeling sorry for herself just now, but Zhou Hao would have prepared everything long ago. At this moment, she no longer had any complaints and self-pity in her heart, and what was left was just full of sweetness and happiness. Seeing Yin Qing's intoxicating face, Zhou Hao felt enthusiastic and hugged her up with a slight kneeling. Ah, Yin Qingqing whispered, frightened by his sudden behavior. Zhou Hao laughed loudly, holding the jade man in his arms, strode to his room. Yin Qingqing had already guessed what would happen next, but he didn't mean to stop him, but shyly buried his face in his arms. In harmony, a violent tearing pain made Yin Qing's whole person tremble, and then stretched out his hands as if to grasp something, and also looked at Zhou Hao with both eyes, opened his mouth, but the pain was too painful to tell. 2 tears dripped from the corners of his eyes. Zhou Hao knew her intentions at once, and quickly leaned down, and Yin Qing also immediately hugged Zhou Hao and let her cling to her tightly. Feeling the pain in her lower body also relieved a lot. Cousin, gently, relax, relax, and it won't hurt so much. Zhou Hao said distressedly. Yin nodded lightly, but the eyebrows were still frowning, silently enduring the pain that had never been felt before, but her heart was happy and sweet, because from this moment, she truly became him woman now. Zhou Hao lowered his head to see a large amount of blood flowing out of the place where Yin Qingming combined with him, and his heart hurt. Yin Qing's virgin blood flowed out of this broken body was much more than Yang Jiabao and the others, and the pillow towel under her hip was stained with red plums. After a long time, Yanqing's eyebrows relaxed a little, but they still hugged Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't dare to move too hard, for fear that it would disturb Yanqing's wounds, and Yanqing's eyebrows were also loose and tight, which looked very attractive. Zhou Hao leaned in her ear and whispered, "Cousin gently, in the future, you will be my cousin." Yanqing's body is too weak. Compared with Zhao Yuqin, Situ Jianying, and Yang Jiabao, Yanqing's first process is much more difficult. Seeing her pale and trembling from the pain, Zhou Hao was so distressed that she poured some real energy into her body to make her face ruddy. "Cousin gently, is it better?" Zhou Hao pulled away the sweat-soaked hair on her forehead and asked softly. Yin nodded slightly. "Xiao Hao, I'm fine, don't worry. I feel so strange, can you move?" In harmony, the two embraced and slept, and spent a birthday that made Yanqing the most memorable. The next day, due to the habit of waking up early, Yanqing woke up early. She wanted to make breakfast for Zhou Hao, but her new melon was first broken and her lower body injury had not healed. Zhou Hao was willing to let her work, so I took the responsibility of making breakfast myself. Yanqing saw that she was so considerate of herself, and that her lower body was really swollen, and she couldn't walk normally, so she accepted Zhou Hao's thoughtfulness at ease. Because Yin Qingming shed a lot of blood last night, Zhou Hao cooked a pot of red dates, wolfberry, and lotus seed porridge, so that Yin Qingqing could nourish blood and nourish vitality, and made a simple egg cake with a rice cooker. He didn't even let Yin walk down gently, and took her from the bed to the dining room to sit down. He also put a soft pillow on the chair beforehand, which was really considerate. If Yin Qingqing insisted not to use it, Zhou Hao would feed her porridge. "How did you practice, Xiao Hao? Your cooking skills are about to catch up with Annie." Yin Qingqing ate this sweet and fragrant red jujube medlar and lotus seed porridge, heartily praised. She herself helped with housework at home since she was a child, and her cooking was not bad, but she was ashamed of Zhou Hao. And because Zhou Hao was familiar with Shun Nong Bai Chao, and had supplemented the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine diet with Xiao Nanhua and Xiao Jiming, the meals he cooks are often good for the body. Boys now, if they don't have the cooking skills that can be used on the countertop twice, life in the future will be bleak. Zhou Hao smiled. It's better now, but he knows that in a few years, there will be fewer and fewer girls who know how to cook, so boys must at least have basic cooking skills. Otherwise, life after marriage will really be a problem with food and clothing. By the way, Xiao Hao, Yin Qingqing blushed suddenly. If my aunt asks about us, should I tell her? Yin Tong was a person who came here, and he cared very much about Yin Qingxin. So as long as he pays a little attention, I am afraid that Yin Qing was broken, and the only suspect is Zhou Hao. Speak straight. Zhou Hao was also a little helpless. He knew there was no way to hide Yin Tong. However, Yin Qingming was already 19 years old this year, already an adult, and Zhou Hao, not to mention, had already had a relationship with his teacher when he was 16. So even if Yin Tong knew about it, he would just scold Zhou Hao for a while. Seeing the guardian star necklace on Yanqing's neck, Zhou Hao remembered one thing and couldn't help smiling. Xiao Hao, what are you laughing at? No, I just thought of a piece of data. Zhou Hao smiled. A sociology expert once did a statistics to investigate when girls usually break things. The result is the break rate. The highest day, the first is Valentine's Day, the second is the girl's birthday, and the third is Christmas. Remembering that it was her birthday last night, Yin Qingquan's cheeks were red, and she glanced at Zhou Hao with anger. Zhou Hao's heart was shocked when he touched Yin Qing's eye. After she transformed from a girl into a woman, Yin Qing's body also exuded a strong and charming aura. She was originally a rare beauty, so she became even more attractive now. After eating breakfast, Zhou Hao certainly didn't let Yin Gentle clean up. He tied his apron and went to wash the dishes. He looked like a family leader, but he was touched by Yin. Afterwards, Zhou Hao watched TV with Yin Qing and enjoyed the warm world of the two. It didn't take long for the phone in the hall to ring, and Zhou Hao picked up the microphone casually. "Hello, this is Zhou Hao." "Zhou Hao, I'm Jiming." A voice familiar to Zhou Hao came from the phone. It was Xiao Jiming. "Zhou Hao, I'm back to Shanqing with my dad." "Are you back?" Zhou Hao was also very excited, because Xiao Jiming and Xiao Nanhua, according to Zhou Hao's instructions, traveled across the country this year, looking for the medicinal materials in Shun Nong Bai Chao. Just listen to Xiao Jiming said. Yes, my dad and I just came back from Inner Mongolia and want to rest for a month and sort out the medicinal materials we found before continuing to search. Then are you in Xianqing now? Not yet. We just got off the plane in Guangzhou and are now taking the bus back to Xianqing. Then I will pick you up at the passenger terminal. So Zhou Hao said to Yin softly, and drove to the passenger terminal, ready to pick up Xiao Jiming and his son. After all, Xiao Jiming and Xiao Nanhua traveled all over the country for their future pharmaceutical group, which can be described as hard work. On the way, Zhou Hao was thinking about Xiao Jiming. Xiao Jiming had fallen in love with Yin Qingqing at first sight before, and had pursued Yin Qingqing, but Yin Qingqing had only Zhou Hao in his heart, so he did not accept Xiao Jiming. After that, Xiao Jiming also fell for a while, but finally figured it out, and developed well with his high school classmate Du Yijuan. But Xiao Jiming still doesn't know that the person in Yin Qing's heart is Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao only broke Yin Qing's body yesterday. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao didn't know whether to tell Xiao Jiming about it. But after thinking about it, I felt that there was no need to hide it from Xiao Jiming. After all, emotional matters were reluctant to come, and Zhou Hao asked himself that it was not Li Xuanhuan's stupid and hateful guy, and it would never be possible to let out the woman he liked. Just thinking about it, Zhou Hao suddenly saw two large dump trucks appearing on both sides of his commercial vehicle, which was very abnormal. Zhou Hao felt a little uncomfortable. He was about to increase the throttle to exceed them, but saw the two large dump trucks clipped here at the same time and directly clamped the commercial vehicle. Zhou Hao was too late to overtake. Moreover, they didn't mean any mischief, because the two dump trucks continued to be clamped in the middle. Seeing that, it was clear that they wanted to pinch the commercial vehicle together with Zhou Hao inside. Sandwiched between these two large dump trucks, Zhou Hao couldn't overtake or stop. Moreover, Zhou Hao also saw that the dump trucks looked sturdy and brutal for the past 2 centuries, and they were not ordinary truck drivers at all. Just as Zhou Hao was thinking about how to get out, he saw another dump truck of the same model approaching. It was very fast. Not only did it not mean to slow down, it was still blatantly driving in the opposite direction, which was clearly aimed at Zhou Hao. Damn, I really don't leave people away to survive, Zhou Hao said to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the dump truck caught on both sides drove out at the same time, letting go of Zhou Hao's commercial vehicle, and the distance between the dump truck in front was less than 5 or 6 meters. So even though Zhou Hao stepped on the brakes severely, however, due to inertia, the commercial vehicle rushed forward at a high speed. Boom! After a loud noise, Zhou Hao's commercial vehicle slammed into the front of the dump truck. Compared with ordinary small cars, this heavy dump truck walks like a tank on the road, and is not afraid of being hit at all. After colliding with Zhou Hao's commercial vehicle, the dump truck was slightly recessed in the crash barrier. On the other hand, Zhou Hao's commercial vehicle had a flat front and the body was folded forward due to inertia. This is more than that. Just now, one of Zhou Hao's dump trucks was caught, and at this time, it went around behind Zhou Hao's commercial vehicle. He added fuel and rushed over, hitting the commercial vehicle severely, along with the dump truck in front. I clamped the commercial car into a piece of iron bumps on the spot. The commercial car's original body of more than 4 meters and 5 meters was also clamped to less than 2 meters at this time, which was completely beyond recognition. When other vehicles on the highway saw such a scene, they could also see that it was an ordinary traffic accident. The 3 dump trucks simply wanted to murder the people in the commercial vehicle. And looking at the tragic condition of the commercial car, there is absolutely no possibility that the people in it will survive. Although a few cars stopped, I didn't dare to go forward and do anything. I just called the police immediately, because the 3 heavy dump trucks were still very lethal to ordinary cars. When the 3 dump trucks left, a few passing drivers hurried to the commercial vehicle. "Call an ambulance," one person shouted. "I'm afraid it's not saved. Even the body is made like this. How can a flesh and blood body stand it?" Another person saw a commercial car that looked like a sandwich and shook his head. "Don't open the door. I see if this guy has offended people. The 3 dump trucks clearly want his life." But at this moment, everyone heard a sound of metal rubbing. Boom! Seeing that the roof of the commercial vehicle was suddenly pierced by a fist, the surrounding drivers were startled, and they all thought in unison, "The corpse." Under their surprised eyes, the roof of the car with a hole in it was torn apart by both hands. The situation was just like opening a can, except that the can was opened by itself. Then a figure jumped out from the torn car roof. It was Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's clothes were badly damaged, and his face was stained with oil, but there were no injuries on his body. At the moment of the crash, he transported 10 successful powers to envelope himself and protect his body. In addition, his body itself was much tougher than ordinary people, so he could survive this collision. However, Zhou Hao was safe and sound, but it actually frightened those around him. They witnessed the scene just now. What's more, even the body made of steel is crushed like this, let alone people of flesh and blood. Moreover, Zhou Hao is very angry now. The group of people just now clearly wanted to put themselves to death. If they were changed to other ordinary people or people who were close to martial arts, they might die in the situation just now. Even if there are people next to Zhou Hao can't guarantee that he can protect his companions. Therefore, Zhou Hao, whose face was stained with oil, now looked extremely hideous, making the drivers around him afraid to move forward. At this time, a police car and an ambulance also came. The police and medical staff were shocked to see the commercial vehicle that had become a piece of iron on the road. The two nurses shook their heads when they saw it. They had also seen many car accident scenes. It's all done like this, and the people inside must be hopeless. The police also said by the side, "Call the fire brigade over, always get the body out. Don't be so troublesome. You first take me home to change my clothes, and then take me to see your mayor's situ." Zhou Hao suddenly walked out from the side. The policeman was taken aback by Zhou Hao's appearance. When he saw that there was no one in the commercial vehicle and saw Zhou Hao's greasy dirt, he pointed at him in disbelief. Are you the driver?" That's right. Zhou Hao didn't bother to explain to them that he knew martial arts, so he got into the police car and asked them to drive themselves back to Guanhu Villa. When the police saw that he seemed to know Sidu Li, and Zhou Hao had a cold breath all over his body at this time, which made these policemen who were not originally good men and women feel a little frustrated and subconsciously did not dare to violate his meaning. When Zhou Hao returned home, Yin Qingming was frightened by his appearance. When Zhou Hao told her that she had been in a car accident, Yin Qingming didn't care about her injury anymore and went over to check Zhou Hao's body carefully. No injuries. "Cousin, I'm okay, don't worry." Zhou Hao comforted Yin Qingxian, who was weeping. "How can you get into a car accident if you are good?" Yin Qing asked Zhou Hao. She knew Zhou Hao's car skills. Even if she was not a professional player, she would never make any mistakes. "Someone wants to kill me." Zhou Hao's face was still a bit angry. "Huh? Who is it?" Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and said, "If I'm right, it should be Wu Shihua." Zhou Hao had thought about it just now. The person who had a holiday with him was the strongest Fengma Kotaro of the Fengma clan, but Fengma Kotaro, as an absolute master, should not use this method to deal with himself. As for the Tang sect, they were originally afraid of their relationship with the Zhao family, so they have never dared to act rashly. What's more, the feud between them and themselves is not an insoluble feud. That time with Sun Linfeng, the elder of Tang's sect Xuanwu Hall in the test, the grievance between himself and Tang's sect was completely wiped out. Liang Fengshan was dead again, and Liang Xuantong didn't even know his existence. Dong Qishan hid in New Zealand again. Xiaohou, who had been killed by the 7 kills, refused to accept him. His 2 apprentices should not dare to provoke him. Among those who have recently complained with Zhou Hao, Wu Shihua is most likely to attack Zhou Hao, and the method just now is clearly the work of people in the underworld. If I die, my mother would have lost the first heir, and he would be more likely to seize the light. Zhou Hao said softly to Yin. Besides, there is such a coincidence. I just met him. In the face, Zhou Lichang, and they couldn't persuade me. I encountered this kind of thing today. It was obvious that he was so angry that he wanted to kill me as an obstacle. Yin Qingqing was also angry at Nanping. I didn't expect that to be so vicious. She was also a gentle and kind-hearted girl, and she treated others very kindly. But like Zhou Hao, Yin Tong and the women around her were Zhou Hao's inverse scales, and for Yin Qingming, Zhou Hao was also her inverse. Lin, if anyone hurts Zhou Hao or is disadvantageous to Zhou Hao, she will not forgive him. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Zhou Hao called Leihu. Leihu, beside my cousin and sister Lan, you can send me more people to protect them. I'm afraid some people want to, it must be against them. Also, for my relatives in Huayu village, you should send more people to protect them. Yin Qing and the people of the Yin family are related to Yin Tong. So if you really want to talk about Tongguang's inheritance rights, they are also eligible to inherit. Zhou Hao is afraid that Wu Shihua will take Tongguang and will do nothing. It is not good for Yin Tong and Yin family. Since Tianhe has a factory in Huayu village, and the most important part of Tianhe, the technology development department, is also located in Huayu village, so Pluto has also deployed a lot of people there, and there are no shortage of good players to protect the Yin family. So Zhou Hao doesn't need to worry too much. Then, after several good players from Pluto came to Guanhu Villa to protect Yin Chang in secret, Zhou Hao left in peace and went to Situ Li to deal with this matter. In order to protect Yin Qing, the people sent by Pluto also prepared powerful weapons such as automatic rifles and grenades. I believe those with Shihua would not be able to attack. Hearing that Zhou Hao was attacked on the highway, Situ Li was also very nervous and had already been waiting for him here at the city government. Seeing Zhou Hao safe and sound, he let out a long sigh. If something happened to Zhou Hao in Xiangqing, let alone other people, Zhao Dingzhou, the commander-in-chief of the Guangzhou military region, would not let him go. He said to the policeman who came with Zhou Hao, "You tell me to call Chun Xiangqing over immediately. Those guys actually committed such crimes in the light of daylight. When did the public security in Xiangqing become so bad?" Chun Xiangqing was the one who succeeded Situ Li as the mayor of the city's public security bureau. The policeman saw Situ Li directly naming Chun Xiangqing and knew that he was really angry, so they immediately notified him. At the same time, he understood that Situ Li was so angry because of Zhou Hao, and was surprised that Mayor Situ took Zhou Hao seriously. Xiao Hao this. Situ Li looked at Zhou Hao helplessly, for fear that Zhou Hao would blame himself for this. Zhou Hao raised his hand and said calmly, "Uncle Situ, don't worry. I know this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't blame the people in the city bureau. After all, such a thing happened. No one expected it in advance. I want you to check the dump trucks for me. They probably haven't left Xiangqing yet." Okay, Situ Li said. "I will immediately ask people to set up roadblocks at the main exits of Xiangqing to investigate the dump trucks. By the way, Xiao Hao, do you know who is going to move you?" He meant to be able to help Zhou Hao deal with that person, but when he saw Zhou Hao shook his head. "Uncle Situ, I won't bother you with this. That guy is not a local from Xiangqing, and he should be in Guangzhou now. Even if you want to manage, I'm afraid it's too weak." Although Situ Li is now the mayor of Xiangqing, his power in the city is second only to that of the secretary of the municipal party committee Xiaoyu, but after leaving Xiangqing, his influence will be greatly reduced. If he recklessly intervenes, he may be arrested. Live the handle, saying that he crossed the boundary to manage. "But Uncle Situ, you have to block the news about my survivorship, including the drivers who were there at the time, as well as the police and medical staff. I don't want that guy to know that I'm alive, lest he be wary." Zhou Hao said, "This is no problem." Situ Li agreed without hesitation. Then, Zhou Hao asked Lei Hu to arrange manpower to pick up Xiao Nanyue and Xiao Jiming at the passenger station for himself, and then come to the city government to meet him. 15 minutes later, Thunder Tiger drove over to pick up Zhou Hao. He was filled with righteous indignation and said to Zhou Hao, "Boss, you order. Our brother will kill that guy for you, and a gangster dare to move us." "Boss," Zhou Hao shook his head. "Don't be impulsive. After all, you are no longer active soldiers." "What about my brother?" "People have been picked up at the passenger terminal," Lei Hu said. "I asked you to investigate Wu Shihua's details. How did you find out?" Lei Hu said, "I asked a friend from the National Security Bureau to check it out. That Wu Shihua is a native of Shanghai. He has not been a safe owner since he was a child. He has been on the road when he was in his teens. Then he became the deputy director of the Shanghai Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Made a fortune. This guy has a lot of lives on his body, but because he often doesn't leave evidence in his work, and he rarely does it himself, and there are people in the government to protect him, so even if the National Security Bureau has his backup, he did not move him. This guy is not married, but there are many mistresses. More than 20 years ago, a dancer gave him a son named Wu Yanjun. He came to Guangdong 2 months ago, and he really wants to invest in real estate here." Zhou Hao asked, "Then is he in Xiangqing now?" "The person we sent yesterday reported that he was still in Guangzhou last night. I will ask you now." Then, Lei Hu took out his mobile suit and quickly pressed a number. However, after a long time no one answered, Lei Hu also felt puzzled. "It's strange. Why no one listens to the phone? They are not such unexplained people. Those people who were sent to monitor Wu Shihua used to be in the same unit as him. They were his subordinates, and now they also work for Zhou Hao. So Lei Hu didn't want his brothers to leave a bad impression on Zhou Hao. He hurriedly pressed another number, but there was still no response. No need to fight. They used to be special forces. Keeping in touch with them at any time is the first element. If they don't listen to the phone, they must have encountered an emergency. Zhou Hao said solemnly. They were last time yesterday. At the time of the report, where was Wu Shihua? Lei Hu immediately said, in the country garden in Tianhe district, Guangzhou. We rushed over right away. They may have suffered an accident. Zhou Hao frowned and said. Thunder Tiger also thought it so he suddenly accelerated towards Guangzhou. On the way, Lei Hu and Zhou Hao analyzed the clues. The people that Thunder Tiger had sent before were all good players, and they had very good lurking and tracking skills. Even those in the underworld would find it difficult to find them. If this speculates, Wu Shihua should have an expert. Of course, the so-called superior is also relative to other people. For Zhou Hao, the only ones who can truly be called superior are the chief of the First Army, Fengma Kotaro, and Zhou the Tang sect master Li Zongyun, who Hao hadn't met. Xiahou was one of them. Although he had been defeated by Zhou Hao, he was also a rare master. Moreover, as elites retired from the special forces, Thunder Tigers have received very strict anti-extortion training. Therefore, at least for a short period of time, Wu Shihua will not know that those people were sent by Zhou Hao. At the same time, Zhou Hao also called Zhao Dingzhou in Guangzhou and informed him. After all, Guangzhou is the provincial capital of Guangdong, and Zhou Hao will be troublesome if things get too loud, so it would be much easier to have Zhao Dingzhou adjust from it. Zhao Dingzhou was furious when he learned that someone dared to murder Zhou Hao in this way. He had already regarded Zhou Hao as a family member. Now someone dared to move the Zhao family, which made him very angry. Xiao Hao, I will mobilize people to get you out of that guy right now. Zhao Dingzhou said angrily. I don't care if he is protected by the Shanghai government. Dare to touch our Zhao family? I think he is don't die. Zhao Dingzhou's temperament is very similar to Zhao Rixin, and he has spent most of his life in the army like Zhao Rixin. Therefore, even though Zhao Dingzhou is now in a high position, he still has that kind of military strength. Big brother, don't be impulsive. Zhao Dingzhou was so angry because he cared about himself. Zhou Hao was naturally very moved. I suspect that Wu Shihua has a master. Ordinary people may not be able to deal with it, and I have to deal with this guy myself. I think, if things go wrong, big brother, help me adjust. No problem, it's just a gang leader. The big deal is that I told the above that he endangered public safety, and find a cause to kill him. Zhao Dingzhou agreed. The military has always been very strong, and if something goes wrong, it will only be resolved internally by the military. Local governments generally will not easily obstruct them. As long as they do not involve their vital interests, they will not get angry. Soon, Zhou Hao and Lei Hu came to the country garden villa area in Tianhe, Guangzhou. Boss, if Wu Shihua really caught our brother, then he might be waiting for us to snare. Zhou Hao nodded. You are right. That guy is so cunning. If he can't ask anything from our people, he will definitely lie in ambush and let us throw ourselves into the net. Moreover, Wu Shihua's men should know my appearance. If I just go out like this, I'm afraid I'll startle the snake. I saw Thunder Tiger take out a metal box from the car. Boss, don't be afraid. We used to pretend when we were performing tasks. I specially made this set of makeup tools to ensure that no one would recognize it. You are here. So, Lei Hu helped Zhou Hao put on makeup, darkened the skin on Zhou Hao's face, thickened his eyebrows, and finally used 2 small pieces of silicone to widen Zhou Hao's cheekbones. After that, Zhou Hao's appearance was greatly changed, and even acquaintances were difficult to recognize at a glance. Thunder Tiger also put on makeup before getting out of the car with Zhou Hao and entering the villa area. The two pretended to wander around the villa area as if nothing had happened. Thunder Tiger pointed to a villa next to an artificial lake in the distance and said to Zhou Hao, "That's Wu Shihua's villa." Zhou Hao looked around and saw the shadows of the people in the villa, who should be Wu Shihua's men. The two of them did not approach the villa, fearing that they might startle. Lei Hu said, "Boss, what should I do next?" Zhou Hao thought for a while. "I'll go and rescue the brothers first. I don't know how Wu Shihua that will torture them." When Lei Hu heard this, he was very moved. In fact, He really wanted to suggest to Zhou how to save his men, but he had served in the special forces for more than 10 years, and he was used to executing the orders above. Regarding Zhou Hao as a commander, if Zhou Hao didn't say to save people, he wouldn't go beyond it. Immediately, Thunder Tiger took out an instrument, but it was a radar-type display. In fact, the retired special forces who have joined the Pluto are equipped with a signal transmitter and connected to the global positioning system to know their location at any time. Zhou Hao was inspired by the ninjas of the Wind Demon clan, who installed poison sacs in their teeth and installed the tiny signal transmitters in Thunder Tiger's teeth. The cost of such high-tech equipment is high, but it can play a huge role at critical times. Lei Hu looked at the display and said to Zhou Hao, "They are just 15 kilometers to the north." "Then let's go over immediately," Zhou Hao said. 15 kilometers away is a small fruit forest, full of fruit trees such as lychee and pomegranate, and there are still a few small bungalows faintly visible in it, which should be similar to the building of a security pavilion. From a distance, Zhou Hao saw many figures in the fruit forest. Although those people were carrying tools such as hose or shovel on their shoulders, they looked like farmers at first glance, but Zhou Hao sneered in his heart. This is not a new planting of saplings, where a and a shovel are needed, and each of them has a fair complexion, so they are not like people who have been working in the field for a long time. Lei Hu also held a telescope in his hand and observed the fruit forest. He said, "Boss, I remember that there seems to be an air raid shelter in the fruit forest. Did they catch our brothers there?" "Air raid shelter? Did you remember correctly?" Zhou Hao asked Lei Hu. Lei Hu shook his head. "I used to see the locations of all the air raid shelters in the Pearl River Delta during my previous service. I remember. However, I remember that the air raid shelter in the fruit forest has been abandoned for many years. It should have been used by Wu Shihua after discovering it. His secret stronghold. It seems that the brethren were caught in the air raid shelter by them. The air raid shelter should not be too deep, otherwise we would not receive the signal from them," Zhou Hao said. "However, we cannot disturb the people in the fruit forest. Otherwise, it will take more effort." As a result, the two sneaked in from the side of the fruit forest. The people in the fruit forest posing as farmers are not trained soldiers after all. It may be okay to guard the fruit forest, but it is not useful for them to spy, not to mention the ones who sneak in now. Masters like Zhou Hao and Lei Hu. Zhou Hao's martial arts are high-powered, and he can rise into the air with a little lift and walk directly on the top of the fruit tree. Although Zhou Hao's light work can't walk on the snow without a trace, it is impossible for those people below to find it. The Thunder Tiger climbed from tree to tree with agility. Although it was not as light and agile as Zhou Hao, and the speed was not as fast as Zhou Hao, it was also difficult to detect. According to the radar, Zhou Hao and the two came to the center of the fruit forest. Judging from the radar screen, the 3 Pluto employees who were captured are under the lychee tree in the center of the fruit forest, which is estimated to be over 100 years old. However, the weeds on the ground nearby are thick with dead leaves, and the entrance to the air raid shelter is not visible. Lei Hu was going to look for the entrance, but was stopped by Zhou Hao. Since this is where the air raid shelter is located, no one is guarding it nearby, and the guys who pretend to be farmers are also on the periphery of the fruit forest. This is obviously abnormal. Zhou Hao made a gesture to Lei Hu, asking him to stay on the tree without moving, while he himself fell lightly. As soon as it fell on the ground with thick, dead leaves, I heard a click. Something suddenly emerged from the dead leaves, and it severely clamped Zhou Hao's right foot. Iron traps. The iron teeth on this trap are sharp, which makes people shudder when you look at it. And depending on its size, it is clear that it is used to catch a large beast like a black bear. If an ordinary person steps on it, it is estimated that the entire leg is to be caught. Moreover, there is a 2-fingered iron chain on this trap. The iron chain is buried under the dead leaves, and it is unknown where the other end is connected. Hee. A burst of triumphant laughter came from behind the lychee tree. "I didn't expect you guys to actually find here, but it's a pity that you still got into my suit." I saw a short but very sturdy man turning out from behind the lychee tree. His appearance was not amazing. He only had unusually strong arms, and he could faintly see the thick calluses on his palms. Kung fu on the arm is uncommon, and he was also holding an iron chain in his right hand, which should be connected to the trap. "Huh? I didn't expect you to be quite stiff. You don't even hum." Seeing Zhou Hao's right foot caught by the trap, the man didn't change his expression, standing there like a pine and cypress. Humph! It's useless for you to bear the pain. Your right foot is mine. The man sneered, grabbing the iron chain with his right hand and pulling hard, and saw the iron chain buried under the dead leaves bounce out. However, under the pull of this man, the trap under Zhou Hao's feet did not move. Huh! The man was a little surprised. He couldn't even pull Zhou Hao. His right hand increased his strength in vain, and his muscles showed hideous blue veins, and the 10-meter-long iron chain was also stretched straight, but the animal trap was still not moving, as if it had taken root on the ground. The man snorted coldly, grabbed the chain with his left hand, and pulled the chain with both hands, but it still had no effect. He also discovered at this moment that Zhou Hao's right foot clamped by the trap had no blood at all, only a few holes in his pants, and he saw the iron teeth on Zhou Hao's feet. They turned out one by one, which meant that those iron teeth didn't get into Zhou Hao's skin at all. No, the animal trap has been modified so that even the bear's paw can be cut off, so it can't hurt this person. Is he a master of horizontal kung fu such as the golden bell and iron shirt? The man thought to himself. Tao. At this moment, Zhou Hao over there let out a cold voice. Come here. Then he saw his right foot back, and the huge force suddenly pulled the chain and pulled the man over. I saw the man flying away from the ground, flying towards Zhou Hao. But this person is also extraordinary. After his entire body was pulled into the air, he was shocked and undisturbed. Instead, he used this force to push the left punch to Zhou Hao. This guy's fist is much bigger than that of ordinary people, and his strength is also extraordinary. Zhou Hao was not afraid, but casually raised his right hand to meet his fist. Boom! After the dull clapping of fists, the man flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, turning up large tracts of dead leaves, and at the same time exposed a 2-meter square iron plate on the ground, which was obviously the entrance to the air raid shelter. Up! Zhou Hao stomped hard with his right foot on the ground, and the trap clip on the foot suddenly shattered. He walked up to the man in a few steps, stepped on his chest, and said coldly, Say, is Wu Shihua in this air raid shelter? The man's expression was painful. His left arm was dislocated by Zhou Hao just after the collision, but he didn't groan, only stared at Zhou Hao closely, and he seemed to be a tough guy. Zhou Hao didn't say much. He feinted the man with a finger and easily pushed him aside when he picked him up. At this time, Thunder Tiger also jumped from the tree, and he was still afraid. If Zhou Hao hadn't stopped him just now, he would be caught by the trap when he jumped off. He was not as powerful as Zhou Hao. Where can the body of flesh and blood withstand the sharpness of that trap? Moreover, the man with thick arms is obviously a strong man with martial arts. Although he is an elite of the special forces, he is afraid that he is not his opponent. Leihu, you are watching here. I will go in and take a look, and be careful of those from outside. Zhou Hao said to Leihu. He grabbed the iron plate at the entrance of the air raid shelter and lifted it up, lifting the hundreds of caddies. The iron plate was easily lifted, revealing a rectangular entrance and a stone ladder below. Zhou Hao walked in without saying a word. Although it was dark inside, Zhou Hao's vision was not affected at all, and his movements were very fast. The stone ladder extends only more than 10 meters from the ground, so the air raid shelter is only a few meters below the ground. At the end of the stone ladder is the main body of the air raid shelter. Zhou Hao also saw 3 people inside were tied back to the ground. It was the 3 people sent by Thunder Tiger to monitor Wu Shihua. They were all wearing hoods, so they couldn't see the situation outside and didn't know Zhou Hao's arrival. Zhou Hao quickly walked into the air raid shelter, but as soon as he left the stone ladder and stepped into it, a gnat-like sound came from the side. Zhou Hao didn't turn his head to look and directly raised his right hand, eating 2 fingers. One pinch clamped the thing that was shot at him, but it was 4 silver needles that were as thin as hair. What? In the dark, a slight male voice uttered, obviously surprised that Zhou Hao could block his sneak attack. But before he had time to launch a second wave of attacks on Zhou Hao, he felt his neck tighten, and he couldn't help being pressed against the wall and unable to move. Immediately afterwards, he felt that he had been tapped twice on his chest, and he couldn't move his whole body. It was obvious that he was tapped by the opponent. To restrain this person who launched a sneak attack in the dark, Zhou Hao turned on the light in the air raid shelter and took off the hood of the three people tied to the ground. I saw a lot of bruises on the faces of these three people. One of them had a swollen left eye, and another had a broken arm. Obviously, they all suffered a lot. Seeing Zhou Hao, all three of them showed surprises on their faces and said in the same way, "Boss." Seeing that their injuries were not light, Zhou Hao was not without guilt. "How are you guys? Are the injuries serious?" "It's nothing, boss. Don't worry. Our body is much better than ordinary people, and it's not that easy to collapse." Zhou Hao nodded. These people were all tough soldiers in the army, and now they are also tough guys with tough body and mind. He turned his head to look at the man who had attacked him just now, and saw that the man was in his 40s. His figure was very thin, his face was pale, and he looked like an ordinary person who was weak and sick. But Zhou Hao knew that the silver needle that this person threw just now was not only powerful, but also very accurate. The needles were all aimed at his temples. If he changed his martial arts and was less alert, he was afraid that he would die just now. It's in his hands. In addition to the dwarf outside, the martial arts of these two men are very extraordinary. It is no wonder that the people sent by Thunder Tiger were discovered by them and captured alive. If it is an ordinary gang, it is difficult to have such a master. When he walked to the man, Zhou Hao looked at him coldly. "You beat my people like that." "Boss," this guy interrupted Dongzi's hand. After Zhou Hao heard, this man would sneer, "Hum. You interrupt my men hand, right then a tit for tat." After that, Zhou Hao squeezed the man's right shoulder blade. As soon as his fingers tightened, he heard the sound of cracking bones, crushing the man's shoulder blades. This person suddenly screamed. Zhou Hao's person just had his arm bone broken, and he could heal as long as he connected it and cultivated, but the person's shoulder blade was crushed, which meant that his entire right arm was abolished. There is no possibility of recovery. In the severe pain, the man yelled at Zhou Hao, Do you dare to fight our youth gang? Wait and see." "Qing gang. Are you from the Qing gang?" Hearing this guy's roar, Zhou Hao gave a slight pause, and then thought, is Wu Shihua's Du Yueshing in the 90s really related to the Qing gang? Otherwise, how could these people help him? Seeing Zhou Hao's expression in surprise, the man gritted his teeth and said, "It's too late for you to regret now. You heard our members of the Youth League. We and you are in an endless situation. You, and the three of you, including the people behind you, all have to die, hee. If one of my arms is abolished, our young master will not let you go." You thought it was the heyday of the Qing gang? Zhou Hao was very disdainful of this man's arrogance. "Don't say it is now. Even if it is really in the heyday of the Qing gang, I have never been afraid." Following Zhou Hao's cold voice, his hand has been pressed against the man's left shoulder blade. The man immediately guessed what Zhou Hao wanted to do. As soon as he was about to stop it, a heart-wrenching feeling came from his left shoulder, and the sound of cracking bones also made him feel in his heart. The last glimmer of hope was dashed. This scapula is actually the pipa bone, just like the kneecap. After the pipa bone is smashed, it is extremely difficult to recover. Abolishing this pipa bone will not dissipate the true energy of the masters of the inner family. I'm disabled, and I can't use my skills anymore. Therefore, for those masters who are proficient in hand skills, abolishing the pipa bone is no different. The reason why Zhou Hao started so hard was because this person seriously injured his subordinates, but also because Zhou Hao and Wu Shihua had already forged a death feud. It was impossible to untie it. Even though Wu Shihua was an important figure in the youth gang, Zhou Hao wouldn't let him go. In this way, Zhou Hao and the Qing gang would have grievances. In this case, Zhou Hao doesn't need to show mercy to this person. "I have even used your left hand now, so what would your young master do to me?" Zhou Hao sneered. Even if the opponent is a famous green gang in history, Zhou Hao is equally fearless. After all, no matter how big the name of the green gang is, it is a gangster, and they are just going to be honest and safe. If anything goes wrong, the first one to deal with them is the country. If the government wants to suppress the Qing gang again, or even completely eradicate it, the Qing gang will have no resistance at all, and Zhou Hao is also happy to be a forward for the country again. At this time, Zhou Hao put his hand on the man's lower abdomen, squinted at him, and smiled. "Now, you think about whether you want to tell me where Wu Shihua is. If you don't want to tell me, it's fine, then I'll be broken. You're Dantian Shihai, then you will really be indistinguishable from a waste person in the future." If the dantian in the human body is broken, not only will the internal strength dissipate, it will no longer be possible to condense qi. In the future, that is, the body is weak in Chinese medicine, and the physique is much worse than that of ordinary people. Therefore, for those who practice internal martial arts, the pain of being broken is more painful than death. Seeing Zhou Hao's angry eyes, the man had no doubt that Zhou Hao could do it. At this moment, he already hated Wu Shihua, and hated him for getting such a powerful opponent. Gritting his teeth, he said, "He is at the White Swan Hotel. Your choice is very wise." Zhou Hao smiled. "By the way, who did you say that young master is?" "The leader of the Qin gang." The man grinned. "You will know later." "Well, I'll see what he can do." Zhou Hao smiled confidently, and then reached out his hand a little to feint the man. Then Zhou Hao took the 3 injured brothers out of the air raid shelter, and he saw Thunder Tiger still waiting outside. Seeing the 3 subordinates coming out, Lei Hu endured his excitement and said to them, "Is all okay?" The 3 of them shook their heads at the same time. "Sir, we are all right. We are only affected." Zhou Hao also said to Lei Hu, "You first take them back to Xiangqing, and I will go to Wu Shihua." "Boss, let me go with you." "No, there may be masters around Wu Shihua. It's useless for you to follow me." Zhou Hao refused. Thunder Tiger also knows himself. Compared to ordinary people, he may be a personal weapon, but compared to those real strong men, dealing with him is similar to dealing with ordinary people. Not to mention others, Zhang Daniu, who has known him for a long time but has a good relationship, is an unfathomable master. Lei Hu asked himself that he was not an opponent. So even if you follow Zhou Hao, Thunder Tiger will probably become Zhou Hao's burden. All he can do is to send these 3 subordinates back to Xiangqing safely, so that Zhou Hao has no worries. Therefore, Thunder Tiger placed the short boy who had been knocked unconscious by Zhou Hao into the air raid shelter, so as not to notify Wu Shihua after being discovered, which would hinder Zhou Hao's actions. Since people have already been rescued, there is no need to hide their figures. Therefore, Zhou Hao and Thunder Tiger didn't have to walk from the tree when they left the fruit forest. They just fainted directly when they met Wu Shihua's subordinates posing as farmers. After leaving the fruit forest, Thunder Tiger took the 3 people back to Xiangqing, while Zhou Hao walked to the intersection by himself, intercepted a taxi, and headed straight to the White Swan Hotel. On the way, Zhou Hao was still thinking about Wu Shihua's identity, guessing his status in the youth gang. According to Zhou Hao's estimation, Wu Shihua's status in the Qin gang should not be too high, because when the person just mentioned Wu Shihua's whereabouts, Zhou Hao could capture the hatred of Wu Shihua in his expression. It was not the hatred caused by the oppression of the superior, but it was a kind of anger that was involved. It can be seen that Wu Shihua's status will not be too high, at least not higher than that person. And what caught Zhou Hao's most attention was the young master mentioned by that person. This title, which mostly appeared in novels, was often the leader of some organizations. And since it is called the young master, there must be an old master above the young master. So Zhou Hao speculated that it should be the controller of the Qin gang. However, today's gang is no longer the gang in old Shanghai before the founding of the People's Republic of China. The frightening gang has long been torn apart, and a large part of the gang has left overseas to split up and develop on their own, although some are still in the gang banner, but it can no longer be unified scheduling. Zhou Hao has never heard of the remaining power of the youth gangs in China. After all, the government's suppression of the gangs is still great. Those small gangs are nothing. Once the power reaches a certain level, they will definitely be eliminated by the government. The so-called would show in the forest wind will destroy it is this truth. In order to find out what influence the Qin gang still had in the country, Zhou Hao immediately called Zhao Dingzhou to inquire. Qin gang. Are the people of the Qin gang going to deal with Xiao Haoyu? Zhao Dingzhou was a little surprised. Well, eldest brother, is it possible that the youth gang still has a lot of power in China? Zhou Hao asked. How come, in the 10 years after the founding of the People's Republic of China, all the gangs in the country that were powerful enough to threaten the government were eliminated? Do you know that the government sent troops to Xiangxi to suppress bandits? Those guys are the horse thieves of the Xiang gang. You say even the thieves of the Xiang gang who hid in western Hunan were wiped out. Can a strong gang like the Qin gang survive? Zhao Dingzhou said. Our father was among the main executives who dealt with the Qin gang back then. At that time, most of the Qing gang members were either stubbornly resisting and being suppressed, or they were driven out of the country and moved overseas. Even if there are remnants in the country, they are still there. It's hard to turn up some storms. Brother, I suspect that Wu Shihua is probably a member of the youth gang. Will he just be the head of the Qing gang and only serve as the named disciple of the Qing gang? Zhou Hao said. It shouldn't be. Otherwise the Qing gang will not send two masters to help him. I will go to explore his bottom now. Well, then you be careful. If the gang wants to make trouble again, we will not tolerate them. When he arrived at the White Swan Hotel, Zhou Hao entered directly from the side entrance and went straight to the upper floor, because the man said that Wu Shihua was in the luxurious suite on the upper floor of the hotel. Zhou Hao came to the door of another room next to Wu Shihua's suite and listened carefully. After making sure that there was no one inside, he twisted the door lock and walked in. He knew that these luxurious suites all have independent terraces, so he went straight to terrace. I found that this room is only 3 or 4 meters away from the terrace of Wu Shihua's suite. There was no need for a run-up. Zhou Hao leaped over and quietly landed on the terrace of Wu Shihua's room and hid in the curtain of the floor-to-ceiling window on the terrace. Wu Shihua was indeed in this room, and besides him, there was another man in the room. I saw that the man was only 30 years old and his face was quite delicate. The first impression he gave at first glance was a gentleman, but he was wearing a blue tang suit, and he was also wearing a pair of black cloth and white background kung fu shoes. Therefore, this man seemed to be incompatible with this modern environment, and he felt very uncoordinated. And Zhou Hao and Wu Shihua respected this handsome man. Sitting on the sofa, Wu Shihua just stood in front of him and nodded and bowed. He looked like a slave, and he did not look like a gang leader. The man picked up a cup of kung fu tea on the coffee table and took a sip. At the same time, he glanced at Wu Shihua and asked calmly, "Do you know who Zhou Hao is?" "Young master, Zhou Hao is just an ordinary boy. There is nothing to be afraid of," Wu Shihua said quickly. Zhou Hao's eyes narrowed, thinking that the man in Tang's suit on the sofa was indeed the young master. According to Zhou Hao's investigation, Wu Shihua's underworld in Shanghai can be said to cover the sky with only one hand. Even though he has been whitewashing since a few years ago, in fact, his control over the underworld in Shanghai has not been relaxed for a moment. The foreign gangs did not dare to scratch the tiger's beard lightly. Moreover, the market value of the real estate company under Wu Shihua's name is billions of yuan, so he is considered a powerful one. But now in front of this young master, Wu Shihua bows down like a slave. "You said Zhou Hao was just an ordinary boy, nothing terrible?" The young master glanced at Wu Shihua with his eyes crossed. "I know someone named Zhou Hao, but the Zhou Hao I know is the Politburo. The godson of the standing committee member Zhao Rixin is also an unfathomable master, and even Mr. Han Mei, the leader of the First Army, is full of praise." When Wu Shihua heard this, the expression on his face suddenly changed, and the Zhou Hao he had seen before appeared in his mind, and he thought that Zhou Hao seemed to know his own details, and he was obviously not an ordinary person. But Wu Shihua didn't dare to think about it anymore. If he knew that Zhou Hao was the Zhou Hao the young master said, then he would really be in trouble. And Zhou Hao, who was hiding on the terrace, was also surprised. This young master actually knew the existence of the First Army, and listening to his tone, he seemed to have some friendship with the master. This made Zhou Hao a little bit difficult, because he had a good relationship with the master. If the young master was really a friend of the master, it would be really difficult to deal with. Then the young master said calmly, "Those who monitored you yesterday were probably sent by Zhou Hao." "No, it's impossible." Wu Shihua swallowed hard. "How can it be impossible? You just met Zhou Hao, and someone came to watch you immediately. And I think those 3 people are clearly from the military, either scouts or special forces. Zhao Rixin is a military Fang's veteran. His son Zhao Dingzhou is simply the commander-in-chief of the Guangzhou military region. In this case, the Zhou Hao you provoked should be Zhao Rixin's godson." Wu Shihua was shocked, because the people he sent out to kill Zhou Hao had reported that Zhou Hao was dead. If the people in the Zhao family knew that Zhou Hao was killed by himself, then Wu Shihua would have no longer dared to think about it. On the other hand, the young master was calm and relaxed, and sipped the cup of tea comfortably. "I told you a long time ago that there is a knife on the head of sex. Don't make your body angry because of a woman. For you, for the sake of mere dignity. A woman offends a member of the Zhao family. You want our youth gang to be completely wiped out. Although the young master's tone was very calm, and he couldn't even hear the blame, Wu Shihua trembled all over, thumped and knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowed to the young master. Young master, I know it's wrong. You spare me, right? There was a thick carpet on the ground. Otherwise, with Wu Shihua's kowtow, his head would have bloomed long ago, and Zhou Hao could see how much Wu Shihua's awe of this young master was. There are some things, it's okay if you don't know what is wrong. The young master slowly touched the bottom of the cup and said, Don't think I don't know. You have sent someone to kill Zhou Hao. It's better to be able to kill Zhou Hao without leaving any evidence. But Zhou Hao's martial arts is unfathomable, and I'm afraid he won't be killed so easily. Haha, if he didn't die, he would definitely be able to guess that you sent it. People go to kill him. As soon as the voice fell, I heard a crisp telephone ringing. The ringtone was traditional Chinese music, and the music sounded like a golden horse. Zhou Hao recognized this music as a very famous song in China — ambush on all sides. The young master took out his mobile phone without a rush. His voice was still so calm. It's me. Wu Shihua was still kneeling on the ground, not daring to look up at the young master. His back was already dripping with cold sweat. After a while, the young master said, Tang Jiao and Tang Kong are in an accident. The three people were rescued. Tang Jiao was injured, and Tang Kang's hands were abolished. Listening to the young master's words, Wu Shihua trembled more violently. And Zhou Hao outside also knew that it was supposed to have been discovered on the air raid shelter. The Tang horn in the young master's mouth was obviously the dwarf who trapped the beast, and Tang Kong was the man whose hands were abolished by Zhou Hao. Xiaohua, look, just for a woman, you made Tang Kang's hands useless. The young master said lightly. Tang Kong is the best at hidden weapons. Now that his pipa bones are broken, they are considered useless. Wugong, Xiaohua, how do you atone for your sins? Wu Shihua was more than 10 years older than the young master, but the young master called him Xiaohua, which made people feel a little funny. Young master, I am not just for my own sake. If I manage Yin Tong, then her Tongguan Catering Company will also fall into our hands. That is billions of dollars in assets. Then we will join in. Wu Shihua quickly explained. Furthermore, Yin Tong also has a niece named Yin Qing, who is a unique beauty. I want to dedicate her to you, the young master. Zhou Hao outside was furious when he heard this, and wanted to go in immediately and screw Wu Shihua's head off. However, the young master sneered and said, If I want a woman, what woman can't get? There is no need to provoke Zhou Hao for the sake of a small woman. Without talking about the Zhao family behind him, Zhou Hao can be with Han Mei. The martial arts comparable to your husband is not something we can deal with. As for Tongguang Food Company, is our gang still short of billions of money, let alone the money for burning hands? I think you are doing it for yourself, right? Young master, you just forgive me this time. I dare not dare anymore. Wu Shihua said tremblingly. Regarding Wu Shihua's begging for mercy, the young master was indifferent, with his legs crossed, his face very calm, not showing any hostility. Young master, Wu Shihua, who was anxious after seeing the young master not speaking for a long time, wanted to excuse himself. I'm thinking, do I need to kill you to make amends for Zhou Hao? The young master slowly said, Brother Zhou, you said, if I kill this guy, can I calm you down? Zhou Hao was startled when he heard this, but he didn't expect that this young master would actually notice his existence. You must know that Zhou Hao's internal strength cultivation has reached the realm of a top master. If he does not want to leak his breath, he can maintain the state of holding his breath for 30 minutes, and he can breathe in accordance with the flow of the surrounding air. It is difficult for others to discover. Zhou Hao was confident that if he was serious about hiding, he wouldn't be able to detect it even by a master of the same level. However, this is also relative. If a master like the master or the wind demon Kotaro suspends his breath, Zhou Hao is not easy to find out. Fortunately, Zhou Hao has that superhuman intuition and can sense before encountering danger. The master and the wind demon Kotaro have many advantages. However, according to Zhou Hao's observation, the young master in the room had the most strength that was the cultivation base of a first-class master, and his skill was similar to that of the ghosts around Fengma Zaitu. Zhou Hao thought to himself, does this guy have the smell of a dog? and can smell himself? It's just that it's useless to think so much. Now that it has been discovered, there is no need to hide it. So Zhou Hao walked out from behind the curtain on the terrace, walked directly into the room, and wiped off the makeup on his face. After entering the room, Zhou Hao didn't look at Wu Shihua, who was kneeling on the ground. His eyes were directed at the young master sitting on the sofa. Wu Shihua looked at Zhou Hao in amazement and couldn't imagine when Zhou Hao hid there. I'm very curious. How did you find me? Zhou Hao looked at this young master who was not flustered. The young master smiled slightly. Guess it. Guess. They called just now, and Tang Kong said that he had told you that Xiaohua is here. According to my guess, after you save the 3 people, you will definitely not leave like this. You will definitely come to Xiaohua to settle the accounts. The young master smiled and said, Tang Kong said that you left the air raid shelter 20 minutes ago. If you want to come, you will have arrived now. And I have been waiting for you, but you have not appeared for so long. I guess that the most likely reason why you haven't appeared is that you have already been here. The young master shrugged. Brother Zhou, you shouldn't think that with my ability to not be able to get on the stage, I can be strong enough to find a master like you. Honestly, if you don't take the initiative to show up, I won't be aware of your existence, just as if I guessed wrong. Zhou Hao was taken aback. This young master actually guessed that he was hiding in the room, and he was bluffed by him just now, and he really took the initiative to come out. But Zhou Hao was relieved immediately. Anyway, he was going to meet this person sooner or later. He said straight to the young master, My father is the leader of the Blue Gang? The young master stood up and hugged Zhou Hao. That's right. My father is the chief of the Youth League. Gu Chuanxiu and Gu Changfeng is next. Do you know Mr. Han Mei? Zhou Hao asked again. The young master slightly chins his head. My father has some friendship with Mr. Han Mei. So Changfeng is also fortunate to have Mr. Han Mei's advice. Zhou Hao sighed slightly. This Gu Changfeng really has friendship with the master, and the friendship between himself and the master is not shallow. If this is the case, it is really difficult to tear Gu Changfeng, but it is impossible to spare Wu Shihua. When Gu Changfeng smiled slightly, he suddenly raised his right palm and slapped Wu Shihua's heavenly spirit cover, who was still kneeling on the ground beside him. Wu Shihua was just an ordinary person who was not familiar with martial arts. How could he resist Gu Changfeng's palm? Immediately broke his head and died tragically on the spot. Zhou Hao also didn't expect that Gu Changfeng would suddenly kill Wu Shihua without warning. Especially his face still had the flat, watery smile, which formed a very strong contrast with the red blood on his hand. The cruel degree of this person is more chilling than the second master of the First Army, the 7 kills that kill people while talking and laughing. Because Wu Shihua was also his subordinate after all, he was able to kill him mercilessly, without even looking at Wu Shihua's body. He took a handkerchief, slowly wiped the blood from his hand, and smiled at Zhou Hao. Brother Zhou, this guy offended you. I was completely unaware of it before, and now I have killed him for you. And you also abolished my hands. I think it's fine, what do you think? After taking a look at Wu Shihua's body, Zhou Hao sighed in his heart. Everyone has done this, and he can't pursue it anymore. Moreover, Gu Changfeng and his father, Gu Chuanxiu, have friendship with the master. So he said, Since you have done this, Mr. Gu, I have nothing to say. But let me put it first. I hope your youth gang will not provoke me again. Otherwise, even if the master is interceding for you, you don't want it. Blame my subordinates for being ruthless. Definitely, definitely. Gu Changfeng smiled at Zhou Hao. In fact, we have long wanted to make you Brother Zhou. Who expected Wu Shihua, this dog, to not know how to offend you anyway? Brother Zhou, let him do the trick. How about making you apologize? Zhou Hao raised his hand. No, I have something else, or next time. Gu Changfeng's expression showed a little disappointment, but he didn't force Zhou Hao. Instead, he respectfully handed Zhou Hao a cyan business card with a dragon totem on it. Only Gu Changfeng's name and a mobile suit. Number. Gu Changfeng said, If Brother Zhou has any use for our youth gang, please be sure to notify the next, and I will do my best to help you, Brother Zhou. Thank you. Zhou Hao accepted his business card, then said goodbye to him and left the room. After Zhou Hao left, the smile on Gu Changfeng's face suddenly converged, and his delicate face looked a little gloomy. He looked down at Wu Shihua's corpse on the ground and cursed himself. Useless things. Then he took out his cell phone and said to the microphone, "Kill me that son Wu Shihua." After leaving the White Swan Hotel, Zhou Hao went to the headquarters of the Guangzhou military region. One was to visit Zhao Dingzhou, and the other was to tell him about Gu Changfeng. Since Gu Changfeng and they know the master must be sure. Know the situation of the Qing gang. When I saw Zhao Dingzhou, he was chatting with a young man in his 20s. The man in suit and shoes is very gentle, and his eyes are very similar to Zhao Dingzhou. Zhou Hao guessed who this man was at a glance. It was obviously Zhao Zibang, the son of Zhao Dingzhou who was studying in the United States. "Xiao Hao, how about it? Did you find Wu Shihua?" Zhou Hao asked as soon as he came in Zhao Dingzhou. Zhou Hao nodded. His face solemnly said, "But he is dead." So he told Zhao Dingzhou in detail about what happened at the White Swan Hotel. Gu Changfeng, Gu Chunqiu. Zhao Dingzhou touched his chin. "I haven't heard of them. They have friendship with Mr. Han Mei? Is there an intersection between the Yijuan and the Qing gang?" Although Zhao Dingzhou is the son of Zhao Rixin, because the First Army belongs to the country's most secret army, it is only responsible to the chairman, the prime minister, and Zhao Dingzhou. Apart from these three top leaders of the country, everyone else knows the First Army. The existence of the First Army does not know the specific circumstances. Those are the top secret of the highest level of the country. I have to ask the old man about this matter, but you said that Gu Changfeng killed Wu Shihua without blinking his eyes. This guy is a cruel master, Zhao Dingzhou said with a serious face. Zhou Hao deeply agreed. This man is not good at martial arts, and he smiles to welcome others. But he gives me the feeling that he is a very dangerous person. Xiao Hao, I think you should be more careful with this person. Although he has repeatedly shown weaknesses than you, it is also because of your martial arts and our Zhao family. It is impossible to guarantee that he will not give you cold arrows in the dark. Big brother, don't worry, I know what to do. Zhou Hao nodded. After exposing Gu Changfeng's incident, Zhou Hao's eyes fell on Zhao Zibang. Zhao Zibang was admitted to the Stanford University Business School after graduating from high school and spent 6 years in the United States. In the first 3 years, Zhao Zibang studied business at Stanford University and accumulated a solid theoretical foundation. In his junior year, he co-founded a logistics company with a few friends from the same school, applying knowledge from books to practice. Although there were many setbacks and difficulties in the process, they were all resolved by Zhao Zibang and the others. Now, their logistics company is a successful company with an annual profit of tens of millions of dollars. During the entrepreneurial period, Zhao Zibang never borrowed the energy from his family. Even the $100,000 that he originally provided in partnership with a friend was borrowed from the bank himself. However, even if he did not ask for help from his family, he would be a member of the Zhao family after all. The intelligence agencies of the U.S. government sought him many times after they knew of Zhao Zibang's identity, intimidating and inducing him to try to instigate him. However, Zhao Zibang inherited the fierceness in the bones of Zhao Rixin and Zhao Dingzhou, indifferent to the coercion and temptation of the U.S. authorities, and told his family these things. At that time, both Zhao Rixin and Zhao Dingzhou were extremely angry. Zhao Rixin immediately mobilized the First Army and a certain mobile unit to uproot the 3 secret strongholds of the U.S. intelligence agency in Afghanistan and deliberately left evidence as a countermeasure against the United States. A warning. The U.S. authorities know that Zhao Rixin is a typical hawk figure in the Chinese military, so since then, they never dared to harass Zhao Zibang anymore, and even sent people to protect him secretly, fearing that he would have shortcomings in the United States. The United States did the Zhao family misunderstanding. At this time, Zhao Dingzhou immediately said to Zhao Zibang, "Zibang, why don't you come to meet your uncle?" Zhao Zibang quickly came to Zhou Hao and bowed deeply. "Uncle." Zibang is polite. No. How can this work?" Zhou Hao quickly helped him up. Although Zhou Hao is Zhao Rixin's adopted son, he is indeed Zhao Zibang's uncle in terms of seniority, but Zhao Zibang is older than Zhou Hao, which makes Zhou Hao very awkward. Why not? He is Xiao Hao's junior. Don't lose your courtesy, Zhao Dingzhou insisted. Zhao Zibang also smiled and said, "Uncle, it's okay, because both my father and grandpa told me about you, uncle," and Zibang admires him very much. What he said was from his heart. From the words of Zhao Rixin and Zhao Dingzhou, Zhao Zibang knew that Zhou Hao was not only a high-powered martial artist, but also a great achievement in business, especially Zhao Zibang as a business talent. Zhou Hao's business achievements could make it even better. Zhao Zibang was impressed. "Uncle, I heard from my father that you have never suffered a loss in financial investment." Zhao Zibang smiled at Zhou Hao. "I don't know if you are interested in investing in the U.S. stock market, uncle?" Zhou Hao said with a smile. "I am very interested in the U.S. stock market. Compared with domestic or Asian financial markets, the U.S. has a much broader space. After all, it is the most developed financial center in the world. It's just that I have most of it. For the time being, we can't withdraw the funds, so we can't do anything in the United States in the short term." "Zibang, what stock do you like in the United States?" "Yes, uncle. You know the Nasdaq in the United States. In the past 2 years, the Nasdaq index has risen by more than 500 points, especially the stocks of emerging industries, rising like a rocket." Zhao Zibang said very excitedly. For the Nasdaq in the United States, Zhou Hao naturally knows. For Zhou Hao and a large number of people, the common sense of Nasdaq's establishment time, development history, or operations is not important. The most important thing is that the value of Nasdaq will expand significantly in the past few years. The direct reason is the rapid development of emerging industries represented by the Internet. According to Zhou Hao's memory, the Nasdaq index reached 1,500 points in July 1997 and rose to 2,000 points a year later, until it reached the historical high of 5,048.62 in March 2000. Beginning in 2002, the Nasdaq index began a diving-like decline and finally fell to 1,108 points. The reason was the bursting of the dot-com bubble. Therefore, Zhou Hao believes that the best time to enter the Nasdaq market is between 1997 and 1998. Of course, it must be withdrawn by 2000 at the latest, otherwise it will be the dot-com bubble burst and suffered heavy losses. From the first day of his rebirth, Zhou Hao has not neglected the Nasdaq market. For most people, the TechNet stock bubble at the turn of the new century was a huge trap that caused countless people to lose. He has spent countless amounts of money, but for Zhou Hao, this is an untold business opportunity. Previously, Zhou Hao did not target the Nasdaq because of insufficient funds and busy making money during the Asian financial turmoil. Another point is that the 4 major Chinese portals that dominate the Chinese internet in the future have not yet appeared, so Zhou Hao is not in a hurry. Nasdaq is a huge stage for the development of various emerging industries, especially the development of the internet. It can be said that it is rapid. Zhao Zibang excitedly said to Zhou Hao, "I heard that Dr. Zhang Chuyang returned to China and wanted to work on the internet. Development on the road. So I was anxious to come back from the United States." For Zhang Chuyang, although Zhou Hao is not a professional in the IT industry, he is familiar with it because Zhang Chuyang, who is respected by the outside world as Dr. Zhang, is the founder of Sohu, which will become one of China's 4 major portals. In his previous life, Zhou Hao was familiar with Zhang Chuyang's entrepreneurial experience. After graduating from Tsinghua University, Zhang Chuyang went to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology to study for a doctorate degree. After his success, he first served as the liaison person in MIT Asia Pacific, China, and then became the chief representative of ISI in China. In 1996, Zhang Chuyang founded the Otsun Company with the support of venture capital. In February 1998, Otsun officially launched the Sohu product, and finally in July 2000, it was successfully listed on Nasdaq in the United States and gradually developed into one of the 4 major portals in China. The other 3 most famous portals are Sina, NetEase, and Tencent. These companies that will be calling for trouble in the Chinese internet market in the future have all begun to develop in the past few years. After learning about the establishment of Zhang Chuyang's Sohu, Zhao Zibang keenly saw the huge business opportunities hidden in it, so he hurried back from the United States to see if he could take advantage of the rapid development of the internet in China. Undoubtedly, Zhao Zibang's business vision is very superb. Zhou Hao asked, "Zibang, what are you going to do?" "Invest in Zhang Chuyang's Sohu." Zhao Zibang emphasized his head. "Yes, uncle. I plan to find some investors who are interested in the internet to raise funds, and then I will invest in Sohu and get Sohu listed on the Nasdaq in the United States. With the development of China, Coupled with China, a huge market with almost unlimited progress, Sohu will definitely skyrocket after being listed on the Nasdaq. Zhou Hao also agreed with Zhao Zibang's plan. He smiled and said, "Then have you found the gold master?" Zhao Zibang was immediately discouraged. "Not yet. My father said he could help me find a few bosses, but I don't want to rely on family relationships. Moreover, those people are definitely willing to invest in me because of my father. Yes, I don't want to be like this, making myself look like a beggar." "What beggar? Your child is really unreliable." Zhao Dingzhou cursed coarsely, but was not really angry. Perhaps influenced by the independent thinking of the West, Zhao Zibang rejects relying on the energy of the family to achieve his own goals, so he will appear incompetent. What he hopes is to rely on the sense of accomplishment of building a family from scratch, even since ancient times. Officials and businessmen do not separate their families, but Zhao Zibang prefers to make friends and build his own network of relationships, rather than relying on the shelter of his family. Zhao Zibang's ambition was appreciated by Mr. Zhao, so he didn't force him. At this time, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Actually, I am quite interested in the emerging industry of the internet." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhao Zibang's eyes suddenly brightened. How could he forget it? This young man in front of him is one of the top rich men in the country, although not many people know the huge wealth he has. "Uncle, you mean you can invest in me?" Zhao Zibang looked at Zhou Hao with expectation. "Yes, but can you guarantee to achieve a controlling stake in Sohu?" Zhou Hao said seriously. Zhao Zibang did not immediately agree, because he knew that people like Zhang Chuyang, who had both technology and no small ambitions, valued the control of the company very much, and it might not be easy to achieve control of Sohu. After weighing in his mind, Zhao Zibang gritted his teeth and said, "This is not an easy task, but I am confident that it can be done." "Okay, then I believe you." Zhou Hao sincerely admires the Zhao family. Chinese people often say that they are not richer than 3 generations, but this iron law does not seem to exist in the Zhao family. Zhao Rixin, as a person who raised the Zhao family, has achieved great enough now. Zhao Dingzhou is also a general guarding one side. The importance of the Guangzhou military region is self-evident. Being able to become the commander of this large military region, managing the 2 armies of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, naturally cannot rely entirely on Zhao Rixin's support and Zhao Dingzhou's own capabilities. And merit is the most direct reason. Moreover, Zhou Hao had heard Zhao Rixin mention it last time in Beijing, and Zhao Dingzhou will be awarded the rank of general in 2000 at the latest, making him the youngest general in China. There is also Zhao Yuqin. Although she is a daughter, her talent is no worse than that of any man. Zhou Hao's Tianhe can develop to this day, and Zhao Yuqin is the first hero. In the 3rd generation, although Zhao Zibang did not have the will to enter politics or the military, he was very keen on business. But Zhou Hao could see that Zhao Zibang's talents were very extraordinary, and he would definitely become a tycoon in the future. And now, Zhou Hao is not only Zhao Rixin's adopted son, but also has established a relationship with Zhao Yuqin, so he can be regarded as the real Zhao family. So the future of the Zhao family will only become more and more prosperous. But Zibang, we only need to get the controlling rights and manage the operations. As for the technical aspects, Zhang Qiang should be responsible for it. After all, to the IT industry, you and I are both laymen. Zhou Hao said, "Naturally, to a certain extent, we are all just capitalists. Using capital to make profits is what we should do. We can't control those technical things." Zhao Zibang said, "Uncle, you are ready to do it. How much money?" Zhou Hao frowned for a while and said, "For 100 million yuan. Although most of my money can't be drawn out now, there is no problem with 400 million yuan. Sohu is still in its early stages of development, and 400 million yuan should be enough. I think this amount should make Zhang Chuyang and the others tempted." But Zhou Hao shook his head. "I'm not talking about RMB, but US dollars. However, I'm not going to invest all of my money on Sohu. For Sohu, 100 million US dollars is enough." Zhao Zibang has lived in the United States for a few years. He usually uses US dollars to measure money, but this time he returned to China. He also deliberately changed his habit, so it meant that Zhou Hao was talking about RMB. He said, "What about the other 300 million? Uncle, do you have other goals?" Yes, besides Sohu, I also like a website called NetEase. Compared with Sohu, NetEase was founded earlier. It started to develop last year, but the current situation is different. How good? It should be easier than Sohu to get their controlling stake. In fact, Zhou has long been interested in the Nasdaq market in the United States. It's just that most of his funds are still stuck in Asia. It will not be available until May at the earliest, and Nasdaq will be in the short term. The rate of increase within will not be too great, so Zhou is not in a hurry. But now, since Zhao Zibang intends to invest in the IT industry, Zhou is happy to support him. Although he can't make a big push in a Nasdaq, it is not difficult to get the 4 major portals in China before the network industry reaches its peak. Both NetEase and Sohu are still in the early stages of development, and Sina and Tencent will not enter the market until the end of this year. When these 4 major websites are in desperate need of financial support, they must gain their control. Quan does not require much capital, and $4 billion is more than enough. Zhou is very aware of the future influence of the internet in the country. At that time, China also had the largest internet group in the world. The power of netizens was extremely amazing, and the internet would become the media with the largest coverage and the fastest spread. Since Zhou has created the Polaris, an increasingly fast-growing entertainment media group, he naturally doesn't want to miss the big cake of online media. When the two are combined, the influence formed will be unimaginable. Zibang, I will first transfer the $400 million to your account, and you will be responsible for buying shares in NetEase and Sohu. You can also do things cheaply for other companies with potential. Well, I know my uncle. Zhao Zibang was very grateful to Zhou for $100 million. No one wanted to get it, and it was Zhou's trust in him. After talking about some of the details with Zhao Zibang, Zhou bid farewell to Zhao Dingzhou. Zhou quickly returned to Xiangqing in the special car arranged by Zhao Dingzhou for the military command. Lei Hu had sent the 3 injured men to the military hospital in Xiangqing. There was nothing serious about it, and Xiao Nanyue and Xiao Jiming had also returned to Xiangqing. Jiming, let's eat together tonight. Okay, Gentle is also in Xiangqing, right? You come with her. Xiao Jiming said on the phone. Zhou's heart suddenly burst, for fear that Xiao Jiming would not give up on Yanqing. Zhou sighed deeply. Nothing else, just tell him what happened, lest he have any illusions about his cousin. They still booked a box at the Tianbin Hotel. Since Xiao Jiming's home is near the Tianbin Hotel, they arrived early. When he came to the door of the room with Zhou, Yanqing said worriedly, Xiao, if brother Xiao knows, will it be a barrier to you? She is very afraid that Zhou and Xiao Jiming might be in trouble because of her relationship. Turn. Zhou squeezed her jade hand and smiled at her. I believe Jiming will not be like this. Even if he really refuses to forgive me, I will not leave you. Seeing Zhou's firm gaze, Yanqing also nodded, and the two of them pushed the door in and wanted to settle with Xiao Jiming. When he entered the private room, Zhou discovered that it was not only Xiao Nanyue and Xiao Jiming who had come, but also 5 young men, all under 30 years old. There was also a beautiful woman in her 20s sitting next to Xiao Jiming. Zhou recognized this woman as Xiao Jiming's high school classmate, Du Yijuan. Now she works in Zhao's pharmacy. Her brother Du Fenghai had his limbs abolished by Zhou for hurting Yanqing before and was later sentenced to 20 years in prison. Xiao Nanyue and Xiao Jiming were both very happy to see Zhou and Yanqing's arrival. And when they saw Zhou and Yanqing's fingers interlocking, Xiao Jiming suddenly showed a look of surprise. He thought to himself, Yanqing is Zhou's cousin. It is not surprising that the two are close at all, but even if they are relatives, they shouldn't touch each other like a couple. Zhou Yan lightly looked at Xiao Jiming's stunned expression and felt uneasy, but this matter was going to end sooner or later, and it really couldn't be more muddled, so he set his head and walked forward. Zhou also smiled at Xiao Nanyue and Xiao Jiming. Brother Jiming, you are finally back. Uncle Master, follow you gently. Xiao Jiming stared at their tightly clasped hands. Jiming, we actually wanted to tell you about this matter a long time ago. Zhou said, my cousin Qingqing and her were actually together a long time ago. Xiao Jiming was even more astonished when he heard that. He didn't deny Yanqing Tian before he smiled bitterly. So, it's no wonder that she was gentle at that time. Hee hee, I thought she was the brother who liked Yijuan at the time. It turns out that the person in her heart is you. Uncle Master, you are also true. Why didn't you tell me early in the morning? It made me confused for so long. When Zhou Hao saw that Xiao Jiming was not as excited as he thought, but rather calmly, he was relieved. Jiming, don't you blame us? What can you blame for this? Xiao Jiming shook his head and said, this relationship can't be forced, not to mention that I've figured it out a long time ago, and I'm very relieved to be with you gently. Hearing Xiao Jiming's words, Zhou Hao and Yin Qingqing finally lost their hearts. Yin Qingming also said sincerely, Brother Xiao, thank you. The men over there suddenly heard that they had such emotional entanglements, and they were very surprised, but they didn't say anything. After all, it was not something that he could say, and Du Yijuan looked at Xiao Jiming with tenderness. Xiao Nanhua also smiled and said, it's okay, Xiao Hao is my junior brother, and Qingqing is his cousin. If Jiming, you really are with Qingqing, wouldn't that generation be all messed up? Xiao Jiming smiled at the two Zhou Hao and said, actually, I also have something to tell you. This time I come back with my dad, not just to rest, there is one more thing to do. He stretched out his hand to hold Du Yijuan together, and said to Zhou Hao and Yin softly, I am going to marry Yijuan. Zhou Hao and Yin Qingtian were both taken aback. Seeing the intimate look of Xiao Jiming and Du Yijuan, they were shocked. Zhou Hao also felt very happy. Xiao Jiming was able to get out of Yin Qing's quagmire so quickly. It seems Du Yijuan. It played a big role, he said sincerely. Congratulations. After the heart knot was gone, the few people were very happy. Xiao Nanhua also introduced the men to Zhou Hao at this time. Xiao Hao. The five of them were when we were looking for medicine outside. They were all in Chinese medicine. There are people with very high talents, and two of them are masters of yam gathering. They are very good at identifying and searching for yam herbs. All five of them have come into our door now. After that, he said to the five people, I'll see your uncle soon. The five people quickly stood up and bowed deeply to Zhou Hao. Hello, Uncle Master. These five people are the same as Xiao Jiming. None of them are younger than Zhou Hao, but now they are all Zhou Hao's nephews. Zhou Hao has become accustomed to this kind of generation problem, but Yin Qing was a little awkward. Thinking about herself, don't you become the master and aunt of these people? Zhou Hao was also very in favor of Xiao Nanhua's acceptance of these five apprentices, because Xiao Nanhua and the others needed to find the yam distributed all over the country. It is always good to have a few more people to help, and Zhou Hao's pharmaceutical group will be established in the future. There is no shortage of talents in Chinese medicine. These five people can be recognized by Xiao Nanhua, and they must have extraordinary talents. Then, Xiao Nanhua and Xiao Jiming talked to Zhou Hao about the results of the drug search. Xiao Jiming said, Master, most of the medicinal materials you asked us to find, we have found most of them, and only a few have no trace. We estimate that those medicinal materials are probably already extinct. Zhou Hao can still understand this result, because with the development of mankind, many animals and plants have become extinct. It is already very rare for Xiao Jiming and others to find most of the medicinal materials. Xiao Jiming handed a piece of information to Zhou Hao. This is the information we have compiled about the medicinal materials, including the living environment and various traits they need. Uncle Master, some of these medicinal materials have been rare, up to 10 years. After 10 years, they may become extinct one after another, so we have to cultivate them artificially as soon as possible. My father and I have also studied that these medicinal materials can be grown artificially, but the difficulty is different. Zhou Hao read this document while listening to what Xiao Jiming said. He nodded his head. The document Xiao Jiming and the others made was very detailed, including all the conditions required to configure these medicinal materials. Brother, Jiming, if we want to mass-produce these medicinal materials through artificial cultivation, how much money do you estimate we'll need? Zhou Hao asked them after closing this information. Xiao Nanhua and Xiao Jiming glanced at each other, and Xiao Nanhua said, We are not very good at finance, so we don't have specific figures. However, these medicinal materials must be artificially cultivated. For formal planting and mass production, if we want to meet domestic needs, we estimate that it will need at least 20 billion yuan. Moreover, this is only the capital needed for the planting base, and the processing and production of patent medicines have to be counted extra. Professionals need to estimate. Zhou Hao leaned back in his chair to ponder this question. For large medicinal planting bases, the most important thing is land. Naturally, the price of these land will not be as shocking as the price of land in the city, but different medicinal materials require different land conditions, which requires some weeks. Zhou Hao can't spend the 20 billion yuan at the moment. The money is already being held in Asian financial markets and cannot be mobilized in the short term. Moreover, due to the last deal with the Fengshan Group, the state-owned banks are now very strict in reviewing large loans. Even if the Zhao family is behind, it is estimated that they will not be able to borrow so much. On the contrary, it will cause bad things to the Zhao family. Influences. Moreover, the processing and production of the medicines, various high-end production equipment and factories, may not require less capital than the planting base, so it is impossible for Zhou Hao to establish a pharmaceutical company in a short time. Fortunately, Zhou Hao's pharmaceutical company has no timeliness. Zhou Hao's investment in finance relied on the memories of his previous life, but those memories were time-sensitive. After that time of historical development, Zhou Hao's investment would have failed, and because the prescriptions in Shun Nong Bai Chao are much more advanced than modern medicine, at least in the last life when Zhou Hao was killed, they did not appear. Therefore, Zhou Hao established a pharmaceutical company later, and his technical advantages still remain unchanged. Those medicinal materials are good before they become extinct. Xiao Jiming told Zhou Hao that he and Du Yijuan planned to get married in March, and then continue to look for medicine in April. Zhou Hao would naturally not object, saying, "Jiming, this time you go out. In addition to looking for medicine, by the way, pay attention to which places are suitable for us to plant bases." "Well, I will pay attention." Everyone was very happy with this meal. After returning home, Yan Qingqing grabbed Zhou Hao's arm and smiled. "It's great. Brother Xiao doesn't blame us. He married Sister Du. Compared to Zhou Hao, her guilt is heavier, and she always feels that she has hurt Xiao Jiming. Now seeing that he had regained his strength and finally got married with Du Yijuan's lover, he let go of the big rock in his heart and felt happy for them from the bottom of my heart." Zhou Hao also hugged her slender waist. "Yes, to celebrate the complete resolution of this matter, let's have a good time." Having said that, he hugged her up and walked towards the room under Yan Qing's exclaim. After that, the two of them were so happy that they turned the dragon and the phoenix on the bed so much that they could not help but toss Yan lightly and begged for mercy. And Zhou Hao was considered to give up. After taking a shower, Zhou Hao sat in front of the computer. At this time, the computer was still that kind of cumbersome and big, and the function was much less than in the future. Even Tencent QQ has not appeared yet. For Zhou Hao, the current computer is similar to a typewriter, only more convenient than handwriting. Today, Zhou Hao is using a computer to write TV scripts, all of which are very classic and popular TV dramas in the past, such as The Domestic Soldier's Assault, My Leader My Group, TVB's Golden Years, Golden Branch's Desire for Sin, Japan's One Liter of Tears, and so on. Now, ATV has already prepared the Winter Sonata and Blue Life and Death for them before Zhou Hao started preparations, and I Have a Date with Zombies too, and Across the World, are already being filmed. Genesis, produced by TVB, also moved to ATV because of its original team, and has now become part of ATV's annual plan. Zhou Hao compiled those classic TV series according to his own memory, and Yan Qingqing handed him a cup of warm tea from time to time, giving Zhou Hao the feeling of the red sleeves of ancient literati. The people who should have produced classic TV series such as Genesis and Golden Branch Desire on TVB, including the director and behind-the-scenes production team, etc., because TVB and ATV were very ruthless when they snatched the copyright of Millionaire. Even Zheng Yuling, who is known as one of TVB's 3 treasures of TVB, was regarded as an abandoned child. Therefore, a large number of TVB people in front and behind the scenes left one after another and invested in ATV, which greatly expanded ATV's human resources. I Have a Date with Zombies too, Across the World, plus Blue Life and Death, and Winter Sonata, provided by Zhou Hao. With sufficient scripts, ATV's self-made drama schedules in the next 4 or 5 years, they are all lined up densely. The first part of Returning the Pearl and Gidge, that was broadcast during the Spring Festival, as Zhou Hao had previously expected, set off a great upsurge in Hong Kong and caught TVB by surprise. After the end of the first part of Hanju Gugu, ATV's major dramas in 1998 were Blue Life and Death and Meteor Garden, and Zombie 2 was scheduled to be broadcast at the end of the year. The shooting of Meteor Garden, which was filmed in China, is nearing completion. Chai Jiping's talent is indeed very strong. Coupled with sufficient funding, the shooting work went smoothly. Zhou Hao has seen the finished product brought back by Chai Jiping. Whether it is the scene or the picture or the costume of the characters, it is better than the original Meteor Garden. As for the film, it was also shot at Xiamen University. Look at Meteor Shower together is not the same series at all. Zhou Hao was very satisfied with this and reminded Chai Jiping to pay attention to the packaging of F4 and make all preparations. Zhou Hao was writing the script tick-tick-tick-tack in front of the computer while Yin Qingming was lying on the bed, holding a book in his hand, but it was an anthology of Guan Lu, a legendary and tragic figure in China. But at this moment, Zhou Hao's mobile suit rang, and Zhou Hao subconsciously looked at the wall clock on the wall, thinking it was almost midnight. Who would look for himself? But Yin Qing had already put the phone to his ear. Is it Zhou Hao? Master. Zhou Hao immediately recognized the voice on the phone. It's me. Haha. Sorry, I'm bothering you so late, but I'm really in a hurry, so I have to do this. The master said apologetically. It's okay. Aren't you here in Indonesia? Is there something wrong? As far as Zhou Hao knows, the First Army, headed by the head and the Fourth Head Li Shuihan, has been on duty in Indonesia during this period. He is calling this time for Indonesia. Zhou Hao thought to himself that if something went wrong with Indonesia's finances, the first person to know and respond should be from his own Galaxy Investment Company, so it is obviously not for financial matters. Just listen to the master said. It's like this. I was responsible for the affairs of Indonesia, but I just received the order from the chief, and they need to go to another place to perform a top-secret mission immediately. It's not that I can't function normally without me, but the task in Indonesia is very important and requires a capable person to sit down. Zhou Hao, your martial arts is no weaker than mine. Indonesia's plan this time is your first to mention it came out, so I want you to come over and watch it. I have asked the 3 chiefs, and they also agreed to let you over. Just look at your own opinions. Zhou Hao thought about it. He originally planned to go to Indonesia, whether it was for the central plan or to stop the tragedy, but he originally planned to leave in April, but he didn't expect that there would be something to leave. Indonesia. After thinking about it, Zhou Hao said, well, I promise you. That's really great. Thank you, Zhou Hao. Okay, I'm going to leave soon. I can't say so much. Someone will come to you tomorrow, and they will help you arrange your trip to Indonesia. So be it. Goodbye. Yin Qingqing looked at Zhou Hao, who was smiling bitterly, and asked, Xiao Hao, what's wrong? Cousin, it seems that I can't spend the Lantern Festival with you. I'm going to Indonesia tomorrow. Zhou Hao said helplessly. Hearing this, Yin Qing's eyes became resentful, and said, why come back a few days before going out again? No way, cousin, this is a national event. Zhou Hao sat on the bed and gently hugged Yin in his arms to comfort. Yin Qing also knew that she could only complain, and if Zhou Hao really delayed business for her, she would really not want to see it. Next, because Zhou Hao was about to leave. Even if Yin Qing had been tossed by Zhou Hao just now, she was all soft, but she still hardened her scalp and went to Wushan with Zhou Hao for a whole night. Early the next morning, Yin Qing was still in bed, unwilling to wake up due to extreme exhaustion, and Zhou Hao went to the hall to call Li Ruolin. When Li Ruolin heard that Zhou Hao was about to go to Indonesia, she resented like Yin Qing. You have only been back for a few days. Why are you leaving again? Are you really busy with so many things? Listening to Li Ruolin's voice like a deep-bowed woman resenting a woman, Zhou Hao said helplessly, There's no way, Sister Lan. This is the few people from the central government who have spoken directly. I can't avoid it. I promise you. I'll come back to see you right away, okay? Okay. Li Ruolin replied dully. By the way, you and Yuner also say goodbye. Then Zhou Hao heard Yuner's sweet and soothing voice on the phone. Brother Zhou Hao, are you leaving? Yuner doesn't want you. Thinking of Yuner, who was as cute as an angel, Zhou Hao was also very reluctant. He said, Yuner is good, brother will be back soon. During the time that brother is away, you should listen carefully to Sister Ruolin. Well, Yuner will be obedient. After chatting with Yuner for a while, Zhou Hao heard someone ring the doorbell. He knew that the person whom the master said was coming to him. So he said goodbye to Yuner on the phone before he went to come here open the door. Sure enough, there were two men in suits and leather shoes standing outside the door. As soon as they saw Zhou Hao, they said, "Is it Mr. Zhou Hao?" "I am, please come in." After entering the house, one of them said to Zhou Hao, "Hello, Mr. Zhou. We are members of the First Army and are responsible for your arrival in Indonesia. When can you leave?" "Anytime." So Zhou Hao went back to the room and said goodbye to Yin gently, then took some changes of clothes and left with the two First Army men. They went straight to the airport and directly boarded a flight to Indonesia. The members of the First Army were considered considerate, and Zhou Hao arranged a comfortable first-class cabin. On the plane, the two members of the First Army said to Zhou Hao, "Mr. Zhou, when you go to Indonesia this time, the identity assigned to you is our special advisor of the First Army, and the rank is Major General. But these are only our internal staff know that on the surface, you are just an ordinary Chinese tourist visiting Indonesia." Zhou Hao nodded. He knew that his status as a special advisor and his rank at the rank of Major General were actually only temporary. After this incident in Indonesia, these identities would be revoked, and the rank of Major General was sufficient. "Hi, but there is no actual military power, just a virtual title." He asked, "How far is the situation in Indonesia?" Since the outbreak of the financial crisis, Suharto's regime has been in jeopardy. Social conflicts in Indonesia have become more acute. Both the government and civilians are increasingly dissatisfied with the military. The person explained to Zhou Hao. As previously expected, the Suharto government claimed that the most direct reason for the outbreak of the financial crisis was that the local Chinese manipulated most of Indonesia's economy. Now many people have been instigated by Suharto, and the local Chinese, the hostility is getting worse. Another person said, "We have arranged eyeliners around the governors of the Indonesian provinces, and even in the Indonesian parliament. We have also bought several members of the parliament with the help of the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce. In addition, the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, we also secretly set up defense bases in factories, manors, and residential areas. If anti-Chinese incidents occur, those places can become shelters for local Chinese." Zhou Hao also knows that so far, Indonesia's economy has declined a lot because of the second outbreak of the financial turmoil, and the Indonesian rupiah has depreciated sharply. This has made Zhou Hao and the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, who acted as the biggest promoters, make huge profits. Social problems caused by economic reasons are bound to become more serious. Pang Jinting, the president of the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, told Zhou Hao that the Suharto family is already transferring funds to foreign countries. It seems that Suharto is already preparing for himself. I heard the person say, "President Pang has handed over the evidence of the Suharto family's corruption to Wahid and plans to officially announce it through the media at the end of this month." However, Suharto seems to have received some news. During the month, Wahid was assassinated 3 times, so we now arrange many people to protect him. Suharto also visited Europe last week to avoid the limelight. Zhao Rixin and the masters have already told Zhou Hao that the central government has decided to promote Wahid to the throne of Indonesia's president. In return, China will receive priority in the exploitation of various resources in Indonesia, although it cannot be fair and honest. Developed in name, but it is also very profitable. Jakarta, also known as Coconut City, is the capital of Indonesia and the largest city in Indonesia and Southeast Asia. After leaving the airport, Zhou Hao boarded the car that came to pick up his First Army. Through the car window, Zhou Hao could see the bustling scenery outside. As an internationally famous city, Jakarta is much more prosperous and more modern than Fragrant City. It's just that in the last life, this prosperous city was also a place that disgusted the Chinese, because Jakarta was the main place where Indonesian anti-Chinese incidents occurred. Most of the pedestrians on the street are Asians with yellow skin and black eyes. Only a few Europeans with blue eyes and blue hair. Among those Asians, it is no longer clear which are Chinese and Indonesian. Zhou Hao sighed that the Chinese who took root here regarded this place as their home and devoted countless efforts to the development and construction of this place. However, the indigenous people here always regarded them as thorns in their eyes and believed that they were robbed by the Chinese. Their job opportunities dominate their economy. Leaning back in his chair, Zhou Hao sighed slightly. In this life, anti-Chinese incidents will inevitably occur because the Suharto family and the military and political system have caused problems in Indonesia. When there are serious social problems, Indonesians will always habitually point the finger at the local Chinese. This is not only caused by Suharto's anti-Chinese policy over the past few decades, but the Indonesians seem to be deeply rooted, determined by his anti-Chinese sentiment. What Zhou Hao can do is to minimize the harm to the Chinese in this incident, and to ensure that this will be the last anti-Chinese incident in Indonesia. Seeing Zhou Hao's heavy face, a member of the First Army next to him could somewhat guess what Zhou Hao was thinking. He said, "We have been here for a while. We don't know how the situation was before, but we just look at now. Indonesians here are very repulsive to Chinese, especially after the outbreak of the financial turmoil. Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia, has seen too many looting of Chinese shops." Zhou Hao said solemnly, "Our shelter must be prepared to provide a safe place for the Chinese here when the incident does happen. Also, those thugs will definitely not be unarmed civilians at that time. We must do it. Get ready. Mr. Zhou, don't worry. With the help of President Pang, we have already deployed enough arms. We will certainly be able to resist those thugs by then." Soon, the group came to a commercial building and took the elevator to the top floor. In the elevator, a member of the First Army introduced to Zhou Hao, "This building belongs to President Pang's Jinting group. There is a staff dormitory on it. The 4th Chief and our members of the First Army live here, and this is also our temporary headquarters in Jakarta." Zhou Hao nodded, thinking that the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce has spared no effort to help the people sent from China. In addition to the elevator, Zhou Hao went to the conference room on this floor and also met Li Shuihan, the 4th Master of the First Army. Li Shuihan was still dressed in shirts and trousers, and still wore a long black leather trench coat outside, very heroic, and the black ponytail that hung straight down his waist also swayed, bringing a slight fragrance. Just like when they met before, Li Shuihan always had a cold and indifferent look on his stunningly classically beautiful face, a posture that turned away thousands of miles away. Li Shuihan was sitting at the main seat of the conference table, and there were more than 10 men and women sitting on both sides. They should all be members of the First Army and the Special Forces sent over. Among them are 2 middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes. Seeing that they don't have the toughness of Li Shuihan and the others, they have the sleek atmosphere of a businessman. They are from the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Seeing Zhou Hao, Li Shuihan, who was sitting on the executive chair, curled his lips with his hands and said here. Zhou Hao was accustomed to Li Shuihan's indifferent attitude. He didn't have the hobby of putting hot faces on people's cold ass, so he just nodded slightly. Others looked at Zhou Hao with a bit of curiosity, wondering why this handsome young man appeared here. You must know that due to the importance and confidentiality of the plan, the existence of this temporary headquarters cannot be leaked. This is the person sent by the top to assist us. It is a special advisor to our First Army. Li Shuihan introduced Zhou Hao to everyone. In order to ensure safety, we did not notify everyone in advance. Zhou Hao also nodded and smiled to everyone. "My name is Zhou Hao. Please give me your advice." Everyone here quickly stood up and greeted Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also learned from Li Shuihan's introduction that these were the commanders of the First Army and various units of the Special Forces, and the 2 businessmen were Indonesians, as Zhou Hao expected. The directors of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce Council, named Xiao Zhongming and Wei Haixing, have strong economic capabilities in their hands. Before Zhou Hao's arrival, Li Shuihan and the others had just held a 3-day report meeting. The commanders of each unit reported the situation in various places and made timely adjustments. Since Zhou Hao is here to assist them, he naturally needs to understand the situation here. Therefore, Li Shuihan also agreed to let him participate in this meeting. According to Zhou Hao's status as a special advisor and the rank of Major General like Li Shuihan, his position should be next to Li Shuihan. But when the officer on Li Shuihan's right was about to stand up and give up his seat to Zhou Hao, Li Shuihan glared at him, and he just stopped the officer from getting up. I saw Li Shuihan pointing to the empty seat at the end of the conference table and said to Zhou Hao, "Everything comes first and then arrives. Since you joined midway, just sit there." When everyone heard Li Shuihan's words, the expressions on their faces were a bit weird. Chinese people are most concerned about the issue of identity. Whether it is work meetings or red and white banquets, they must sit according to seniority or position. This is especially true in officialdom. Obvious. Just like now, Li Shuihan is the fourth head of the First Army and a real major general. All of you present here is her with the highest position, so she sits in the first place and presides over this meeting. Although Zhou Hao's rank of major general was only an imaginary title, he was at the same level as Li Shuihan in terms of status. The people present were all quick-thinking people and immediately guessed that Li Shuihan and Zhou Hao were wrong. They didn't dare to ask Li Shuihan. They just looked at Zhou Hao for life, wanting to see how he would react. But seeing Zhou Hao nodded to Li Shuihan calmly, he walked straight to the last seat and sat down. He knew that he was here to do business, and he didn't need to worry about unimportant matters with Li Shuihan. And his behavior makes other people a little admirable. Li Shuihan ignored Zhou Hao and said to himself, "The financial situation in Indonesia is deteriorating, and the anti-Chinese sentiment among Indonesians everywhere is getting more and more serious. Everyone must make preparations and pay attention to confidentiality. If the Indonesian authorities, especially people in the Indonesian military, know our existence, then not only will we suffer, the local Chinese may also be the targets of their anger. So I ask your subordinates not to leave their own without the consent of their superiors. Station, or the military law will deal with it." Zhou Hao over there looked at Li Shuihan with a grim face, and saw that the commanders just nodded and did not dare to speak out. Thinking that this woman's power is really extraordinary, no wonder she can be the fourth master of the First Army. I heard Li Shuihan again. Also, according to our observations, there has been instability within the Suharto government. Individual members of Congress have become dissatisfied with Suharto. Moreover, the governors of various provinces have different opinions. Change. Now, the political situation in Indonesia is already turbulent, especially the commander-in-chief of the Indonesian Armed Forces Wiranto and the commander of the Army's Strategic Reserve Prabowo. We found that the two of them have secretly mobilized their respective squads. I think that these two guys will definitely make big moves soon, and we must pay close attention to them. Although it was not quite right with Li Shuihan, Zhou Hao listened to her very seriously, and a dark-skinned soldier next to him quietly handed him a document. Zhou Hao opened it and saw that the document recorded the situation of the First Army and the Special Forces in Indonesia. Gave the soldier a kind smile. From this information, Zhou Hao knew some basic information. In order to implement this plan against Indonesia, the central government sent 1,300 members of the First Army and nearly 10,000 special forces selected from the Army and the Navy. They are lurking in major cities in Indonesia such as Jakarta, Bandung, and Surabaya, and hidden by the Indonesian National Assembly and provincial governors are top-secret agents of the First Army and the Ministry of National Security. In addition to the situation of the Indonesian government and military, we should also pay attention to a religious organization called Shia. Li Shuihan's cold voice sounded again, and his expression was very cold. Zhou Hao also frowned, because he had never heard of this religious organization called Shiva, and this Shiva has never appeared in any reports in previous lives. Just listen to Li Shuihan said. This religion believes in Shiva, one of the three Hindu gods, the of destruction, and has followers all over Indonesia. According to our estimates, the number of followers of this Shiva religion is at least 100,000. Most of them are Indonesian. There are also a very small number of foreigners among the indigenous people of China, and the only ones who cannot enter the religion are the Chinese. One of the commanders present looked at Li Shuihan. For masters, you mean, this Shiva has a tendency to exclude Chinese? Li Shuihan nodded. I asked someone to investigate this Shiva religion earlier, and found that they are a religious organization on the surface, but secretly manipulate many gangs. More than half of the gangs in Jakarta are controlled by them. Their subordinates, the gangs, are engaged in various drug trafficking, gambling, prostitution, and other activities, and many of them are aimed at Chinese. In various parts of Indonesia, more than 1,000 Chinese are kidnapped by Shiva-manipulated gangs every year, and many of them have received ransom. The hostages ripped their votes. They are very bad in nature. According to the words of the four masters, this Shiva religion is very powerful in Indonesia, and the Indonesian government cannot be unaware of their existence. Another commander said. Li Shui smiled coldly. I suspect that Shivaism was established and controlled by the Indonesian military. The purpose is to use Shivaism to attack the Chinese. The doctrine of Shivaism claims that the blood of the devil in the Chinese people lives in peace. First, the demons must be eliminated. In addition, most of the believers in the Shiva religion are poor indigenous Indonesians. Under the propaganda of the Suharto government, they believe that their poverty is caused by the Chinese controlling most of the Indonesian economy. Therefore, these Shiva followers are very hostile to the Chinese. Listening to Li Shuihan's introduction to this Shiva religion, Zhou Hao's expression became serious. After decades of anti-Chinese policies by the Suharto government, the relationship between the indigenous Indonesians and the Chinese was originally not good. Now there is such a religion that hates the Chinese. In the long run, the Chinese will only become more and more indigenous Indonesians. Repel. Moreover, Zhou Hao knows the power of religion. Don't you see that those Muslims in the Middle East, in order to launch a jihad against the United States, did not hesitate to act as a human bomb or even hijacked a plane to hit the World Trade Center? Crazy belief in religion will make the faithful believe that dying for the doctrine is the supreme honor. Such fanatics, not to mention unarmed civilians, even the army will feel a headache. As Li Shuihan said, it is impossible for the Indonesian authorities to know this Shiva religion with 100,000 followers, but still acquiesce to them. So Zhou Hao also doubted whether this Shiva religion was created by Suharto to deal with the Chinese. Zhou Hao tapped on the table and said to Li Shuihan, "For the safety of the local Chinese, this Shiva religion cannot be allowed to develop. I think we must add the power to eradicate Shiva into our original plan. You don't need to remind you. I have sent someone to investigate them," Li Shui said coldly. Then the assistant next to her turned off the lights in the conference room and turned on the projector on the conference table. Everyone in the audience also saw many photos appearing on the projection screen. Li Shuihan pointed to the middle-aged man with big ears and sunglasses in the first photo and said, "This is the leader of Shiva. His name is Naivanan, an aboriginal Indonesian, originally from a sea fish canning factory in Surabaya. Workers became unemployed after being dismissed from the factory. In 1989, he founded the Nawanan sect, the predecessor of Shiva's sect. He now lives in Jakarta and holds churches every fun day for believers participate. He also sold Shiva God water to believers, claiming that it is the holy water that can cure all diseases through his divine blessing." Zhou Hao sneered in his heart. Those in Naivanan are common practices of cults. The leader sells so-called holy water to believers to make huge profits. In fact, those are just ordinary tap water. Every time Naivanan travels, there will be more than 10 bodyguards personally protected. Ordinary people can't get close at all. Even his car is a specially customized bulletproof car. This magic stick is very nervous about his safety," Li Shuihan said. At this moment, the image on the projection screen suddenly changed, and a beautiful woman in her 30s appeared. Li Shuihan said, "This woman is Ganariti, the president of the Jakarta branch of Shiva teaching and the mistress of Naivanan. She helps Naivanan manage Shiva's finances. We have investigated that Shiva controls with more than $2 billion of money. Most of them are managed by this woman, who is Naivanan's true confidant." The picture changed again, and Ganariti on the projection screen turned into a rough-faced white man. Li Shuihan's voice sounded again. "This person is called Tracy Francis, who is the guardian of Shiva. He is also the captain of Naivanan's escort, and the gangs controlled by Shiva in Jakarta are all commanded by him. This man was originally a member of the British SAS Special Service Team. After retiring, he immigrated to Indonesia and became Naiva the best hitman under No. Hearing that Tracy Francis was a retired soldier of the British SAS Secret Service, Zhou Hao was also taken aback, because he knew that the British SAS Secret Service was one of the most famous special operations forces in the world and was even famous all over the world. The Delta Special Operations Forces were established in accordance with the SAS model, and in the first few years, SAS experts were used as consultants. This Naivanan should not be underestimated to have a battle-tested person like Francis as the captain of the guard. However, Zhou Hao was surprised, but found that the faces of the commanders of the First Army and various special forces present were very calm. Li Shui looked at Zhou Hao with cold eyes and snorted and laughed. "What are you doing so surprised? Isn't it SAS? It's not that you haven't played against them. Have you played against SAS? Zhou Hao asked. What's so strange? Our First Army has a global mission range, and it is naturally inevitable to fight against the forces of various countries. After completing the mission in Yugoslavia, the other party used SAS to chase us, and it was not us who beat us back. We also evacuated safely. There is also the American CCT, Air Special Forces Tactical Squadron, which can't help us either. Not only our First Army, but also their special operations groups, have also played against special forces from other countries. Experience. Li Shuihan's expression was cold, but his eyes were deeply proud. After hearing this, Zhou Hao also sighed in his heart. Although China's combat troops are not as well known as the Green Berets, Alpha, SEALs, and other special operations forces, their strength is also very strong. Just like the First Army, few people know about its existence, but they can fight against the world's major intelligence agencies. Then, she introduced other main members of Shiva to the people present. Finally, she said, we have basically found out the main members of the Shiva religion, but their true relationship with the Indonesian government and how to contact the Indonesian government are still under investigation. She turned her gaze down to Zhou Hao at the back of the conference table. Counselor Zhou, do you have any comments to express? Although Zhou Hao asked Zhou Hao's opinion, looking at Li Shuihan's expression, Zhou Hao was clearly saying, even if you have an opinion, we don't need to listen to you. Li Shuihan asked his own opinion, just a cut scene. Zhou Hao knew that he hadn't fully understood the situation here, so he didn't want to express any opinions. He didn't want to care about Li Shuihan, so he shook his head and said, I have no opinion. Then the meeting will be over. Li Shuihan straightened his chest and saluted him. Everyone immediately stood up and saluted, and then left one after another. Counselor Zhou, if you stay, I still have something to discuss with you. Li Shuihan sat back in the chair and said. Zhou Hao sat there without moving, but looked at Li Shuihan faintly. He knew that what Li Shuihan wanted to tell himself was about Wahid. Sure enough, after everyone left, and only Li Shuihan and her assistant, who was also a member of the First Army, were left, Li Shuihan said, Wahid was assassinated 3 times in a month. You already know. Well, on the plane, they told me. Li Shuihan nodded to the assistant next to him, and the assistant took a document and handed it to Zhou Hao. Li Shuihan said, this is a copy of the secret agreement Wahid signed with us. Zhou Hao looked through the agreement in detail and saw that after Wahid became the president of Indonesia, he needed to maintain cooperation with China, including ensuring that the Chinese representative company has priority mining rights to Indonesia's mineral resources. Zhou Hao knows very well that this agreement is a curse against Wahid. If Wahid wants to cross the river and demolish the bridge after he becomes president of Indonesia in the future, this agreement will be his lethal weapon. Wahid himself knows this very well, but with his current wealth and powerlessness, it is undoubtedly a pie from the sky that he can get the support of China to compete for the presidential position, so he will not refuse at all. Although President Pang has given us all the evidence of the corruption of the Suharto family, Wahid has not announced these things, nor has he shown any ambition to fight for the presidential position. Suharto should not notice him. Zhou Hao condensed his eyes and said, you mean, someone leaked secrets to Suharto? Obviously this is the case. Li Shuihan looked grim. The importance of Wahid to us is only known to President Pang except for our First Army. Wait, don't you doubt President Pang, Zhou Hao said. Do not rule out this possibility. President Pang is always more suspicious than our First Army. Impossible. President Pang knows how important this plan is, how he would do this. Li Shui snorted coldly. Then you mean that there is an insider in our First Army? Zhou Hao quickly shook his head and waved his hands. I didn't mean that. Indeed, due to the nature of the First Army, the chances of internal traitors and even traitors appearing are much lower than those of outsiders. Moreover, Li Shuihan is the 4th master of the First Army and naturally does not allow others to slander the First Army. Regarding Zhou Hao's explanation, Li Shuihan hugged his hand and snorted. I've sent someone to investigate President Pang secretly on this matter. I also hope that he is not the who leaked the secrets. Also, whether he is a rapist, you will follow when he meets. It's better to be careful not to show any trouble. I know how serious it is. By the way, I want to see Wahid, It should be fine. Li Shuihan considered it for a while and agreed. After all, Zhou Hao was an advisor sent by his superiors, and Zhou Hao himself was the first proponent to support Wahid as the president of Indonesia. So Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan left the Jinting group building together and went to Wahid's residence. As a result of successive assassinations, Wahid lived in an independent manner outside Jakarta, under the strict protection of the First Army. On the way, Zhou Hao learned from Li Shuihan that the assassinations of Wahid were carried out by the killers, including poisoning, sniping, and causing traffic accidents, but they were all destroyed by the First Army. After entering this manor, Zhou Hao saw that there were many bright and dark whistles arranged inside, and the guards were very strict. When Zhou Hao saw Wahid, he was sitting in a wicker chair under a grape trellis reading a newspaper. His expression was very relaxed and comfortable, and he didn't want the person who had just been assassinated 3 times. In his last life, Zhou Hao had seen Wahid on the news. At that time, he had already stepped down, and his physical condition was also very bad, so he could only rely on a wheelchair to travel. But today Wahid is much younger than he was then, and his body is much better. Seeing Li Shuihan and Zhou Hao coming, Wahid folded the newspaper, stood up, and smiled at the two of them. "General Li, you are here. This must be Mr. Zhou Haozhou. I didn't expect it to be so young. I couldn't believe it when I heard about you from President Pang." After that, Wahid shook Zhou Hao's hand very enthusiastically. "Mr. Wahid, hello. I have also admired you for a long time." Zhou Hao smiled. Looking at Wahid's kind and friendly expression, Zhou Hao knew that he was actually a firm and even stubborn person. During his tenure as president of Indonesia, due to the drastic reorganization of the cabinet, the 3 most powerful parties in Indonesia have been pushed against him. The parliament even voted to dismiss him, but he still held the position of the Indonesian head of state. Resignation after the end of the term. He single-handedly opposed most of the political forces in Indonesia. Although this was supported by the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, it was also inseparable from his own ability. Moreover, Wahid is also the chairman of the Islamic Teachers Association, the largest Muslim organization in Indonesia, and holds a high position in Islam in Indonesia and the world. In addition, because Wahid abolished part of Indonesia's anti-Chinese policy during his tenure, he was called the savior of Indonesian Chinese. Although he may have done this in return or a deal to the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, his contribution to the Indonesian Chinese is still hard to obliterate. Wahid invited Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan into the house and asked the servant to bring them hot tea. In fact, Wahid's family also owns many businesses and properties in Indonesia. It can be said that life is worry-free. This independent manor is Wahid's own property. After sitting down, Zhou Hao asked caringly, "Mr. Wahid, I heard that General Li said that you were assassinated 3 times this month. Isn't it a big deal? Thanks to General Li and their protection, I was able to survive the catastrophe many times." Wahid said with a smile, "Mr. Nawahid, do you know who wants to take your life?" Wahid took a sip of hot tea. "If I guessed right, it should be Suharto and the others." Zhou Hao frowned and asked, "Did they know that you have the evidence of corruption?" Wahid leaned back and smiled. "Actually, it is no secret that the Suharto family's corruption is in the government or among the people. It's just that no one dared to overthrow Suharto's dictatorship. But even without this, Suharto and I are not right, because I have criticized his dictatorship in public many times. He once wanted to expel me from the chairmanship of the Islamic Teachers Federation, but because of our federations the believers firmly opposed it, and he did not succeed. Suharto controlled the power of the army, and the Congress was his people. He was indeed an emperor in Indonesia and had been the emperor for decades. However, now that he is old, the financial turmoil has come like this again. Fierce, because Suharto's helplessness, now not only the public, but also people in the Congress are beginning to be dissatisfied with him. Zhou Hao sneered. Moreover, the military began to look at his throne, especially his good son-in-law Prabowo. A smile appeared on Wahid's face. "Mr. Zhou, you are right. Suharto is getting older. Everyone knows that he will not be a president for a few years. Therefore, Prabowo has the strength and power. Ambitious people have long been eyeing them. In addition, this financial turmoil has caused great economic chaos in Indonesia." Zhou Hao continued with Wahid's words, "This chaos is our opportunity. Without this financial turmoil, it would be very difficult for us to get the position of president back because of the economic chaos in Indonesia. Prabowo and Wiranto have their own ghosts, so we can just fish in troubled waters. After listening to Zhou Hao's words, Wahid looked at him with admiration. If an old politician could have this kind of vision, Wahid would not be surprised, but it was a boy under 20 years of age who said this. Mr. Zhou, there are some porcelains from the Ming and Qing dynasties in my study. Are you interested in seeing it? Wahid asked Zhou Hao with a smile. Zhou Hao knew that Wahid wanted to talk to himself alone, so even though he had no interest in porcelain, he smiled and nodded. Really? Then you have to take a look. Please here. Wahid stood up and made a gesture to Zhou Hao. So he stood up and followed Wahid to the second floor. Li Shuihan also wanted to stand up and follow them, but when Zhou Hao passed her, he deliberately glanced at her. His eyes were clear, and he did not welcome Li Shuihan to follow. Humph! Li Shuihan sat back after all, not following Zhou Hao and the others. When he arrived at Wahid's study, Zhou Hao saw various exquisite porcelains on the wooden shelves. However, neither Wahid nor Zhou Hao are interested in discussing anything about porcelain. I saw Wahid bowed deeply towards Zhou Hao and said sincerely, Mr. Zhou, please accept my most heartfelt thanks. Thank you very much. Zhou Hao was slightly taken aback and hurriedly went to help Wahid up. Mr. Wahid, why did you say that? Pang Jinting, Mr. Pang, has already told me that 40% of the funds prepared for my presidential election are provided by you. I am grateful for your generosity, Mr. Zhou, Wahid said. In many countries, in addition to personal strength, financial backing is also very important when running for president. Just like the United States, if there is no support from those large financial groups, there is no hope of election. In this plan to support Wahid's leadership, the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Zhou Hao both prepared sufficient funds, of which the Chinese Chamber of Commerce contributed 60% and Zhou Hao contributed 40%. Of course, as the saying goes, there is no profit. Zhou Hao supports Wahid. In addition to improving the social status of the Indonesian Chinese, he also wants to get a share of the Indonesian economy. In this regard, Wahid also knew well that the relationship between the two of them was only a transaction of interests. Mr. Zhou, you must think that I thank you just because you paid for me. Wahid smiled. Zhou Hao thought, isn't it? In addition to funding, Mr. Sam May also told me that the person who first proposed to support my election was Mr. Zhou. It is also because of this that China will send so many elites to protect me. Otherwise, how can I have escaped those 3 treacherous assassinations? So, Mr. Zhou, you are my benefactor. Indeed, if it were not for Zhou Hao's proposal, the Chinese side might not have chosen Wahid as the partner of cooperation. Even Pang Jinting's politicians and celebrities are not alone in Wahid. Hearing Wahid's words, Zhou Hao felt very puzzled, wondering why the master would tell Wahid this matter. The effect of this seems to be nothing other than making Wahid appreciate himself. Is the mastermind purely to help me? Zhou Hao thought in his heart. Shaking his head, Zhou Hao put aside these distracting thoughts and said to Wahid, Mr. Wahid, I think your physical condition is not optimistic. Your diabetes and kidney failure should be very serious. Zhou Hao remembered that Wahid was suffering from all kinds of illnesses. When he became president, he often had to have kidney dialysis, and eventually he died of illness. When Wahid heard this, bursts of splendor appeared in his eyes, and he said with excitement, Mr. Han Mei is right. Mr. Zhou, you can really cure my disease. Mr. Han Mei told you that I can cure your disease? Zhou Hao was surprised again. Yes, Mr. Han Mei is a master of martial arts. He saw that my illness was very serious, but he said he couldn't do anything by himself. To cure me, only Mr. Zhou can do it. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.